Good afternoon, Service Crew. Fighting Pilot Extraordinaire Ace Windfall, ready for takeoff. Happy Sunday, everyone. Welcome in. Happy Sunday, Brackless. Happy Sunday, Almina. Welcome in. Or Asmo. Welcome in. Names. Rhinestones are named as such because they were originally sourced from the Rhine. Modern rhinestones are typically made of glass, though. Ah, fun fact. Welcome in, Almina. The third since the fourth eye open there. Hi, Almina. Cool though, Asmo. Wait, normal rhinestones, like when you think about like a rhinestone then, are those just gems? Because I know the term rhinestone, but I never actually thought what a rhinestone was outside of like fake shiny rocks. But I imagine real rhinestones are not fake. They're just like assorted gems, like a civilization luxury item. And then modern rhinestones just being glass makes sense because I don't know, that just works with my head. That just sounds correct. Still, I digress. Welcome in, everyone. We're back with part 6 of Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney, the trilogy. We're currently going through the very first game in the trilogy, Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney itself. And we are in the last trial of the game, which is an added trial that was not in the original Game Boy release of the game, was added in the DS release, and as such, has no connection to the main story, and has a lot of interesting DS specific gameplay mechanics that are really, really neat. It's cool. I'm enjoying it a lot right now. We're currently in day 3 of the trial. We've currently gone through, to recap the trial then. We were contacted by one Emma Sky, a budding forensic scientist in training, and she says, "Hey, can you help me? My sister, Lana Sky, is being convicted of murder, and I don't think she did it." Even though Lana Sky herself is proclaimed herself guilty, Emma says, "No, my sister wouldn't do that. That's not the kind of person she was." Which makes sense because she is the grand prosecutor, right? So as you uncover more of this, not only is the top prosecutor, the head prosecutor, like involved, but the other head prosecutor, I think she is the grand prosecutor, and Edgeworth is the head prosecutor, something along those lines. And it happened in the back of his car, in his trunk. After he parked, he got into the garage at like 5:12 p.m. and at 5:15 a murder took place in the trunk of his car, allegedly. Committed by Lana Sky, killing off a detective from the police force. This has caused a shockwave throughout the entire community because obviously the prosecutors and the police, they should be working together in some stretch. But because of this, there is clearly a division between them. So you get a lot of different characters. You get the patrolman, cowboy. You get the cough-up queen, who was a former detective, who was fired from a previous incident, from the SL9 incident. The patrolman cowboy himself, also previously a detective, then was demoted to a patrolman. Bruce Goodman, our victim, was a detective on the SL9 incident, was the only one not demoted from it. In fact, he still was kind of like, I think, championing the cause in a way. Or at the very least, he had the evidence with him, which is kind of how this all gets set in motion. It seems that someone killed Bruce to potentially prevent him from reopening the SL9 case. And at the same time, you have the cowboy patrolman and you have the cough-up queen, potentially working with him, but also they just really hate prosecutors. So there's really good motivation for them to set up Lana Sky as the person who did it, but I don't think it's anything malicious on theirs. Thank you, Asmo. Sky is the chief prosecutor, and Edgeworth just won the most specialist prosecutor award. I think Edgeworth is technically the head prosecutor or something like that. I know he won the award, but I think because you go to the head prosecutor's office, which I think is just this, I think it just means he's second in charge. Like if Sky lost her job, it feels like Edgeworth would get her job, kind of a thing. Also, I think all the real rhinestones have long since been used for rhinestoning purposes, since we only see glass stones nowadays. That's what I was gonna... Is rhinestoning, like, just when you attach stones to, like, a thing? Because that's why in my head I was like, are rhinestones just assorted shiny gems that you just, like, stay... Like Brakos is kind of saying, like, you put it on your cowboy hat, or you, like, put it on your, like, your notebook journal in high school or something. I digress. I think I've uncovered... I think I've recapped a lot of what we're getting into, and everything else we'll play by ear. Hit it. February 24th, 3:12 p.m. Wright & Co. Law Offices. I'm so sorry, Mr. Wright. I'm sorry for what my sister said. Drastic crime. Require drastic measures. So, to recap this bit, this happened at the very, very end of last episode, which is why I didn't remember it at the time. But, Lana Skye was framed or is alleging that the murder happened in, a parking garage evidenced here. And that blue stain being the car, the blood, the murder area. Which day one, we were like, hold on, wait, the murder didn't happen there. It actually happened over here in the evidence room floor plans. So day two was all about, like, setting up this, like, okay, well, clearly Lana couldn't have murdered him because he died over here. And then it turns out, no, he didn't die over here. That was, Jake Marshall dressed up as the victim, Bruce Goodman, who was attacked by Officer Mike Meekins. So instead, no, this exonerates Lana. This exonerates... It doesn't exonerate anyone. It rules out the possibility of Bruce being killed in the evidence room, or so they think. Because really, he did get killed in the evidence room at around, like, 3 o'clock that day. Or 2 o'clock that day. That's not important right now, though. What is important is that, because these things have come to light, now Lana is bringing up the fact that, the SL9 incident, which is the precursor to this trial in a way. Yeah, right here, SL9. SL9 happened, like, 2 years ago. It was Edgeworth's first case, and it was to stop the, Blake Dark killings? Hold on. Joe Dark killings! I knew it was Dark. It was Stop the Joe Dark Killings, a serial killer case. And so this is Lana admitting to potentially faking evidence, I believe? Drastic crimes require drastic measures. That's just the way it is. We did what we had to, in order for him to get the verdict he deserved. I didn't know. I never knew that the SL9 incident was just another name for the Joe Dark killings. Sounds like everyone's heard about these killings but me. Phoenix really doesn't know a lot, but that's fair because he's the me insert, so it makes sense. What's up, Yukiko? Welcome in. Hi. It is me. Hi. Haven't seen you online for a hot moment. Hello. Well, I have a fairly consistent schedule, so I think it's just ships in the night kind of stuff happening. Yukiko, welcome in. Hi. You're just in time for potentially some info on the Joe Dark killings, which we don't actually know that much about right now. So, nice, Almina. By the way, what'd you get? You get what's your brunch of choice, Almina, or service crew as a whole? I usually go for brunch is just another form of lunch for me, so I just go for the classic breakfast of pancakes. It's like the IHOP thing, right? You get the pancakes, you get the eggs, you get the bacon, you get hash browns preferably as well. 2 chimichangas. Ooh, very nice, very nice. Get you a nice drink to go with that. Sounds like everyone's heard about these killings but me. Lana wanted Dark convicted so badly. That's why she used me. That's why she used what happened to me. Was she I was wondering about this, because if you go into the Joe Dark killings, the SL9 incident files, it talks about the victims, one of which being Neil Marshall in the bottom right there, which is the older brother of Jake Marshall, what's the word? the patrolman that we were talking about earlier. But the witnesses are Lana and Emma Sky. So was Emma like, what was she doing in there? What did she see? What do you mean, what happened to you? It's all there in the file. Well, it's not for me right now, but hopefully we can dig more into it. Joe Dark's last victim was prosecutor Neil Marshall. Okay. When he murdered Officer Marshall's brother, he left behind an incriminating piece of evidence. Oh, is this like how Emma got the spark to become a forensics investigator? If so, that's really cool. I like having a character motivation here. But what did you have to do with those killings, Emma? On the night prosecutor Neil Marshall was murdered, Joe Dark tried to kill me. What? He tried to kill you? Officer Marshall's brother, Neil, was only trying to save me. So that means you... Yes. I was a witness in the Joe Dark trial. I didn't see that one coming. Cool. I mean, I saw that one coming because I read the file, but still. It happened 2 years ago. It was right about this time of the year, too. There was a terrible thunderstorm that day. Unusual for the season. I was alone in my sister's office. We were planning to eat dinner together once she finished her work. This is very reminiscent of the first Maya Mia case, which is, you know, intentional on the part of the developer typically, but then suddenly, this terrifying man came bursting into the office. Joe Dark. It seemed like he was running from someone. He pulled out a knife and screamed at me. He was running from someone. I didn't know what was going on. Just then, Prosecutor Marshall showed up. Jake Marshall's brother. Oh, he's probably running from Jake Marshall. That would make sense. You're from Neil Marshall then, yeah. Joe Dark tried to take me hostage. But before he could, Mr. Marshall tackled him. Then, what happened? I'll never forget it. Lightning struck, and the lights went out. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning flashed outside the window, lighting up the office for an instant. Oh, this feels like a very important key piece of information where it's like in the flash of the moment, what do you see there? Why is she Reaper Queen? I don't even know what that is, Yukiko. My knowledge of anime has definitely fallen off in the last couple of years. Dang. Also, if that is the case, presumably they took it from this game since it's so much older. Also, what's up, Slushy and Jerry Lurking? What I saw then burned a permanent picture in my mind. I can still see it now. A permanent picture. I normally just like going in order, but what did you see in the instant that crime occurred? Dark knocked down Mr. Marshall and raised his knife. Neil Marshall was stabbed right in front of this poor girl. I don't remember what happened after that. Apparently, I passed out. When I came to, Lana was cradling me in her arms. What happened to Joe Dark? If Joe Dark killed Neil Marshall and wanted to kill... Well, I guess he didn't want to kill Emma necessarily. He wanted to use him as a hostage to get out. And if he killed Neil Marshall and Emma was knocked out, he could just run. I guess that's the idea. But again, we have to, like, investigate this because I don't... Like, my current thought process is that Joe Dark, whether or not he's a murderer, that's not the point of this case. The point of this case is, why is Lana saying that she's guilty of a crime that she presumably did not commit? Because, Bruce Goodman was not killed at the car park. He was killed at the evidence locker over an hour prior. Poor Emma. You've been through so much. So are Lana, because my thought process is that Lana might be in on this, but more so, like, our obvious current prime suspect is Damon Gant. Though he might not see me, he's the top dog in the PD. Because I can't explain it, but he has the vibes of potentially, like, covering something up. But at the same time, I don't want him to be evil, because we've already had one, like, I don't know, it just doesn't feel right for him to be evil in a way. But at the same time, he is the only one that feels like he could have done it, and because he is the top dog, he can manipulate things from the top down. But if so, like, were he, Lana, and Joe Dark together? Or actually, what it might be is that it might not be that. What might be going on here is, and I don't know if I talked about this in the previous episodes of this, but Joe Dark probably did do it. Joe Dark, all the way back in the SL9 incident, he was guilty, and they had to, like Lana was saying earlier, it seems like they had to, like, fabricate evidence, or they had to, like, do some not above the board dealings to get the guilty verdict to stick with him and to get him the death penalty. And that, I think, is what this is about, is SL9, Joe Dark did it. Like, there shouldn't be any, like, ifs, ands, or buts about that, I think. The more important thing is, how did they get the conclusive, decisive evidence? And that might be where Damon Gant and Lana Skye come in. And Lana Skye, you know, might have been a little bit younger. I don't know if she was the chief prosecutor at the time, but she, you know, might have been effectively, in a way, taking orders from Damon Gant. I assume that Damon didn't do anything with SL9 outside of, like, forging evidence, and that the events of this were Bruce Goodman, the chief detective who was handling the affairs for the SL9 case, and who was therefore in charge of moving the evidence from his locker to long-term storage, thus closing out the case. Bruce might have been contacted by Jake Marshall and Angel Starr, like, in the come up to the end of the case, or to the come up to before moving day, right? Because they think something was suspicious about SL9, and they want to feel vindicated. They lost their jobs or got demoted because of the incident. So they probably contacted their good friend Bruce and said, hey, before everything gets shifted out, let's take one more look at this. Bruce, being a good man, probably talked to his boss, Damon Gant, and said, hey, boss, I got contacted by some people. We're going to take another look at the SL9 stuff before it gets moved. Is that okay? And Damon Gant, putting on airs, probably said, like, yeah, of course, go take a look at it. And then as soon as Bruce Goodman left the office, you know, he furrows his brow, and he's like... Ugh. And then, like, he has to, he then follows Goodman to the area, kills Goodman, hides the body in the back of Edgeworth's car. Later, it's found by Lana Skye. There might be a connection here. Goodman, or Gant, might be blackmailing Skye into taking the fall for this. But I think that the rationale here is that Damon Gant's been pulling the strings for the cover-up. I think Joe Dark did this, but I think this specific case is about the cover-up here. You think Lana feels guilty for evidence fraud? Probably. A rare incidence, Almina, if that is the case, a rare incidence of someone actually feeling guilty for doing a crime in this game. Especially for a minor crime. Because that was a bit that we were talking about last week, was, so many people in this game are guilty of, like, perjury or lying under oath or just other minor crimes. But because they're not the crime that we're actually interested in at the time, like, they're not a murderer, we just go like, it's fine. Just don't do it again. Like, Angel Starr has been lying under oath the entire time. Jake Marshall did a crime. We know for a fact that he tampered with evidence and he beat up Meekins, and he's fine as far as we're aware. Meekins might not be pressing charges though, so I don't know. But, like, still, like, there's a lot of people that don't feel guilty for the crimes they've done and are getting off scot-free. Considering how a prosecutor can seemingly just call a witness who says, I saw the defendant do the murder, trust. One has to wonder just how slippery Dark was, but they need to actually forge evidence. Ooh. He had a really good defendant. It was, actually, how... That is actually a really good point, because a lot of the... Asmo, as you know, as we all know, the game is supposed to be a parody or like a call out to the Japanese justice system. It's San Francisco, Almina, because as I was just about to say, actually, great timing. The game itself is based off the Japanese justice system, where they have an extremely high conviction rate. It's like in the 90%, if not more. And the entire idea of it is that, yeah, if you're going to trial, you're probably going to be found guilty, which, you know, is not a good thing. And so that's why you have like legendary prosecutors, like they're the ones that are in the limelight. Lana Skye, you had Von Karma as well. Von Karma was like the best of the best. Edgeworth, of course. Like the defendants, the defending attorney. What am I? Is it just attorney? Defense attorney. There we go. The defense attorneys like are basically just doing their best, but generally speaking, they're very weak. It's like Phoenix is surprisingly like powerful. That's why I was gonna say, outside of Phoenix and Edgeworth's dad, what other defense attorneys are there? Like, what other defense attorney could actually like even stand a chance of getting Joe Dark off? That's crazy that they had to like actually like fake evidence allegedly to like get him convicted. Or maybe it was specifically to get to the death penalty, like to push it even further. I don't know. Losaka. Is Losaka a name? I couldn't bring myself to testify about that instant. Oh. I tried, but the words just wouldn't come out. Oh, Asmo! The location it's taking place in Losaka. I drew a picture, but it wasn't any good. 2 years ago. You must have been 14. That's understandable. Once it was all over, I made up my mind. I decided that when I grew up, I'd become a scientific investigator. I knew it! That's great motivation. I want to be able to fight crime with my testimonies and find the evidence to make an airtight case. That way, Lana would never have to forge any. Aww. Except for the part that Lana forged some in the first place. That's not as aw. I see. I think I'm finally starting to understand what makes Emma tick. But there's still something that bothers me about that crime. I don't remember the moment when Dark stabbed Mr. Marshall. So, you weren't able to testify about that? No. I was only asked about when I was attacked. Oh, wait, this actually is very concerning. So there is a chance that Dark didn't kill Marshall. There's a good chance that she saw like that you know, that instant in time, and then Dark ran away, and then Gank came in and killed Marshall. That's a very real possibility, which makes this a lot worse, especially for Gant, but like, it makes it a lot more interesting for us in a way. No, I was only asked about when I was attacked. That must be why she made up the crime. Aha. Made it up. You mean, provided bogus evidence. The prosecutor's office wanted that guilty verdict so badly. Lana forged the evidence and Mr. Edgeworth used it. Edgeworth? Yes, but I'm sure he didn't know anything about it. He couldn't have known he was given false evidence. Even so, that's when it all started. The rumors about Mr. Edgeworth, I mean, it's all my fault. And that's also why, I didn't think about this, but she's a noted Edgeworth fanboy. So this is also probably where her, like, fanaticism about him came in, and she probably has some guilt about the fact that he used forged evidence because of her, air quotes, failures in the trial proceedings. If I could have just testified properly, none of this would have happened. So it's true, even though he may not have known it. Edgeworth really was involved in falsifying evidence. After that case ended, Lana was never the same. She became cold, like she is today. She must not have been able to face up to what she did. Especially not to Emma. There's something that's puzzling me, Emma. What is it? What is it? Yeah. Is it the fact that, what is the evidence that got faked? You said you were in Lana's office at that time, right? Oh, is it like, where was Lana at the time? That's right. Why then would a serial killer come running in there? Actually, that's a really good point. I had assumed that, like, if you're in Lana... Well, the prosecutor's office. Was he killing prosecutors? We don't know the other 5 names on the list, do we? Serial murder. Edward Jones, Jason Knight, Edith Kirby, Rachel Moss, Jeb Bates. I don't know any of those other names. I don't think the game has told us any of the other names either. Not only that, but he was being chased by a prosecutor? Yeah, who was Joe Dark, like, as a person, I wonder? Oh, there's no mystery there. Joe Dark had been taken in for questioning that day. Okay, yeah, that kind of tracks for what I was kind of assuming originally. And that he somehow broke out, but, like, that's a bigger... Well, I guess, if he was getting taken in for questioning, that doesn't necessarily mean he would be, like... If you're taking in for questioning and you're not, like, a suspect, you're not gonna be, like, put in, like, cuffs or, like, put in a very specific area. And maybe, like, he was walking out at the time, and then that's when they started chasing him because, like, wait a minute, I just realized, stop that man, and, like, then they run after him or something. Taken in for questioning? You mean by the police? Of course. This happened at the police department. Why is Lana's office at the police department and not at the prosecutor's building? He tried to run away halfway through the interview and fled into my sister's office. But why did he run all the way over to your sister's office? Because the detective's offices and the questioning room are right across from the elevator. What? Across from the elevator? But Lana was the chief prosecutor, wasn't she? No, silly. Didn't I tell you? 2 years ago, Lana was a detective. Oh! There it is! I was like, why is she at the police office? Because she was a detective. Hold on a second, wait a minute. She was a detective. She was a detective. He was a detective. He was a detective. And then obviously, yeah, he was a detective too. Hold on. Was she on this case with them? She hates prosecutors. That's a very known thing. Is it before or after that Lana became a prosecutor? What the? She was the best in the entire force. What? That's news to me. After the Joe Dark case, she was transferred to the prosecutor's office and made chief prosecutor. I don't know how law works, but I thought law and police were very different things. At least in America. Kind of, sort of. There's a whole can of worms with that, but... Lana used to be a detective. I better have another talk with her. That's what I'm saying, Almina. It's like, how do you make that transition from the police detective to prosecuting attorney that easily? What the? I don't want to present Emma with anything right now. I don't think we need to interrogate Emma. Well, well, well. That's what I'm saying, Almina. February 24th, detention center, visitors room. Lana! Mr. Wright, it seems I keep causing you trouble. Falsifying evidence. I didn't think you were the type. Criminals don't mind playing foul. Why should we? But Lana, if you're wrong, an innocent person might be found guilty. Believe me, I understand the risks. Lana, Emma told me about you. Oh? About how you were a detective 2 years ago. And how the SL9 incident was the reason for your transfer to the prosecutor's office. Why were so many detectives, like, transferred around then? But why was Goodman kept as a detective then? Was he, like, under the thumb of Gant? Is it, like, there was a connection here between the two of them? Or, like these three could, like, pry into it for Gant, but Gant didn't want that, so he demoted them, whereas Goodman didn't have, like, the wherewithal to, like, dig into it, and until he started to dig into it, Gant didn't care about him being a detective? That's right. Could you fill me in on the details? Especially about that unusual change of jobs. I suppose you have a right to know, Mr. Wright. A lot of revelations were uncovered at the trial today, not the least of which was the fact that this case is largely connected to another one 2 years ago. Evidence from that case was stolen as well, though I expected as much. I know how obsessive Officer Marshall can be. That trial, it really wasn't fair, was it? I believed in you, Lana. I believe that no matter what happened, you'd always stick to the truth. It couldn't be helped, Emma. At that trial 2 years ago, I sold my soul. Well, all drama aside, the fact of the matter is, at 5:15, there was no murder at the police department. Tell me it's not true, Lana. What the witness, Miss Starr, said. About you stabbing Mr. Goodman with a knife. Lana, I don't understand. Why won't you tell us? Emma, this doesn't involve just me. Yeah. I don't think I've ever seen Lana so phased before. It's true. I was a member of the police force 2 years ago. She was amazing. Yeah, there it is. Hold on now. They still talk about all the cases she and Chief Gant cracked together. Yeah. So, if they cracked it together... We know that Starr, Marshall, Goodman, and other Marshall were working together on the Joe Dark case. They never said Skye or Gant was on that case. I wonder if there's something to go along with that as well. Like, these detectives were trying to crack the case. They failed. Skye and Gant took it over, and they had to do the shady evidence. And then because they did shady evidence, they were like, okay, we can't talk about this ever again. You need to, like, move to a different area. I'll demote some people that are detectives. That way we can, like, just scatter this case to the four winds, in a way, right? I mean, I feel that, Almina, but there's a difference between, you still need to, like, do your job correctly. Like, I think that should be the bigger part about it. Like, let's see the full extent of this. Also, what's up, Halloween Dragon? Welcome in. Hi. They still talk about all the cases she and Chief Gant cracked together. Chief Gant? He was the deputy chief of police back then, but he still worked the crime scenes. Oh, that's Lana saying it. Dim Gant. He was everything I aspired to be. They were the best team ever. They solved crimes before the reports could even be filed. Emma really idolizes her big sister. I mean, she might just be saying that as like how good they are, but at the same time, it's like, before they're even filed makes it seem like you're just sticking people into boxes. Like, we need to have someone guilty of this, let's put this guy in there. But now you're chief prosecutor. What happened? I always planned on becoming a prosecutor. Okay, that's valid. The reason I became a detective was... jury lurking? To gain experience investigating crime scenes so you could use that experience in court, right? Gant's help in the SL9 case was crucial to its resolution. After that, he became chief of police and arranged my transfer to the prosecutor's office. Maybe I should ask more about this investigation of theirs 2 years ago. Alright, here's the big stuff. 2 years ago, I was second in command of the detectives investigating Dark. Second command? After Gant? So all of them were in this Dark case together then. Okay. Second in command. That means the investigation was led by Damon Gant, right? Yes. Deputy Chief Gant and I shared the same office and the same investigations. They shared the same office, so when Dark ran into Lana's office, she was also running into Gant's office? This is getting more concerning in a way. Because I was thinking Gant just was the guilty of, like, forging evidence and, like, him and Lana are trying to, like, hide the evidence away, but now it's like... maybe Joe Dark was innocent the entire time. Maybe Gant's the actual murderer. I don't know about that as much, but... Yes. Deputy Chief Gant and I shared the same office and the same investigations. They even had the same office. We led a team of the best detectives on the force. Yeah, there they are. Detective Goodman, whose case it was. Jake Marshall, Angel Starr. It was the first time Marshall worked with his brother. He was quite gung-ho. Without a doubt, Joe Dark was the serial killer. We asked him to come in for questioning. We were desperate for evidence. That was when his final murder took place. When he tried to murder Emma. Prosecutor Marshall was trying to save me from Dark. You see, the first person who happened upon the scene of the crime was me. Now you tell us. Damon Gant and Neil Marshall were the ones questioning Dark that day. The investigation was in its final stages, and Dark must have suddenly panicked. So we waited until Gant and Marshall let their guards down, then fled the room. From there, he ran straight to the office shared by Deputy Chief Gant, and myself. That's where he found me. So you were the first person to run to the scene, Lana. It appears so. Wait. Oh, I wish there was a log in this game. Where was Gant? Right? If Gant and Marshall were talking to Dark, and then obviously okay, so you have Gant and Marshall talking to Dark. Dark runs. Marshall follows. Marshall sees Dark holding Emma up at knife point. Marshall saves Emma and dies in the process, and then Dark runs out. Like, Gant should have been... yeah, I agree. Gant should have been right behind him. Unless, there is some validity to saying, like, maybe Gant was going to, like, call someone or to get something else, but right now, my initial thought is, until they say otherwise... why was Gant not also running with Marshall? Like, Emma said that it was really dark. She couldn't see anything except for the flash of lightning. I'm wondering if Gant wasn't in the dark somewhere and didn't kill Dark. Well, no, because Dark didn't die. I still think that Gant might have killed Marshall now. It appears so. I was filing some papers while Gant and Marshall were questioning Dark. You've got to be kidding me! Alright. Okay, so Gant 100% did this. There is no way at all that... This is almost comedic in a way, because Dark survived this encounter, because Dark had to be put on trial and got the death penalty. So, like, what are you implying in this instance that Dark had the knife, Marshall tackles him, and then and then Dark like stabs him from behind with the knife and just lays there like that? No, that's not how that works. I assume Marshall went to tackle Dark, and then Gant killed Marshall or something. Like, this makes no sense whatsoever otherwise. When I returned to my office, I saw 3 bodies on the floor and smelled blood. But they didn't also then give the death penalty to a dead pope. 3 bodies. Prosecutor Marshall, the victim, Emma, who had passed out, and the suspect, Joe Dark. During the struggle, it seems Mr. Marshall struck a final blow before he died. That doesn't make any sense at all. I mean, it does make sense. He stabs Marshall from behind. Marshall in his last like dying breath gives him like a sucker punch or something, knocks him out. Sure. But it doesn't make sense. Why would he stab him from behind in that case? It was stabbed in the front and that happened. Sure, I could see that, but it wasn't. It was stabbed from behind. Wait. You know what'd be really sick, actually? This is the murder weapon from this trial. Do we still have the other murder weapon? We do? You know what'd be really, really sick? If we could use, our fingerprinting set and see if it still works on the switchblade knife that was used to kill, Marshall, and see if, like, that would tell us who held it. It was a dollar walk in. Hi. Joe Dark had incurred a minor concussion and lay unconscious. What did you do? To be honest, I panicked. I picked up Emma, carried her out of the room, and just held her. Can't blame her. After all, her sister must have gone... I can't blame her. After all her sister must have gone through. After that, I placed Dark under immediate arrest. Let me get this straight. You were all involved in the SL9 incident? That's right. Quite a coincidence, I don't think it's a coincidence. I don't buy it. Thank you, Phoenix. What are you saying? Yes. I like it when Phoenix is actually smart. There's no way everyone involved in this trial was also involved in that incident. Just by chance. Yeah, Emma, run the numbers. What's the percentage of that happening? Think about that. But that case was solved 2 years ago. At least one person went to extremes because they didn't believe it was truly solved. Officer Marshall. Yes, his actions came as a surprise to me as well. Ever since his brother died, he's changed completely. I guess he wasn't convinced with the ruling against Joe Dark. Life doesn't end with the closing of the case. Everyone has to live the rest of their lives with their memories. That case just might not be over yet. Emma was assaulted by Dark at the police department, right? Yes. In the office that Damon Gant and I shared. The office that Mr. Gant now occupies by himself. The chief's office? Hold on a second. Maybe we should have a look at the chief's office. The site of the final SL9 murder. There's no way that, the spray bottle can pick up stuff from 2 years ago, right? The luminal testing fluid? I don't think I have anything to talk to her. Whoa! Okay. She doesn't want to talk about the evidence, that's fine. Hold on now. I guess we're going to the, Criminal Affairs Department. February 24th, Police Station. Criminal Affairs Department. I don't see Detective Gumshoe anywhere. Things seem kind of quiet around here today. You're right. The chief of detectives seems the same, though. Why don't we go look for some other people to talk to? Right. We can come back here later. Hold on a second, though. That man must be the chief of detectives. Because they never made a different sprite for this office, that he's just always there. He's staring at the screen so hard it might shatter. What? Dark case may have been fabricated. That's what I thought all along. I just never bothered to tell anyone. Now, there's a guy who cares about his work. He got updated. Aeon! Hi, welcome in. Surprise, hi, welcome in. He got updated, didn't he? That's not what the Blue Badger looked like before. He's got... Did his colors change a little bit? Or am I wrong? They look more neon yellow than before. February 24th, police department entrance. Hold on. No, I guess not. I guess I'm just misremembering. Huh. Howdy, Bambina. Oh, Mr. Marshall. Never thought things turned out this way when I woke up this morning. Que sera, sera. You never know where life will lead you, eh, Bambina? Should've known my luck had run out when old Billy dried up this morning. Billy? Who's Billy? Is it his, like, bottle of drink? This janky justice system is still somehow functional? It's a great question, Aeon. Must be his pet cactus. Say, where are you headed? Just over to the prosecutor's office for a little interrogation. It's a voluntary appearance, though. But we all know I won't be coming back. Sorry. But you can't go into the evidence room today, partner. But, Mr. Marshall, why did you do it? Why did prosecutors head west? Why did prospectors head west? I'm so used to him saying the other. If ever there was a case I need to know the truth about, it was that one. Before you turn yourself in, Mr. Marshall, would you mind telling us exactly what happened? Looks like I won't be getting a steak lunch today. Oh, sick, we can talk to him. Haha. Someone was fishy about that trial from the beginning. Wasn't just me either. All the detectives thought so. What do you mean fishy? Some of the facts reported were inconsistent with the evidence we found. For example, the murder weapon. Haha, here we go. The murder weapon? You mean that switchblade knife with the broken tip? Yeah, why was the tip broken? I didn't... Knowing more, I don't know why the tip being broken is important to us in this. That was Joe Dark's, alright. But in the initial autopsy report, the question was raised. Is it about the Wait! The night of the incident. Neil Marshall. Okay, so you have... Oh my god. Oh my god. Joe Dark runs into the office where Emma Skye is at. Neil Marshall follows. Joe Dark tries to keep Emma as a hostage, but Neil Marshall is able to get Emma away from him. He tackles Joe Dark. That's what Emma said. In doing so, if Neil Marshall tackled Joe Dark and Joe Dark had his knife out, there's a good chance that the knife would slip from his hand and fall on the floor and shatter and break. So with the knife on the floor and Joe Dark, like, incapacitated, someone else, in this case presumably Deputy Chief Damon Gant, comes in, takes the broken knife, and uses it to kill Neil Marshall. Why? I don't know. See, that's the thing now is like, okay, and yeah, you can see there's blood on the broken tip. So it's not that the tip was broken off after it was killed. Theoretically, I don't know how deep into it they're gonna get, but the fact that there's blood on the broken tip implies to me that it was stabbed with the broken tip. Because if it was stabbed and then broken after the fact, you would think that this part right here would be like clean, and then everything else around it would be dirty. You feel? Knife's more durable than that. It's possible the knife might have broken on bone, though. But does the game know the knives are more durable than that? But in the initial autopsy, a report was raised. A question. The blade of the knife was not a perfect match with the wound the victim sustained. Ooh, hold on now. This is different. This is not where I thought it was gonna go at all. Oh man, I wish I paid more attention to the one image. I was so like struck with the fact that maybe it's different. Maybe what happened actually is there's a third knife. I think there might be a third knife then. If that's the case, what probably happened was Damon Gant killed Neil Marshall with his own knife, and then took this knife, which might have been broken not from the kerfuffle. That would lead Almina's knives are more durable than that to like be more consistent, and that this knife was broken beforehand, possibly from something else. Damon Gant killed him and then took his own knife out and put the switchblade knife in, which again would explain why you have this broken tip that was still bloody, because it doesn't make sense otherwise as to like how that would work out, especially if it's a broken knife. That you can kill someone with a broken knife, don't get me wrong, but like it would be a lot harder, and with how it didn't seem like there was as much of a struggle. The blade of the knife was not a perfect match with the wound the victim sustained. What does that mean? It means there's a good chance the knife was not the murder weapon. However, in the report that was finally submitted, the possibility had been erased. Could the facts have been concealed with forged evidence? Aha, that's the evidence they were forging, that there was another knife. That case left behind scars on all of us. The scars that the SL9 incident left behind. I got the looks, but he got the brains. He was one of the best prosecutors around. I just made detective when it went down. It was our first case together. How old was he? Your brother? He was 27 at the time. He was awarded the highest honor that very day. The highest honor? You mean the King of Prosecutors trophy? King of Prosecutors. I knew it. What are you looking to me for? That's an honor for a prosecutor. Mr. Marshall must have really been close with his brother. Wait. Why would he do that? He was just given the King of Well, the dates match up, right? Because King of Prosecutors is theoretically an annual event, and SL9 happened, you know, like 2 years ago. And then this event happened the day of this. Like, it makes sense that the dates line up, but now I'm wondering if this actually has more to do with the murder than I thought originally. In that maybe, like, the motivation for this is that Damon Gant maybe Damon Gant hates prosecutors. I don't know. This is interesting. Maybe he's the one. Yeah, like, what? It's actually insane that it was not Edgeworth breaking the win streak, but it was him. Well, no, wait. Wait, what? Wait, how did he win the King of Prosecutors award? I thought he was a detective. Oh, he's a prosecutor. He was a prosecutor. He was working with them, but he was not a detective himself. He was a prosecutor. Okay. I got really confused there for a second. Wow. Detectives becoming prosecutors, prosecutors becoming detectives, cats and dogs. Mr. Marshall must have been really close with his brother. The day the SL9 incident took place, that wasn't the same day as... That's right. It was the day of the evidence transferal. Oh, that makes even more sense then. I was like, why would this date matter? And it's not. It's just coincidentally the date of the King of Prosecutors trophy is the same day as the evidence transferal, which again we know because that's when this was happening, this entire thing. Oh. Oh my god, there's a third case. There's presumably a third case. So it's not that, oh. How long have the Joe Dark killings been going on for? It doesn't tell me. It just says Edward Jones, Jason Knight, Edith Kirby, Rachel Moss, Jeb Bates, and Neil Marshall. But evidence transferal matters for a closed case, right? That's also fair, Asmo. There's a lot going on here. Where if it happened on the day of the evidence transferal, let it play out. There's more to explore here. Interesting. It was drizzling that morning, and by nightfall, there was thunder. Can't believe 2 years had gone by already. Try to steal the evidence so the case wouldn't die. Apparently someone tried to stop you. Detective Goodman was murdered, and the evidence locker was empty. There was something going on behind the scenes in that case. We all knew that later. Every detective involved in that investigation, save one, was taken care of. Miss Starr was fired, and I was demoted and boxed away in that tiny room. What about Detective Goodman? Yeah, why was nothing done to him, I wonder? If they did something to him, too, the commissioners would get suspicious. So he had to be the one that didn't get, like... He had to be, like, the opposite of the fall guy, effectively. No, they were careful enough not to be too obvious. They? Who are you talking about? Don't get upset, Bambina. I mean Damon Gant and Lana Skye. The investigation led Damon Gant and his investigation lead Damon Gant and his second in command, Lana Skye. There wasn't a person on the force who hadn't heard of that duo. That case was the biggest step in both of their careers. After the case ended, Lana transferred to the prosecutor's... office, right? Yeah. Damon Gant, the new chief of police, arranged for that to happen. She's never been the same since she left. Everyone who knew her said so. Chief Prosecutor Skye was totally different when she was a detective. Now that you mention it, Emma said something like that too. Tell me, what happened to my sister? Sorry, Bambina, but her secret is too well guarded. I never found out. Lana's secret. It all started 2 years ago. So there you have it. Wait. Maybe Gant didn't do it. Maybe he didn't do it in that incident. Maybe he wasn't the one that killed Neil Marshall. Maybe Lana Skye killed Neil Marshall. She comes in. She sees Joe Dark and Neil Marshall. It's dark. You can't see what's going on. You see your sister is there. And as Amina would testify, like, yeah, you would do anything to save your sister. You go and you stab the one who seems to be winning the fight. in order to save your sister and to save your a detective that's working on the case with you. The lightning strike happens. The lights turn on. You realize that you're the one who murdered someone. You try to sweep it under the rug. Luckily, Damon Gant is there. He can help you sweep it under the rug. But you also get transferred to the prosecutor's office. And because you have done a murder and you had to sweep it under the rug, you have this immense guilt in you. That changes you as a person. It changes you so much that later on, when Bruce Goodman is trying to reopen the case, Damon Gant, on his own, kills Goodman, and Lana takes this as the opportunity to, like, come clean, and like, she's like, okay, no, I killed Goodman, and in a way, that's her trying to atone for the fact that she accidentally killed Neil Marshall. I think she accidentally did a blue on blue, yeah. So there you have it. That's my story. Did you enjoy it, partner? It was certainly enlightening. It really was, yeah. There's one thing for sure I found out in court today. That boy Edgeworth isn't my enemy. He was the one who used falsified evidence to get a guilty verdict. But someone else was the one who gave him that evidence and planned everything. That someone is Damon Gant. Don't believe me? Well, I don't blame you. I won't even be a patrolman after today. What was that? Too bad I won't be around to work with you. When you become a real scientific investigator. Aww. Adios, Bambina. Aww, Marshall. The Blue Badger is still writhing around today. Let's give him the benefit of the doubt and say he's dancing. Speaking of dancing, the whole police department has been dancing about like crazy since the other day. Can I take out his batteries? I just can't help but feel he's going to do something naughty. What's the joke over here now? Look, that patrolman is saluting the other guy. He must be a detective. Ah! Nande. Hairu, welcome in. Can't believe I saw Ace Windfall's neck in the big 2026. Oh my god. It's scandalous, I know, right? I debated marking that one not safe for work, but I was like, technically the scarf is on. That's just, it's like a hot boy police calendar level of R18. It's like R16. I know. It was quite unsightly of me. Hey. Look, that patrolman is saluting the other guy. He must be a detective. So I cuffed the lout, right? And then... Hold on. So I cuffed the lout, right? Then you know what he says? What are you, a moron? I'm an undercover agent. Oh, man. I hate it when that happens. I guess he wasn't saluting. He was just listening to how his friend messed up. They make a good pair. I like that. That's always fun. Now if we saw Clavicle, that would be not safe for Hanger. Yeah. Wayne, could you see Clavicle in there? Clavicle is the collarbone, right? That's like the like right above where the harness is on my chest. You can't see Clavicle there, can you? No, it is. Ah! Don't look at that. Don't look at that. Sorcerer, don't go into the Discord and don't go to hashtag commissioned art and then zoom in on that image. That's risque, as they say. Promiscuous service crew. We're on the case right now. Save for after work. The detectives in here look pretty busy. Do you think the detectives on this case would be looking at Clavicle? No, they're busy talking about the stories of how they messed up and watching the Blue Badger dance. Just imagine, right now, behind those doors, a police drama in action. Some of the thought fails to excite me. See, no excitement right now, Sarah's crew. Alright, criminal affairs to... Wait. Eh? How do I get to, Yeah. How do I get to the detective's? Well, the chief is probably gonna pop up here, and then I'll talk to him, and then I can get to his office, I guess. I mean, no. You're the one that posted neck on main. Okay. Neck on main. Damn. February 24th, police station, criminal affairs department. This place is always pretty empty, but today it's deserted. You were just in here, Phoenix. Must mean that everyone's busy solving crimes. Oh, if you're looking for the others, they're all in the conference room. Thanks. Wow, he actually talked to us. That is actually rare. With the chief prosecutor saying what she did and the decision about what to do. Chief prosecutor! By Mr. Edgeworth. Not to mention our statement to the media in tomorrow's trial. There's more chaos going on than Thanksgiving and Christmas put together. I think festive is the word usually used for those. Sir, we'd like to have a look around Chief Gant's office. There we go, okay. That's not who I thought we were gonna get permission from, but this works. Promiscuous, stop. Just a hint, just a hint. Just a tease of collarbone. A tasteful amount, thank you. See, that's like you can put that up on your cubicle in the office, and then when someone comes in, that's like just tasteful enough that you can like get away with it. Again, it's like a fireman calendar, right? It's like you did it for a good cause. It's to help the firemen out. In this case, it's helping me out. Just use the connecting hallway to the other building and take the elevator to the top floor. Really? You mean it's okay for us to go in there? I mean, we aren't police officers or anything. Hey, you're right. You can't go in there. It's off limits. Now I see where Detective Gumshoe gets his unique charm. Well, what are we waiting for? Let's head to the chief's office. Yeah, like we're not supposed to do it, but hey, we know where it is now. Haha. I'm looking. That's like real. I'm stealing that line. That's so good. I'm looking at it for charity. My name is Charity. Yoink. Why does he have a? Dude, I think he might be a villain. We're in the organ from Hollow Knight Silksong. We're about to fight the character from Hollow Knight Silksong that you fight in the organ area. This is sick as hell, but this is also just like what building is this? Wait. Sir, should you see that on the right? Do you see that right above my head? Hold on. And then if we go back to the game. Wow, we have a lot of pieces of evidence. Something's getting a little fishy. He was a Vesper, hi. Is that the organ from Beauty and the Beast Christmas special? That is the weirdest reference to me right now, Vesper, because I believe it was yesterday's what is it called? Hold on, I need to look at my old man phone games folder on my phone real quick. I think it was yesterday's Thrice. I believe it was yesterday's Thrice, or like a Thrice, which is a it's a good daily game. It's 5 trivia questions. You get 3 guesses each on the trivia questions, and they give you hints. And I think yesterday's first question was someone plays a character in the Beauty and Beast Christmas special, or like it's someone plays a I think it is a pipe organ. I think it's hold on. I need to do a bit right now. Thrice game previous days. Thrice Games archive. Is there an archive? Geeks Who Think Thrice. Yeah, I know how this works. Can I go? Is there an archive for this game? I don't know if there is. Oh, yes! Oh my god, nice! Say on. Tim Curry played it! Editor, put it up. There we go. Oh my god, this is from yesterday. This is literally from August 1st. insane poll, Vesper, for me specifically that you pulled it out. Because yeah, I got this in one too. The first question of yesterday's Thrice was, Tim Curry plays an evil pipe organ in The Enchanted Christmas, a direct-to-video midquel to what 90s Disney film? And the answer is Beauty and the Beast. So I didn't even see what the other ones were. But like, that's insane that twice in the span of like 24 hours, I've gotten Beauty and the Beast Christmas special. Good lord. Yo's the Bendis. What's up, Harmonica? Welcome in. Hi. Sluggy for your lateness. You never have to apologize for lateness, Harmonica. You're just in time because we're talking about pipe organs. I was gonna say we're talking about harmonicas. So I'm really bad at like saying names and things today. I apologize. I called Asma Mina. I was about to call a pipe organ a harmonica. Good lord. Good lord. Good lord. There's something happening here, and what it is ain't exactly clear. You're just song posting, Almina. The harmonica is with the cowboy. He didn't have a harmonica, did he? He had a flask, which is a different thing. But he could probably like pull a harmonica and... I wanted to make that joke a little about harmonica, that like a harmonica is just a smaller pipe organ when you think of it. You just blow into both of them, just... Okay. But no, what were we talking about? I think I just got distracted because Vesper popped in and talked about the Beauty and the Beast Christmas special, and I was like, I know what Vesper's talking about, insanely enough. Oh, you're right, the person with the harmonica. You have to have both of them. Technically. Since your throat is a pipe. Your throat as a pipe is like such a good I don't know how to put into words, but like that feels like a copy pasta or like some kind of memeable bit that like in 2 years time someone will say, imagine your throat as a pipe, right? It has vibes like that. I can't explain it. But yes, also, I mean, there's a broken vase up here, which is reminiscent of this broken vase that we have. And also, Damon Gant and Lana Skye are collaborating on a murder together or something. All instruments are either pipe organs or lyres. You either blow into it or it has strings. Piano, a lyre. A pipe organ, believe it or not, a pipe organ. Wait. Bad example there. Remember what 2 years ago when I talked about my detective TTRPG character? The one that I think you used images from Yofukashi no Uta's detective character as your character inspo? Yeah. It was all about 80s stuff, which led me buying 80s stuff. I didn't realize that's where the 80s fascination came from, harmonica. Neat. I think the brace isn't broken, it's just like that. Yeah, but there are vases here in the first place, Vesper, which inherently to me leads to sussy. Like, right? Trumpet, pipe organ. Sitar, lyre. Flute, pipe organ. Saxophone, pipe organ. Makes sense. Campaign went on hiatus at like session 50, and it's ended without an ending. And so we're doing a reboot with less magical stuff going on. And more 80s stuff going on. If it's less magical, you guys going retro? A centaur is a mythical species? Wait, what? Wait, what? A centaur is a mythical species is the same type of sentence as your throat is a pipe. I mean, I digress. Speaking of pipe organs, spare parts. February 24th, Police Department, Chief's Office. That's where the music's been coming from this entire time. I always think it's like a baseball game, which is valid because it was a pipe organ the entire time. It's set years after when the campaign took place, so instead of being high schoolers, they're all in their mid-20s. Oh, that's cool, actually. I'm always a big fan of media that takes place when characters are like adults. I think I got really sick of high school stuff. I can see the appeal of it here and there, but there's a lot of and there is, because it's like Harry Potter or like any anime where it's like that there's a structure inherent into when you're in high school or middle school, and it's by breaking that structure that you get interesting things out of it. But like I like it when people in like their 20s or even 30s doing stuff, because it's you're more fully realized as an adult, and it makes more sense that you would have skills and can do stuff. D&D campaign ended this Friday too. Nice, Vesper. Hopefully it was a good ending. It was a fun ending. A sitar, not a centaur. Oh, Asmo, thank you. I don't know if Almina was doing that as a bit for me, but I'm glad that you were able to parse the double bit that might have been going on. Almina. Good lord. Oh, nice cute little epilogue. Did you guys have to, like, what kind of campaign were you guys doing? Were you guys doing like a BBEG campaign? Or was it like more slice of lifey, idyllic, and then you just get like your cute little epilogue? Basically, my Sherlock Holmes obsessed detectives wannabe, my Sherlock Holmes obsessed detective wannabe is now a private investigator who has to do music tutoring to actually pay the rest of her bills. So this is her office. Is that the segue we were looking for, Harmonica? Is that you have a private detective office with a pipe organ in it, which is of course just a fancy harmonica. Look, that's you right there. Hold on, where's the? That's Harmonica's character. That's Vesper's character. This is of course me. Wait, is there an? Hold on. Is there a face? Okay, I don't know if this is gonna be important, but what the hell's going on here? What is that? That feels very suspicious to me. Even though it's... Oh, editor zoom in. Editor zoom in on that, hold on. I need you to take a look at 3 things in this photo. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Dude, hold on, we're gonna scrab cap this because that way I can zoom in really easily without having to like finagle with stuff. Editor enhance. I need you guys to look at this photo. We've cracked the case in a lot of different ways. Because if we take a gander at this thing, first off, what do we see? Oh, hold on. I need to move this under alerts and extras. There we go. So first and foremost, we see this was taken on, like, Neil had just won the King of Prosecutors trophy, which happened on the day that he died. So this is taken the day of the murder. All right. Second, take a look at this vase back here. Even more than before, does that vase look familiar to you? It should, because that is, in fact, exactly the same as this vase. Look at them. Look at them. It's got the same wavy pattern. It's got the same little bit on the left side there. It doesn't have the presumably blood on it, but boom, that's also a hint. And then, most importantly, the part that really, like, I was like, huh, that's weird. Why is there a knight here? Well, if you look at what the knight has, that's a weapon. Which, if I had to guess, maybe this photo was taken in this office, especially because you can see like these plates. This shelf here, where the other vases were above my head a second ago before the thing moved over, this probably happened over there. If the murder happened in this office, then we have all the pieces together. We have Neil with the King of Prosecutors trophy. We have the vase that was used as evidence, and we have presumably the real murder weapon. Maybe Neil didn't even get murdered by either of them. Maybe Neil got pushed into this thing in the corner, or maybe one of them grabbed this thing and then used it on Neil on accident. Either way, that's not important. The important part is this goofy little image cracked the case for us. And by crack the case, I mean open the case up even more. We still haven't cracked it necessarily, but like that's strong, a strong thing. Thank you, Alina. Also, yeah, it's basically Orenstein. This was your office, Harmonica. It only makes sense. Thank you, Alina, by the way. We've cracked the case just like a nice unstable jar. Whoa. Where am I? In the chief's office, silly. At least, that's what it said on the door. Thank you, Harmonica. Harmonica, don't do it. Harmonica, don't do it. It's good. Nande. check out that pipe organ. That's real, isn't it? Hey, I used to take organ lessons in kindergarten. What? They used to call me Little Miss Bach. Oh, have her play it, please, please, please. I thought I was a genius until they tried teaching me notes. I never could remember where C was. Oh shoot, Gant's here! There's Ornstein, by the way, on the right! Dun 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 dun. Oh, this is gonna get big. Madness. Oh, it's you two. Chief Gant! He put that paper he was reading in his desk. So, righto! Have you been swimming lately? No, I haven't. I've been kind of busy lately. I can appreciate that. Had my hands full too with Mr. Marshall's misconduct. And Lana's provocative statement. Provocative statement? Oh, you mean about the forged evidence? 2 years have passed since that incident. My, how time flies. See that big picture on the wall over there? Yeah, I do. Oh my god, there's just so much in this picture still. That's a picture of Lana, Neil, and me. So this is Mr. Marshall's brother, Prosecutor Neil Marshall. We took it to commemorate our work together. Wait a minute. Oh, do you guys see something else I didn't notice before? This is the King of Prosecutors trophy, the same trophy that he should be holding in that picture, right? Look at it. Really look at it. Notice right here, behind the K, it's just a K on a shield, right? Lot of stabbing weapons in here. Also, the tip of it's broken off. Not unlike the switchblade for some reason. Huh. Was... Huh. What? There's something going on there, and I don't know what it is, but I need you all to keep that in your minds. We took it to commemorate our work together. Something's not right with this picture. Yes! Yes! Oh my god, I love when Nick actually can see things. I can't quite seem to put my finger on it, though. Well, it's fine that he can't fully, because maybe the player doesn't. I do as the player, but I'm glad that Nick is pointing it out. Gantine picture added to the court record. This is my favorite thing that Gant does, where he just sits there for a little bit longer than he needs to. Anyway, I'd like to reminisce all day, but there are matters that need my attention. I'm gonna lock up here, so let's go out together. Oh, but this office, it was a crime scene 2 years ago, wasn't it? That case has long since been over. There's no need to investigate it anymore. All the same, we'd still like to have a look around. Perhaps you didn't hear me. I said, there's no need to investigate it anymore. Now hurry up and get out. I have a meeting to attend. Do you think Emma knows how to pick a lock? Did Maya know how to pick a lock? Did I hallucinate that? Build 42 stable, so many beautiful buildings. Oh, I didn't even look at, I played a little bit of Build 42 on Wednesday, Harmonica, right? And like, I don't know if the room that I found that I like put in the Discord was like new or not, the like behind the boxes, which I was a little bit disappointed. I got a military backpack, which is like the best backpack, but like, I wish there was like more weapons or something behind there. That's not the point though. I didn't even look at like, cause the other thing too, Harmonica, was I didn't spawn in my usual spawn points. I went to Riverside, which I've never spawned in before. So I had no like, point of reference for it. But yeah. There is a decent chunk of like, it's really cool. I'm really excited to play more of it. which we're going to talk about more tomorrow. If anyone likes Project Zomboid, see if you can come into the Zatsu, the free chat tomorrow, because we're going to talk about plans for something related to Zomboid that day. Every house is like new now. See, I thought it was just like a Riverside thing, because I was like, dang, there's some interesting buildings in here. But I hadn't played enough to think that it was new to the build and not just new in general, or new to the area, I guess. It's still neat. Bedness in the picture, she's standing behind like the Ornstein statue. Like, why didn't they move the statue a little bit further to the left or something? Like, why did they do it right there? They say the statue was intact until the VQ6 incident 7 years ago, when the recipient fell in it during the award ceremony and died. The thing is, Asmo, we're supposed to find out why this is broken at some point. Presumably Gumshoe will tell us why this statue looks like it at some point, which would be interesting. Because the shield and the sword are both broken in the image, right? It's not like they're intact, it's like they're already broken here. And the original idea that I think someone had brought up, it might have even been you, Asmo, was the idea that like, oh, the shield is broken because as prosecutors, you're supposed to break the defense, which is an insane thing to say, but like, it could fit. Looks like we aren't welcome. It seems the case isn't over with yet, after all. What do you mean? Chief can't deny a request to search the crime scene. That means there must be a reason he didn't want us looking around in there. In the context of this game, I agree with that. However, I do have to say to a certain extent, like, just because you say you don't want it, like, it's very much like, there's a slippery slope line of thinking here, which I don't think the game is engaging in, but I do want to, like, stress for everyone else, obviously. If you're not guilty, you have nothing to hide is not a good excuse, Phoenix. You mean, like a clue? There's gotta be a way we can get inside the chief's office. Maybe we can get Gumshoe to help us. Drinking tea out of a mason jar. Ooh, neat. Enjoy. What kind of tea you got? What tea you rocking today, Vesper? Seriously, why is the K there? Makes sense that something that looks like it could be a genuine trophy. Well, the K is there because it's the king of prosecutors, obviously. One tea now. Enjoy it, Almina. I will be able to enjoy you guys as tea drinkers in like an hour or two or something. February 24th, police station, criminal affairs department. Hey, pal. There's Gumshoe. Simple Louisiane tea. What is Louisiane? Is that just the herb? Hey, pal. Detective Gumshoe. Aren't you supposed to be in a meeting? I'm, just taking a breather. My feet hurt. From sitting so long? Actually, from serving everyone coffee. Sounds like Detective Gumshoe's still out of the loop. Say! Have either of you seen Mr. Edgeworth? Edgeworth? No. Why do you ask? He's under fire from both the police department and the prosecutor's office. It's almost like the battles between you two in court. That sounds serious. Is it because of what my sister said? That's basically what it all boils down to. Falsified evidence 2 years ago. Now Mr. Edgeworth has the whole world after his blood. Yikes. The brand? Don't really know the blend. It's just what you would throw into a pot of boiling water and make for the house. Oh, neat. So presumably like a black tea or something similar. Neat. But why would Edgeworth be blamed? It's not like he knew the evidence was forged. Lana Skye is the guilty party here, isn't she? Regardless, a prosecutor is responsible for the evidence they present in court. Not only that, but as you know, there have been a lot of rumors going around about Mr. Edgeworth. His amazing talent as a prosecutor kept him safe from those who don't like him. But now, with this, are there really so many people who hate him? In our world, only those with talent rise to the top. Mr. Edgeworth not only has that, but he's young. It's no better recipe I know for making enemies. Hey, Dick, keep up the good work. Yes, sir. Let's go for lunch again sometime. My treat. Oh my god. Is this the game effectively saying like, okay, if you're young and good at your job, you make enemies, and if you're older and dumb, you don't make enemies? And that like, oh, Gumshoe has a lot of friends, implying that he's both older and dumb? No! Yes, sir. You gotta take me back to that joint sometime, okay, Dick? Yes, sir. Seems you don't have any problem with enemies. Oh my god. Yeah, well, I'm careful not to stick out. Anyway, I'm a bit worried about him. Under all this pressure, I'm afraid Mr. Edward just might crack. Actually, I took a look at the file earlier while the coffee was brewing. He seems genuinely concerned for Edgeworth. Well, did you find out anything? Only evidence Dark left behind was during his final attack. His final attack? You mean when he killed Prosecutor Marshall, who was trying to protect some girl? Wait, so maybe he wasn't the one who killed everyone else either. Ooh. Don't judge a book by its cover, service crew. Me. It seems Detective Gumshoe never realized Emma was the girl. That's when he left the most incriminating evidence of all. Well, what was it? Oh, let's see. I think it had something to do with the murder weapon. No, I forget. Look, it's all written somewhere in here, okay? His powers of recollection never fail to impress. Maybe we should show him the murder weapon. It might jog his memory. Hold on, real quick. Did we get more info? No, it's still the 5 pages, okay. Joe Dark was 42 at the time of the crime. He was just a run-of-the-mill businessman. A businessman? What made him take to serial killing? One day on his way home from work, he hit someone with his car. With his car? So, it was an accident. An accident, yeah. But it transformed him into an animal. An animal? I'm thinking that Joe Dark might be innocent. He might have done a hit and run / manslaughter. We don't know about that one, but like, this is definitely painting shades of like, he had a taste of blood and then he became a serial killer, which is very much like, as we know, there was forged evidence, and they presumably also now might have forged the entire incident leading up to this. In fact, this might be insane to say because we don't know that much about SL9, but what is to say that these are all connected? Like, if you're a serial killer, and again, this is like a fictionalized version of it theoretically, but serial killers have like a tell or a sign or some kind of like something that connects their cases together. What connects Edward Jones, Jason Knight, Edith Kirby, Rachel Moss, and Jet Bates? No one has told us so far why this is a serial killing case. Unless it's just the legitimate, like, it's serial killing as in there were multiple murders. And if that's the case, what my brain is now thinking of is, like, did Joe Dark actually kill them? Or did he hit and run someone with his car, probably Edward Jones, and then the police had to, like, they had 4 other nondescript cases that they couldn't solve, and they just pinned all 6 of these on him? What do you think? An animal? He killed the man that witnessed the accident. Then he killed the lady who saw the second crime. The kid walked by just then, so he killed him too. Then a jogger came upon the scene and was killed as well. Finally, he turned himself in. Okay, okay, wait. Okay, that's very, okay, hold on. That's very, it's not, okay, maybe he did, okay. That's very different than what I thought was gonna happen. Did you guys ever, like, set up this beautiful string of, like, I think these were 5 unrelated killings, and then the game is just like, no, it was just a, woo, my bad. Enjoy your coffee, Asma, enjoy. It seems he was a pretty careless animal. Of course, this is all conjecture. There wasn't a single shred of evidence. So, okay, so maybe my thing might still be on the case. and they're just using that as the excuse as to why he killed those 5, but... The bigger thing is still, yeah, he turned himself in? Yeah. But in the middle of his questioning, he fled and murdered his final victim. Something doesn't seem right now. Obviously, we know it's not, but still. Prosecutor Marshall. That crime was witnessed by someone, too, but luckily Dark was arrested on the spot. Also, I didn't realize Joe Dark's hair looked like that, like an onion. Spike back something weird and fierce. It's a good thing that last witness wasn't killed. That last witness? AKA Emma. Make him a spree killer, not a serial killer. I don't know the difference. I mean, I can interpret the difference, but I didn't know that was a thing. No one cares about spree killers. They only care about serial killers. You. About this. Hey! Is that... Has a tag attached to it with the label SL9 incident on it. I believe this would be the broken murder weapon you were speaking of. What are you doing with that? That's a great question. Ever since that case was closed, that knife's been locked away in a locker. On the day Detective Goodman was murdered, this suddenly disappeared from the locker. And was found in Mr. Edgeworth's car muffler. Oh, it was the thing that was wrapped in Lana Sky's muffler in the muffler. That's it! Now I remember what that incriminating piece of evidence was. When you showed me that knife, it all came back to me. Well, what is it, Detective? Quick, before you forget again. He's so real for that, by the way. He's just like me. This knife, it was Joe Dark's, wasn't it? That's right. We traced it back to the store he bought it at, plus it had his fingerprints on it too. But no one actually witnessed him using it to murder anyone, right? That's where his luck ran out. When we take a good look at the knife, you'll see it's broken. Yeah? You don't have to take a good look to notice that. Yeah, well anyway. Take a guess where the broke-off tip of the knife was found. Oh. That's what did him in. Where was it? The victim, Neil Marshall, was carrying it. Inside his own body. Dang, Almeida would call that with the broken on bone bit. It was found deep inside the stab wound. Why is it only partially... Did it match Dark's knife? You bet! Down to the last fiber. I don't know. That is pretty conclusive, but at the same time, it doesn't match the stab wound's stab, right? That is pretty conclusive. Stabbed in the back, died from punctured heart and lung. A knife tip was in the wound. Broken tip was found in the victim's body, belonged to murderer Joe Dark. Well, there you have it in a nutshell. That's all I know. Can I ask you one more thing? Can you get us in the detective in the chief's office? What is it? It's money you need. You should ask Chief Gant. It's not money, but it does concern the chief. His office is a crime scene, right? It's where Prosecutor Neil Marshall was murdered. The chief's out now and his office is locked. But we'd like to have a look around, if that's okay. Well, any detective's ID card can unlock the door. What? Wait, really? That's stupid. Hell yeah. What, really? But if I let a civilian in there, I'd be charged with breach of trust. Wait. Well, I mean... How long have the ID locks for the doors been a thing? we know, that Emma was waiting in Lana's office, which is also Gant's office 2 years ago, when Dark came in and killed, and, like, the incident happened, right? Did they have the same thing back then? And if so, you could just say that, oh, it wasn't locked. Like, when we came in a second ago, it wasn't locked. We didn't have to do that then. Gant had to unlock the door. But, like, yeah, no, I might be reading too much into that, but still. I'd be charged with breach of trust. Breach of trust. Simply put, I'd be canned. Wait, do we still have Goodman's ID card? We didn't return this thing, did we? Oh. Sorry, pal. I don't plan on getting fired because of you. How about this ID card? Ha ha ha! It was Detective Goodman's. Aww. That don't work either. The data was deleted the day he died. Damn, they were quick with it. Oh. What about the fake ID card that you got, Emma? Like the visitor card? So in other words, Gumshoe is our only chance of getting into that office. Oh, do we have to bribe him? I wonder if there's something we could show him that would change his mind. Oh, sick. Okay, cool. Your boss did it. Evidence from a past case of Edgeworth brought back to his office by Vance. Why is this important to me? AI-16? Are we just gonna use this as a screwdriver at some point? The tag says AI-16. What's that got to do with anything? Nothing, apparently. At least that's what Edgeworth said. That makes it seem all the more suspicious. Who knows? This might turn out to be a clue that breaks the case. Wouldn't that be nice? Oh my god, it's gonna be a clue that breaks the case! But why and how? Do I just show him the, There's a lot I could show him, theoretically. I'm gonna show him this. Let me share a little advice with you. No, okay, that's not it. The case file? I've been studying up on those files. There's nothing wrong with Mr. Edgeworth's presentation. I think people are accusing him of injustice. I, for one, ain't buying it, pal. You're looking into the case for Mr. Edgeworth? Yeah. It's a pretty big deal while it was going on, you know. After all, a serial killer was on the loose. But Lana was pretty clear in her confession. She forged evidence in order to prove Joe Dark guilty. We might need to leave and come back later. Is an assumption that I'm kind of making right now, is that like maybe we go talk to Edgeworth and he'll give us something that lets us in. That's right. What's the phrase that I always use? Foreshadowing is a literary device. Yeah. Sometimes, quote, sometimes foreshadowing is obvious. No, we're not threatening Gumshoe. I feel like we have to leave and come back. This guy almost made us lose the case today. What are you talking about? He was guarding the bloodstain on the evidence lock with his life. Hell yeah, Gumshoe. Yo, so Kiwi, welcome in. Hi, hi. Almost blue is not blue, it's cyan. Welcome in, Kiwi. Kiwi, you've got green on you, by the way. Hi, hi. He was guarding the bloodstain on that evidence lock with his life. That's more than you can say about most officers nowadays. It would have saved us a lot of trouble if he hadn't guarded it so well. I have to admit, he's right, though. Thanks to the Blue Badger, we were able to prove another possibility today. The possibility that another murder took place prior to 5:15 p.m., which I've been saying since day one, but I'm a change man. I hope it's a good change, Kiwi. Because not only are you green instead of orange, you have a bird next to your name now too. You've started Duolingo, I assume. I don't know what the hold on, what is that one? How do you get the Duolingo bird? You're a gamer duo. I don't know what that means. Goodness. I love my auto mod. It tries to keep you guys in within lines. I don't think I need to do anything here. You're a changed man. You're a gamer, man. Kiwi. Name of deceased, Neil Marshall, 27 male. Date and time of death, February 19th, between 7 p.m. and 7:30 p.m. Cause of death, single stab wound piercing heart/lung. Assessment, died from blood loss in under 10 minutes. Weapon found in wound was missing tip. From when the automata hated me? It happens a lot. I think I did lessen the automata a little bit. But like also if you go into like my automata terms, there's a lot of terms that should not be automated as like allowable, and those are all Harmonic's fault. Just those Brackos in jail at random intervals for non-crimes. Brackos might have deserved it though. No, I don't want to throw Brackos under the bus like that. Good lord. I don't think Automata ever hits anything impreg, in fairness. I would much rather be getting Automata for impreg over some of the other stuff that the Automata picked up. Automata also hate legal person, apparently. Legal person? Oh, that's right. No, I don't think that was the Automata necessarily, Kiwi. I think that was Twitch itself. When a real legal person came in last week when we were playing this game, a person that we still don't know who the actual person behind that was, wink. I think Automata got them because, or like Twitch itself got them because it was an account that was under a minute old who posted an entire line of text. That's my assumption. I think Twitch thought it was a like a spam bot or like a bot raid thing. Just because of the size of the message and the insane newness of the account. Okay, I want to move around real quick before we do anything. I want to see if we can go talk to Edgeworth. Because I have a feeling that maybe we can talk to him and he might give us some information. February 24th, prosecutor's office, underground parking lot. No one's here today. Not even Miss Starr. Everyone's probably busy looking into what exactly went down in the evidence room. That must be where the detectives are. But we proved in court today that on the day of the crime, no one was murdered in the evidence room at 5:15 p.m. Yeah, I thought we were finally making some headway in the case. But instead it looks like we just ended up making Lana look even more guilty. Hang in there, Lana. Gotta find all the answers by tomorrow. Then we move to the that's it, he's the high prosecutor. Which I think I was saying correctly. No, it's the chief and the head prosecutor. I was saying chief and head, it's chief and high. February 24th, high prosecutor's office, room 1202. I wonder if Edgeworth is back yet. But there he is. It looks like he's writing something. What are you doing here? He sure was quick to throw that paper on the floor. Oh, I get to pick that up then. Mr. Majority of Ace Attorney playthrough. Aw, Kiwi. There is always the VODs if you want to dive into that. But I always say that, and everyone always says it's not the same, which completely valid statement, of course. And also, that's like, this is episode 6, so 5 times 8, that's like 40 hours of content. Oh my god. Holy fuck, that's an entire work week. I mean, hey, that's what you can do during your work for a week. But like, yeah, it is a lot to chew through. Don't know if you have a favorite moment, like the poly testimony. Ooh. I haven't been keeping track of my favorite moments. Ooh. It would probably have to be a moment where I was like, I don't know, Kiwi, actually. Because I feel like a lot of the game for me, which I've been really enjoying. Thank you, guys. Someday they will allow technology that lets you just do stuff to the streamer in a VOD. The streamer won't be able to react, but at the very least well, I guess the reaction is the important part for it, but please no. I see the... I steal myself, I saw that coming. But Kiwi, I think a lot of the game for me has been, there hasn't been like a big like aha moment. There have been here and there, but a lot of the game has been like, I don't want to say frustration, even though that's the word that fits it best. Frustration, parentheses, not entirely negative, because a lot of the game has been like, I know what's going on, but no one will allow me to say what I think. Ooh, actually, my favorite moment has got to be in I think it's the Steel Samurai case where it happens for the first time. It's when Edgeworth backs you up. That is probably my favorite moment that I can think of off the top of my head right now. Just because, like, again, I didn't know anything about the game outside of like the fact that people like Edgeworth. And I was like, well, of course they do. He's the only other. There's like 3 characters in this game: Phoenix, Maya, and Edgeworth. Like, if we're gonna be objectively about this, like, yeah, you're gonna see Edgeworth a lot. I just figure people like Edgeworth because he's Edgeworth. And then like when Edgeworth like objects in order to help you out and to harm his client because Edgeworth like is like, hold on, that's BS. That was a pretty big moment. That's a pretty huge moment, honestly. That's probably the one for me. He sure was quick to throw that paper on the floor. Tough day in core, huh? Have you seen Red White Dub? Dub? No. I dubbed him. And I made him sound like, I made him sound like Kronk? I gave him the, Bader. I gave him that voice, I think. Tough day in core, huh? Had to live the past 2 years with rumors flying around. What's another allegation to me? Cheer up, Mr. Edgeworth. I'm rooting for you. That's Edgeworth for you. Always trying to hide his real feelings. So, what do you want? Unlike some people, I don't have all day. Edgy, my boy. There's no excuse for what I've done. 2 years ago, I used false evidence to obtain a guilty verdict. That's what it all breaks down to, and nothing I do can erase that fact. But you didn't know, did you? I mean, that evidence was falsified. The police department and the prosecutor's office share a bond of trust. If that bond is broken, we stand to lose everything. The police department's error is my error. My responsibility as the prosecutor in charge. That fact remains the same no matter what excuses I might have. Mr. Edgeworth. I take pride in my work. So tell me why. Why has it all come to this? Even Edgeworth can't keep this kind of emotion bottled up. Yeah, do it up, Kiwi. That seems easy enough. I want to see how close I was to Red White's dub. I forgot what Red White looked like. I'm gonna be 100% honest. Also, oh my god, yeah, he would be speaking like English, wouldn't he? That's why he talks like the way he does in game. Hold on, we can do we go to sound settings. Nope. We go to sound mixer, volume mixer. We go to volume mixer. We mute Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney. We theater mode this, and then we do TGA toggle.
What's Give me your name. What's your name?
Wait, is this the original English? Wait, what language is this? Is this Japanese and he's trying to speak English right now? When you said dub, I thought this was gonna be like the English dub, and he was.
America's president. By the way, Guatemala.
Oh my god. No, it's him. It's not doing the dub, it's him doing the English in Japanese. It's so much better than I thought. Kiwi, this is so much better than I thought. I thought it was gonna be like, you know, someone doing like doing the, hey, what's up? But like, I thought they were just gonna be doing an accent. This is so much better. I love it when this happens.
Yes, I do. Yes, we can.
And also, like, I'm gonna be honest. That is not the voice that I would have thought. I thought it was gonna be a lot deeper. It's the same exact vibe as the Steins Gate when Elsai Kunguru does talks to the hot dog vendor or whatever it is. You son of a bitch, or whatever he says.
Never, my rule, sir. No, no, no. Hot, please, please go with him. Goodbye.
本当か
Oh my god!
What's your name?
Just at the beginning immediately.
What's
And also the thing I didn't even notice it at first because the fact that Phoenix says
What's
like he says like what the, I thought this was English for a second. I was like, why does he sound like that? And then I realized like no, this is the Japanese version. Good.
Give me no your name.
Kimi no your name. It sounds so.
What's your name? America's president. By the way, Guatemala. Yes, I do. Yes, we can. Never, my rule, sir. No, no, no. Hot, please, please go with him.
He's saying police. It sounds like police. Oh, that's great. It's still insane that it's so much like higher pitched than I would have thought, but it's so funny. Oh my god. Okay. Also, what did Rue say? Since you've been playing this and I started watching it, I keep randomly getting photos of Edgeworth and Phoenix kissing on my For You page. No idea what this says about me and my algorithm. I just thought the room should know. Rue, how are you getting that on your For You page? Are you on the Twitter or the Tumblr or what? Like clearly something is happening because like I don't think the algorithm can connect Twitch to anything else. You're doing something on your own that's getting you that. Good Lord. Live action adaptation of this is also pretty insane. I assume it's like a Japanese live action adaptation like the Death Note one. That's the only one, that's the one that always comes to my mind right now. When I think about live action adaptations of like anime or game properties, I always think Death Note first because that's the one that I saw. Not the Netflix one, by the way, in case anyone's going to that one. No, the one from like 2009 or 2008, 2006, somewhere in that part. Which I remember watching and being like, that was all right. Or Ping Pong the Animation, which also has one, which that's all right. That's probably better than the Death Note one, but that's not the point. Chatting with my family, then made tea. Elderberry, nice. Almina, very nice, very nice. Vesper, I have not watched it, so I can't speak fully on it. But I have been, Netflix adaptations are typically going to be bad, I think. Netflix's original stuff can be very solid depending on what it is, and depending on if it's one season versus multiple seasons. But yeah, when it's an adaptation, why would I want Netflix to adapt anything? Except for maybe One Piece. I think One Piece might be okay, but I don't know. I have no strong feelings on that. But like the Death Note one, I've been told on multiple occasions by friends who've watched that it's kind of insane, and in sometimes it's so bad it's good ways, but a lot of times in just not great ones. They messed up Misa so bad, yeah. Isn't like there's something really stupid with like they just change plot elements too? Like there's no Ferris wheel in like the original Death Note. But like the entire climatic sequence in the Death Note adaptation, spoilers, takes place at like a Ferris wheel, doesn't it? And doesn't hold on, isn't there like time travel or something like that as well? I don't know. We're not gonna get off topic talking about the Death Note adaptation. All I know is that yeah, it's not great. Good Lord. Netflix Avatar The Last Airbender makes me so upset. I had heard that the second season was a lot worse than the first one as well. But like, I don't know why I would want to watch the Netflix adaptation of Avatar The Last Airbender. They already have Avatar The Last Airbender and it's basically perfect, so you could just keep watching that. Good Lord. It's a bad Death Note adaptation, but a few rewrites, and it could be a halfway decent Final Destination entry. Okay, because yeah, isn't it that... Okay, I'm going to spoil a little bit of Death Note 1, because arguably you shouldn't watch it unless you're really interested in it, but isn't like the final climatic scene, like... Doesn't like a Ferris wheel at like a carnival or a fair like come undone and start like breaking and crashing through things? Is like, which gives me, yeah, I agree with it, gives you like Final Destination vibes. I don't know if that's true. I don't know. I might be making that part up, but that is true. Okay. Again, I'm only hearing this like second to third hand, but like, yeah, it's very very interesting. Hi, okay. Tomorrow's trial. Are you up for the trial tomorrow? First, last year's trial, and now this one. Seems all you do is worry about me. To be honest, you're getting on my nerves. But Mr. Edgeworth, you can't just walk out on the trial. Tomorrow is the last day. It's too late to change prosecutors. I'll bet that's what my superiors are banking on. Never thought the case would come back to haunt me like this. That's the same note that, what's-his-face stuffed in the locker. Or when we saw Gant, we don't know if it's the same one. It could just be reusing an asset here, but like this is the same thing that Gant stuffed away. What do you mean? The list of evidence. It seems too short. Most lists run twice this long. It's only half as long as most lists? That is odd. After Neil Marshall was murdered, I became prosecutor for that case. I may not have been part of the investigation, but I knew what I had to do. Use the evidence I was given to prove the suspect guilty. That was really the only thing on my mind at the time. Say, we just saw a picture taken around that time. We gonna bring it up? Nice. I mean, hold on, wait, what do you, hold on. There was a live-action Goosebumps movie that also had a Ferris Wheel of Doom. There was a live-action Goosebumps movie. It starred Jack Black as R.L. Stein. I remember that. I didn't watch it, but I do remember that. They made Light a Little Dweeb and turned Misa into this badass woman who does most of what Light does in the anime. That's interesting. That changes the story a lot because a lot of the manga / anime is that, you know, Light is an abusive person that manipulates Misa, and making Misa become the one that like is like, okay, I'll do it. It changes the story and makes Misa an actual character in a way, which that just changes the story. Like it can be both good or bad depending on how you want to do it, but it changes the dynamic a lot. Almina though. Lord. So this is Heavy Rainbow with more yaoi. Hold on. A little bit, yeah, Kiwi. A little bit, I think. Not like in game. Like it's the same amount of yaoi in game in both games, I'd say. But like out of game, yeah, I definitely see it. I don't know if this is uncouth of me to say. This is out of cuff for me to say, but like I feel like Phoenix Wright fed the Fujo community for the majority of the 2000s. That's just like a vibe thing I've gotten, but like it feels correct in my mind. Can we go back to watching the someone correct me if I'm wrong as well. If we go back to like the Comic Cat documentary, I feel like we saw hints of that there as well, or I might be conflating things in my mind, but yeah. Based on the amount of Phoenix and Edgeworth kissing art I've seen, yeah, pretty much. Say, we just saw a picture taken around that time. Well, I don't think anything Kiwi. Oh, back then, maybe. I don't know. I like to think that, generally speaking, you have to just have... If you have good characters, you can really get into something. This is going to be not Fujo related necessarily, but like, I like characters. Like, I understand the Fujo mindset of like... And this is going back to just anytime we talk about like fan works, right? We talked about like Dojin works. Like, we talk about Comic Cat, right? Where it's a place where you can like take characters and like basically treat them like action figures writing stories together. I'll admit, I might be falling deeper into the Uma Musume rabbit hole than I thought originally possible. Cause like, yeah, I started like I'm gonna talk about more about this tomorrow because this was something I had in my Zatsu list of things to talk about. But like, I really like independent training that they added for Uma Musume. It makes it so I can play it more. Plus the fact that I beat Factorio now just gives me more time that I can play it here and there. And I was just thinking about that. And in relation to the movie, Uma Musume Pretty Derby Beginning of a New Era, which is my favorite animated movie of the last like 10 years or possibly of all time. When it comes to animated specifically, it's a very, very good movie. And like I've been seeing now on like my timelines and such, like just here and there, it's like, okay, here's a fan account that just does like, oh, they do little short stories of like, oh, Tachyon and Poke like during the course or after the course of the movie, or like, oh, here's Tachyon and Manhattan Cafe talking. There was literally today something came on my page that was just like someone retweeting this 15-page little doujin of Tachyon and Cafe. Cafe wakes up in like the hospital a little bit like bandaged, and Tachyon's like, oh, I'm glad you're okay. There was a little mishap, a release of energy in the lab that you luckily didn't get that hurt by. And Cafe's like, oh, you mean like an explosion? And then it turns out like, oh, Tachyon's a ghost. And it's like, this sounds very goofy. It sounds very silly the way I'm describing it. But the way that like it's written and it's drawn is very like wistful in a way, where it's just a little, it's just a 15-page little scene of two characters just sitting and talking. And that's what I've realized. I over the years, especially in the last like year or two, I've realized that I just like character dialogue. I just like seeing two characters like put them in a room together and see what they say to each other. This is gonna be again, this is gonna be a teaser for tomorrow's Zatsu stream. But I watched Glenn Ross last Wednesday. If you don't know what that is, join the club. I didn't know what it was until I saw Make Some Noise, and they made a prompt that was Build-A-Berry Glenn Ross. And when I heard about it, what intrigued me was that it was a just about like salespeople doing sales, and I was like, that's interesting. And then I watched it and I was like, wow, this is actually a really good movie. And it turns out, I think a big reason why I liked it and why it was a good movie is that it's an adaptation of a stage play. And the stage play, especially the second act of the movie, is just people in one setting just talking to each other. The entire second act of that movie is just, they're in the office, two people come in, they talk to each other. One of them leaves, another one comes in, they talk to each other. One of them leaves, another one comes in, they talk to each other. And it's just nothing but dialogue over and over and over for the entire like second half of that movie as you uncover what happened the night before. And it's so good. Oh, it was such a hitter. I'm so glad I watched it. Like, it kind of knocked me out when the credits started rolling. I was like, wait, what? That was it? Because I was like, whoa. Exactly like 12 Angry Men, Kiwi. Also a very good movie. Put 12 people even just in the room, just have them talk to you. Dialogue is one of my favorite things in media, because it's all about seeing how this character functions like this character functions like this. Put them in a room together. What do they talk about? How do they see life? In the Cafe Tachyon thing I was talking about, it's like Cafe can see ghosts, which is why that works as like, oh, Tachyon's dead. She can see the ghost that is Tachyon. How do they like treat each other? Tachyon being a very eccentric, wild personality, Cafe being a more subdued personality. How do they connect? What like works with them? It's exactly what Almina's kind of saying with like, we have our crack ships, right? Crack ships are just what two people would you want to see together and what dynamics would come out from them, right? It's great. Majority of male shonen characters are queer-coded as well. Most people know that a good friendship is a good basis for romance, which is all what shonen's about. I agree with that, Vesper. I always hear people talking about like a lot of modern, or just in general, a lot of shonen manga, your shonen jump manga. Like that's always a good round for the Fujo audience, because like it is just, you just want to see characters interacting in the first place, and then from there you get to like, you can then expound upon that. As a Kingdom Hearts fan, I get it. Male protag more obsessed with his guy friend and saving him than the girl they're supposed to be paired with in the story. Oh, that's true as well. Like, not just the friendship part, but like the fact that in some stories, you have your love interest, but the love interest and the main character don't really like have conversations. They don't have things to talk about outside of like, you're my love interest, that's it. Whereas like the main character and like his rival have a lot more dialogue going on, which can then expound into more things happening. We need to get you onto YTTD when Chapter 3-2 comes out in 40 years. Oh, that's true, Asmo. I forgot that YTTD is not finished yet. I would love to play YTTD. I think I mentioned it before. I think I mentioned it back when we first started 999. That like there are 3 death game games I know of. Danganronpa, YTTD, and 999. And like Danganronpa, I was like, everyone has played that before. I know bits and pieces of it from the ethos. YTTD, I saw Axel Sirius of Hollow Stars play it like the first like couple hours or chapters or whatever, way back when. And so I was like, I want to play that, but I've seen a little bit of it. I want to do that. So I was like, what's the other one? 999? Don't know anything about it. We're gonna play that one. But like later on, I found out that YTT isn't finished, which is insane to me. Still, it's like, what are you doing, man? Projects are hard though. I get it. Still waiting on that fanfic stream, Ace. You were gone, Kiwi. I know you were like, Ace, if I'm gone, you do the fanfic stream, read this one. But I was like, I can wait. We're here for a long time, Kiwi. I can wait. And also, I had other stuff, Kiwi. We had to play Homocipher, which Kiwi, I don't know if you had seen any of those. And again, we already said the VOD thing, but like, Kiwi, you gotta like, go check out like the first episode of Homocipher. You might mess with that one. You might enjoy that a little bit, just because the I really liked it. It was a very good game. I wanna throw that one out there as a like, you missed this, you might enjoy this one. Green kiwi juice. Yo, some in. Hi. I know he greened himself. He's like Abrams from Deadlock. Did that joke make anyone laugh? That's the only. I've mentioned that before. That's the only thing I know about Deadlock is Green Abrams. Well, Abrams is blue, but you build a lot of health on him, which makes him Green Abrams or something. It's like a third or fourth layer joke that I know it sounds really stupid coming from me who is on layer 0, but like I think there's something funny about that happening. The only thing I know about Deadlock outside of like there's Silver and there's Mina, the werewolf and the vampire girl, is that there's Abrams, who's a blue character, but then you build health on him, which makes him Green Abrams, and then you ram into people because he's got like a charge move, and when you kill them, you just type into alt chat, it's not easy being green. That's that's the only two things I know about the game. Obviously, again, second or third hand like information, but like the Deadlock heads in chat might be like, you know, he's onto something there. Oh my god. Neural Lapland? That is a crack ship, but like I like those characters, so I'm about it, Almina. Usopp is oh yeah! Usopp, why the heck are you green? I'm green. It's I think it's based off of that a little bit as well, Kiwi. Yeah. Okay. That picture, something seems strange about it. Yeah, it was green. Dude, did you guys ever think about this? The statue is green. Sorry, I'm done. Could you tell us again about what happened that day? The day Detective Goodman was murdered. You were participating in a ceremony over at the station, right? I've never cared for ceremonies, but I had to attend that one. Because you were awarded this. Those receiving awards can't exactly skip out on the ceremony. I finished up at the office in the morning, then drove over to the police department. You finished up at the office. Don't chat. Yes, just odds and ends, clerical stuff. I didn't plan on returning to the office that day. That is, until I was asked to take something back. Take something back? This. Oh, hey, it's the evidence that's gonna crack the case open. It's gonna crack ship the case open. Okay, we're done. Character I like, ex-OC who looks suspiciously like me. Asbo, that's based. That's sick. That's one of my favorite like bits. That art it hits. Is that when it's a girl OC, it's Yume art. What's the other term when it's like a guy OC when it's that? Is that also just Yume art? That shit hits. I think we talked about that before when there was like on my Reddit page, there was something where it was like, with Bubble Bass, there was like Bubble Bass Yume art. That shit hits though. Apologies for the language. That stuff hits. This. Oh yeah, Chief Gant asked you to hold on to that, didn't he? Yes. It was a piece of evidence in a case that was closed half a year ago. He asked me to bring it back to the prosecutor's office. That's the story we heard yesterday. So you came back here to the prosecutor's office because the chief asked you to. Yeah, that was a way to get the chief over here so that Lana could then do the, like, I still don't know what the overall thing is, but still. That's right. Hold on, what did I miss from you, Almina? I saw the Lapland one. You know that image of the tired person holding the leash attached to another Gremlin character? That's Neural Lapland in my head. Oh! That's a good one. Cause that's the, hold on. Kiwi! Oh, you can hear me scrolling. Kasumi from P5 and Luigi. That's a crack ship, but like, they would be really good for each other, actually. Dude, look at that art and tell me that's not actually kind of adorable. Do you make ship art? Of course, what do you have in mind? How much would it be for Luisumi on a date? It's okay. Sarah Screw 8. Do you make ship art? Of course. What do you have in mind? How much would it be for Luisumi on a date? Luigi and Kasumi, which that's really funny, right? But like, you cannot like. That's adorable. They look like they'd be so good for each other too. They're both a younger sibling. If you think about it, they're both younger siblings too. Ah. Wait, no, is Luigi older or younger, actually? Luigi's younger, right? He's taller, but I think he's younger? There's like layers to this that's kind of cooking. It's like, I don't know what they were doing in the kitchen, but they made something like pretty good. Also, I mean, I know exactly the dynamic you're talking about because I think, do I still have this? I should. The question is, can I find where I put it in like a reasonable amount of time? I think I have it under art. My art? So where do I keep my art at? Oh, doodling. I call it under doodling, and then it's my art. And then Ace. And then, large icons. No, it's not under Ace. Is it Ace related? It's not Ace related. Random sketches? Large icons? These are all sci files. Hold on, we'll find it. Give me a second. At worst, I can go and try to find it deep in the creative thing if I scroll up, but that's gonna take a hot second. Hold on. Oh, I found it! Haha! Hold on, if I do this. Yes, okay, perfect. Because when you said that, Almina, I knew exactly what image you were talking about, because like way early on. When was this made? Can I see what this was made 2023, November 24th, 2023. I made this. A group of highly skilled service personnel turn close friends. Idiot pilot brought them together and routinely puts them all in danger. Because there's just a version of this where it's like a group of something and then an idiot leader who brought them all together, and they don't have the hats, and obviously this doesn't look like this, but then you edit it. So I knew exactly what you were talking about. Oh my god. I think Sumi and Sumi were twins. Well, I mean, yeah, but like, even if they're twins, one was technically an older and one was a younger. I thought, like, it felt like Sumi was the one that was younger, and then Sumi was the one that was older. You know what I mean? Lapland is definitely the little gremlin. Not as much anymore. Lapland's definitely chilled out. As one of the biggest Syracuse stands this side of the Mississippi, or this side of the Atlantic, or this side of the whatever. I need people to understand that Lapland is still crazy, but not as crazy. She's crazy like a fox. She's a lot more thinking and smart and calculated. As someone who's actually read all of Lapland's lore after Lapland Alter came out, I'm actually very proud about that. Like, her dynamic with Texas has evolved as well, where they're a lot more like, they can talk, they can sit and talk with each other over like a drink, and it's a really cool dynamic. Okay. Okay, what are we talking about? I got distracted. I had to like look at Luigi. I had to look at Louis Sumi, and then I had to pull up my own art. Oh yeah, look at this. Hold on. Look at this. This picture was hanging on the wall in Chief Gant's office. Prosecutor Neil Marshall. He just started making a name for himself. Looks like this was taken when he received the King of Prosecutors trophy. Speaking of that, there's something that bothers me. Yes? The trophy Mr. Marshall is holding. It's a little different from yours. Yes, you're right. Ah, I remember now. Remember what? That was what the official prosecutor's trophy looked like until 2 years ago. There's a story behind its design. A story? Oh, I want to get it told by Gumshoe, but man. Neuroledop Zima as a daughter and super cute. Aww. Would you mind telling it to us? It's simple, really. Contradiction. That's what the award's based on. Talk more. This award originates from an ancient Chinese tale. What? In Chinese, the word contradiction is written with 2 characters. The first means halberd, and the second means shield. Have you heard this story? This is some Uchikoshi writing stuff, and I'm so about this right now. Me? Oh, sure. Everyone knows that. Why don't you tell it, though, for Emma's sake? I swear to God, if Emma's like, I know this one. Very well. Is that a halberd? That looks like a spear. Long ago in the kingdom of Chu, there was an arms merchant. One day, he presented the king with 2 items. The first was a halberd he claimed could slice through any shield or armor. Oh! The second was a shield he claimed could withstand any weapon. Huh. Wait a minute. Those claims contradict each other! Why is it? Very perceptive. But then again, you've heard this story before, right? Anyway, as you mentioned, the very descriptions of these items discredit them both. I love the music kicked in and everything. When the king pointed this out, the merchant was left speechless. I hate this so much. Music is such a powerful tool because, like, them just kicking in the exciting music just makes me really hyped for this story that I've already kind of enjoyed. But it's like I'm paying attention now because of it. When the king pointed this out, the merchant was left speechless. And thus, the Chinese word for contradiction was born. An unstoppable source meets an immovable object, but Chinese. Oh, I see. So the chipped shield and the broken knife symbolize... Precisely so. They symbolize the merchant's items. The ancient tale ends with the merchant at a loss for words. But it's in our nature to pursue matters to their conclusion. Even if it results in something as ugly as this. Because, again, you have to look for the contradictions. That's always been, like, the part of it, right? Wow. Thanks, Mr. Edgeworth. I learned something new today. And I want Phoenix to, like, be in blue parentheses, so did I. That's funny. If that's so, then why were you only given a shield? You'll have to ask Chief Gant. 2 years ago, he had the halberd part of the award abolished. Chief Gant. What do you mean abolished? It's the same trophy, right? Because there's a plaque on the bottom of it that that they keep updating. Chinese Ludwig meme? I don't know that one. I'm unfortunately Kiwi. Unless it's some variation of I didn't think it was Chinese, like which is an all-timer TikTok or Vine or whatever they are. When you go to heaven, but it's Chinese, and then it's just no, it's fine. I just didn't think it would be Chinese. Is all-timer TikTok, man. I know you're laughing at presumably the Chinese Ludwig, but you saying help, ha ha ha, specifically the help part, made me think of the other one, which is like an all-timer, which is the dude like drinking a milkshake in a parking lot and he just starts going, help! Help me! So stupid. We gotta go talk to Chief Gant if we can, but I don't think we can. You know it wouldn't hurt if you put this up somewhere, like on a shelf. That's true, why is it just... Oh! I know what we need to do here. I know what we need to do here. That has no meaning for me anymore. What do you mean anymore? That's who I was last year. What good is it to dwell on the past? Dude, Edward's so real for that, by the way. He's asking me? Why can't I just accept it graciously? Actually, something's been troubling me about this shield. Look, do you notice anything different outside of... Oh, is this just like, what, bringing up in case you don't... In case you haven't already done the other thing? Different? Yeah, don't you remember the other shield in the court record? I guess I better present this other shield. Okay, yeah, that's in case I did the other one, got it. Element synergy should go from Pokemon Auto Chess? That's a Kiwi question, I don't know what that is. Ludwig did a cameo in like a Chinese visual novel. It's a Chinese game I've seen around. He wears a stupid blonde wig and speaks really bad Chinese. Dude, that is so sick theoretically. That's, oh my god, cute. Thank you for linking that, Kiwi. New content available. An envoy has arrived. Oh, it's in Road to Empress. Oh my god. Oh, I would not have thought it was in Road to Empress. I've heard good things about that. I know at the very least Aeon has said Ace that I should play it, right? And I've seen it a lot. It sounds like it's a classic like choose your own adventure-esque game. Like, yeah, I would be down to play that at some point. I didn't realize they're making a sequel, nor did I realize that Ludwig is in a blonde wig. Oh my god. I do like Apothecary. That's the other thing, right, Kiwi? It's A, I like Apothecary Diaries, and B, I like choice games, or like games where it's like the gameplay is just me reading or listening to a story. I like stories. So like, yeah, I would be down for it. Send me a clip of it. Don't send me a clip of it. I like going in as blind as I can, and I already have the impetus in me to go play it, and it's probably a shorter play than a lot of the other games in my like list, theoretically. So like, yeah, I'm already fairly sold on it. Oreo and KFC have collaborated. Why would you tell me that, Rue? That's actually terrible. That's mental damage to me, Rue. They made a fried chicken flavored Oreo. I'm horrified by this news. Just thought you'd like to know. Thank you, Rue. I'm also horrified by that news. Ugh. I wonder what he was writing before. Come on, Mr. Wright. Let's take a look. Are you crazy? Edgeworth is sitting right there. Just distract him. I'll check it out. Almeida, don't say that. Hey, Edgeworth. Is that Detective Gumshoe at the window there? Oh no, he's fallen on the ground. Hold on. First, let me see what this girl's doing crawling around my feet. He didn't even look. What? Letter of... No. Resignation? If you're having trouble reading, I'll read it for you. It says letter of resignation. What? Resignation? Edgeworth, you don't mean... I'm tired, right? I feel as if something inside me has died. But Mr. Edgeworth, none of it is your fault. I know the path I've walked. You don't need to tell me. And the path I've walked hasn't been a just one. I can't forgive myself for what I've done. And no one else should forgive me either. Uh-oh. I think he's serious. Mr. Wright, please, you have to do something. This letter of resignation. I wonder if I can use it for anything. Oh, there we go. That's what I needed. Okay, I understand. Perfect. That's what I was looking for. Can I talk to him about it more, or? Let's see this first. But then I show that to Gumshoe, and Gumshoe, who we know likes Edgeworth, will be like, "Hold on there, bud." Or pal? Pal, that's what he says. Like, hold on, and we gotta set things right. They say where there's smoke, there's fire. Apparently I was so caught up in the smoke, I lost sight of the truth. Edgeworth. The others are right. I have no right to serve as a prosecutor. But Mr. Edgeworth, you were only doing your job. I've always made my own decisions about what I can or cannot do. That hasn't changed. Forgiving myself is something I cannot do. Uh-oh. I think he's serious. Mr. Wright, please, you have to do something. This letter of resignation. I wonder if I can use it for anything. Haha. I can. Let's get back over to the police department. No! She's gonna be back! Or someone's gonna be here. February 24th, prosecutor's office, underground parking lot. Excuse me. Coffee Queen? Yeah, star. What is that in the top left? Would either of you care for a quarter pound of roast beef? I don't think that's roast beef. I think that... Is it? Miss Star! I guess she's out of lunches. We can also use that theoretically to like... Are we gonna bribe Gumshoe with both meat and with, and with the letter? You certainly are the curious sort, aren't you? Kind of like the first person who sucked a cow's nipple to discover milk. Ah! Got flashbang by that. I wasn't expecting any of those words to be on my screen today. Still, I never. Who starts a conversation like that? I just came down the stairs. Oh my god. Still, I never thought you'd go digging up that case from 2 years ago. Everyone in this trial was involved in the SL9 incident. Not only that, but the murder occurred on the very day the incident from that case was due for transferal. This can't all be attributed to mere coincidence. Aren't you forgetting something? You know, that little scene I happened to witness? There's still a lot of stuff that I'm missing out on. I need Lana to just tell me what she was doing here, and then we understand. But I think Lana might be purposely trying to, like, get herself in trouble in order to prevent Gant from getting in trouble. I think she's throwing herself on the sword, ironically enough. Saying ironically enough because obviously, you know, falling on swords is a common thing in this case, it feels like. Like literal swords. Or knives or whatever. Sure, all those words are in the Bible, but just not in that combination. I had a big crush on her when I was like in middle school playing this game. I can see it. Like, we're not gonna talk about our Phoenix Wright crushes. I'm in too delicate a state right now. There have been far too many things said on the stream already. The instant Lana stabbed Detective Goodman with a knife. No matter how much of the past you dig up, it won't change what I saw. Roast beef is meant to be savored when eaten. This star's hatred towards Lana. It all dates back to 2 years ago. I still can't get over that milk comment from her. Oh, she didn't actually give us the beef, man. I thought that was gonna be like a thing. You got suckered in by the I can't finish that sentence. Joe Dark. That's a name I'll not soon forget. We trailed him for half a year. Oh, the pressure. Still, I don't think I was ever more alive than I was then. Those days were steamier than a bowl of hot gravy. She's really turning up the femme fatale today. Poor old Jake Marshall, though. Must have been going through hell. You mean because of his brother's death? They were close, those two. After Neil died, something took over Jake. He became obsessed. Seeing Jake like that made her all the more desperate. Her? Lana Skye. My sister? The best of the best were put on that SL9 case. Of course they were led by that legendary duo. Lana and Chief Gant. That legendary pair was the reason we were able to keep up our investigation. That's why we were so shocked over how it turned out. You mean, with the forging of the evidence? Don't get me wrong. Joe Dark got what he deserved. Still, it was obvious the evidence produced in court was being manipulated. Items our team never found would suddenly appear, while others were kept secret. But you don't have proof anything illegal was done. I'm proof enough. I'm proof enough of what happened. After that case, all of us, save Goodman, were relieved of our duties. Most without even so much as an explanation. Then Lana Skye transferred to the prosecutor's office and became chief prosecutor. Lana always wanted to be a prosecutor. Nothing's quite as simple as it appears. Huh? Lana Skye was merely being used as a pawn. That's my take on the matter. She was being used as a pawn? This harkens back to both the king of prosecutors, but also to, in Edgeworth's office, there's a chessboard. This is the chess trial. Damon Gant and Lana Skye. Gant led the investigation with Lana second in command. They were the best. They solved all kinds of cases together, didn't they? Damon Gant's magnetism, in particular, was almost unreal. His magnetism? By that I mean his ability to attract evidence. He produced the most incredible evidence in the cases he handled. Oh, he was faking everything! Incredible evidence. You mean... Oh yes. There were rumors about him even back then. Son of a bitch. No one dared confront him, though. I take it she's talking about forged evidence. Back then, everyone looked up to Lana. All the detectives wanted to be like her. Really? Oh yes, myself included. I was a fool, really. She hated anything crooked, and always watched out for the other detectives. Yeah! Maybe... Lana's motive in this is still really mysterious to me. There are two potential things that are happening. Either A, she's saying that she's guilty in order to have us delve deeper and find Gant out as actually being guilty, or she was upstanding against the law against corruption for so long, and in acquiescing to Gant's stuff at the end of the Joe Dark case, she's had this guilt on her for so long, and now she's trying to come clean with it. Or some mix of the two of them. Also, what's the Corey? Welcome in. Hi, hi. She hated anything crooked and always watched out for the other detectives. That's why she was so concerned for Jake. Mr. Marshall. When Jake's brother was murdered, she felt as if she had lost her own brother. If it wasn't for her, I don't think Jake would have ever recovered from his shock. That's what makes it all the more infuriating. Miss Starr. That's why. I'll never be able to forgive her. Why did she have to turn so cold after that? Lana transferred to the prosecutor's office 2 years ago, didn't she? Yes, thanks to Chief Gant's powerful influence. Chief? That's right. Having solved the SL9 case, his position as chief was secured. There was only one thing left for him to control. And then no one could stand in his way. The prosecutor's office. Dude, this is like conspiratorial mind, where it's like he's been forging evidence for so long, and to really secure it after his big case, he becomes chief of police, and he secures the chief of prosecutors, who's like in his pocket that he can blackmail in a way. Ooh! What? You mean that's why Lana was transferred? If he could control the chief prosecutor, he can control the prosecutor's office. That must have been his goal all along. But how could he control Lana? I don't know. But one thing's for sure. Ever since that case ended, she's never been the same. It's only logical to conclude there must have been a reason for her change. At last, I'm finally getting close to the bottom of this ugly mess. Thank you, Miss Starr. You listen to me, rookie. It takes more than just ingredients to create fine cuisine. I hope you turn out to be a better chef than I've ever been. Aww. Thank you, Cough Up Queen. That's really nice of you. Okay, so I think I got it. I think we have it in full now. 2 years ago, or not even. Let's go even further back than that. For a long, long time, Deputy Chief Damon Gant was the deputy chief of police. His job was to secure evidence and to help the prosecutors find people guilty of crimes and convict them. More people guilty, higher conviction rates, better look for him. He's been doing it for years. He was partnered up with Lana Skye, a gung-ho young detective who was really good at her job and was known as a almost like incorruptible beacon of righteousness that didn't like it when things were going bad. So that would make him seem even more like even though there was rumors of him being like suspicious and forging evidence, Lana kind of neutralizes a few of those. Come into SL9. We don't know the full extent of what happens the night of the incident, and we don't know if it is true that Joe Dark was a serial killer. That part's still up in the air, but what we do know is that after the incident, Damon Gant, famous for forging evidence, gives forged evidence to Miles Edgeworth, who's able to convict Joe Dark and get him the death penalty. After that case, Jake Marshall, who was on the case, gets demoted. Angel Starr, who was on the case, gets fired. Neil Marshall, a prosecutor, so he was working on the case but in a different capacity, he's dead. And Lana Skye, who was working on the case, has been transferred out. The only one not touched was Bruce Goodman because otherwise it'd be too obvious. And Goodman probably didn't rub it as wrong as these two did. He might have been a little bit more of a yes man. That part we're not sure about. At the very least, like, maybe Gant had something to keep him under, like, control. Maybe he had blackmail on him. Cut to 2 years later. It's evidence transferal day. Bruce Goodman is in charge of getting the evidence from the SL9 case. Presumably the last thing that Damon Gant had his hands on, right? Everything before that, like once he became chief of police, he wasn't actually at crime scenes. He didn't actually have to like forge evidence as much. He could just like have his deputies do their thing, and he was sitting pretty. He's got tenure effectively. So for the last 2 years, he hasn't had to do anything. The last bit of case of corruption that is in the department with his name on it would be the SL9 case that Goodman is in charge of. Of course, Starr and Marshall think the SL9 case has been bunked this entire time, that there's something fishy about it. Maybe they contact Goodman about like seeing more information on the case, or maybe Goodman just unrelatedly like wanted to find out more about the case. Goodman goes to the locker. Gant, realizing that if someone reopens this case, that could like put his entire life in jeopardy, he kills Goodman. The entire string of events that happens, and we're to where we are now. The important part in all that is, where does Lana Skye fit into this? So, there was forged evidence by Damon Gant to get Joe Dark the death penalty. Lana was in on this because they were partners. And maybe the forged evidence, this is where the haziness comes in. Lana might have been the one that killed Marshall. Or Gant might have been the one that killed Marshall. But at the very least, I don't believe that Joe Dark killed Neil Marshall because of the way that Marshall was stabbed in the back and he fell on top of Joe Dark. That just doesn't make sense. Along with the fact that the King of Prosecutors trophy at the time had a broken sword in it, that the murder weapon was a broken sword. In this case, I'm using sword to describe sharp objects, in fairness. Add into the fact that there is very clearly a very pointy weapon right there in the front of the frame, almost scarily deigned so, and we know for a fact that the puncture wound that Neil died from is not actually it does not actually match the puncture wound of this knife. That's very suspicious to me, even though the broken tip of the knife was found in the wound. That's very interesting. So Lana might have killed Marshall. Marshall might have died on accident by running into that spear, and then they planted evidence to convict Joe Dark. But either way, something happened, and Lana has had this guilt in her for the last 2 years. Gant pushes her to the prosecutor's office to get her away from everyone else, and because he knows about the faked evidence, and because he knows that Lana either killed him or planted evidence herself, that made her easier to control. And I think now, at the eve of everything happening, I think Lana's guilt is coming to light, and she is saying that she's guilty of this in order to get herself in jail, and also potentially to find a way to get Gant uncovered as well. Right? I'm imagining in my head, the simplest way to think about this is, imagine a scenario where it's like, you've got Damon Gant who's like, I'm forging evidence, haha, I'm evil, haha, I'm gonna forge evidence. And you have Lana Skye who might have known about this the entire time. And she's just like, I don't like it when you forge evidence. And then, in my head, here's how it happens. Neil Marshall gets... it's playing out in my head really nicely. It's such a cinematic moment in my head. The day of the incident, Neil Marshall, knocks out Joe Dark, and then accidentally, runs back and kills himself by running into, this right here. Lana Skye, the first one on the scene, comes in, sees Joe Dark captured, and sees Neil stabbed in the back. And Lana, completely apropos of Gant, I think it'd be an interesting character for her if something in her snapped that day. Like she saw her younger sister Emma, knocked out. She saw her friend Neil Marshall, who she kind of treated as a brother herself, dead. And she saw Joe Dark, presumably the man who did it. I wonder if the reason Lana feels guilty even more so was that she came into this crime scene where it was an accidental death, and if she planted the evidence herself. Because that's such a, I've seen my, imagine you're Lana Skye. You've seen your partner faking evidence the entire time, and you're like, I'm better than you. We're gonna try to get this, we're gonna try to corral this. But then you come into a scene one day and something in you snaps and says, I have to get this guy. I know how to fake evidence because I've been seeing Gant do it all along. And so she fakes evidence. She fakes it perfectly. And if you're Gant, who's been doing this all along, you look at her with that coy look of just I taught you well. And she probably feels so disgusted by that she besmirched her values in order to frame a man and get him the death penalty to get revenge. And she just feels so for the last 2 years, if that is the case, he can use that as blackmail. It's just you're just as bad as I am. And she's just felt so awful about that when Gant then goes and kills Goodman, she might have known about it, and she's, again, she purposely puts herself in a position where this entire thing can get unraveled, right? Thank you, Coffee Queen. You've done really good work for us today. Now, if you don't mind, we got a resignation letter to deliver. February 24th, police station. Criminal Affairs Department. Oh, you're back. You still here? Gotta make 150 copies of these files. Brewing coffee, copying files. I'm turning into a regular DJ. DJ? You're a DJ as well? As well? Oh, like I thought she was saying that she's a DJ, and I was like, dang, I didn't know that. If I'm not mistaken, I think he means desk jockey. Oh, not disc jockey. Oh, that DJ. Gotta admire your persistence, but my answer's still your persistency, but my answer's still no. Not letting you in the chief's office, period. Be my neck on the line. That office is the last crime scene in the SL9 incident. I have to look in there. There's gotta be something we can do to make the detective change his mind. Yeah, there is. I got it from a good friend of mine. What's this crumpled up piece of paper? No way! Mr. Edgeworth can't be serious! Is he ever not serious? I can't believe they pushed him this far. Mr. Edgeworth really feels responsible. When I first met him, I thought it was cold as ice too. But I know different now. He trusted us detectives to provide him with sound evidence. But we betrayed him. Detective. Alright, that's it. I made up my mind. But... Here. Take my ID card. We can't do that. If someone found out, they wouldn't let you off the hook with another lost item report. Look at me. It's no secret I'm already out of the loop. After all, I'm friends with Mr. Edgeworth. Depending on how this case turns out, I may already be as good as terminated. What? So, at least, let me do this. For Mr. Edgeworth's sake. Alright, detective. Thank you. Gumshoe's ID tucked swiftly into pocket. Hold on. What's your ID number? Detective Gumshoe isn't very photogenic, is he? He looks fine. Whatever you do, just don't say that to his face. That's really mean. Look, his eyes are half shut. Yeah, and his mouth is half open. Hey, each of his shirt buttons is off a notch. Oh, that's adorable, actually. He's got the narrow end of his tie in front. Oh my god. Dude, I wish they would have had an image for this, because that's actually that's like perfect. Like, you've been up for 48 hours working on a case and everything is just slovenly. That's kind of actually sick though. It's a roast session, but honestly, I just see him as like a hard worker. I fell for the hard work propaganda. I'm an American. I think this goes beyond being a photogenic issue. Wait, what's his number though? Oh, this game is such a jerk. I assume his number is not important to me, because I was wondering if his number was 77777, but that is true. We now know that 77777 is a special boy number. That we have to like, we know 77777 is the chief's number, but like I was, earlier Gumshoe had said like, it's really hard to remember my number. And so I had thought for a long time that maybe Gumshoe's number was 7777777, and I was like, that'd be kind of funny. But like, no, we did find out at the last trial that 7777777 is a special boy number that you have to subpoena someone for or whatever. Thank you though, buddy. February 24th, Police Department, Chief's Office. Here goes, Mr. Wright. Batter up. We're in. If anyone finds us now, Detective Gumshoe's a goner. That happens, I'm counting on you to bail me out. He's here. Sorry, I thought you were a ghost. I didn't even know you could slap a ghost. Ah! Detective Gumshoe! What are you doing sneaking up on us like that? I wasn't sneaking. I was just worried something might go wrong. So, I came too. If you're here, then what's the point in giving us your ID card? Gumshoe's ID crushed and rendered unusable in pocket. Why would I give that back to him? What are you talking about? Hey, don't do that to my card! Yo, what the hell, Nick? I never get a chance to come in here. So if you're gonna I'd go and have a look myself. Besides, we're already all in this together now. You really do want to get fired, don't you? Not if we're lucky. Now, come on. Let's see what we can find out. Got a bad feeling about this. Star Wars. First and foremost, that desk on the other side of the room. Was that your sister's? Yeah, that's where I was waiting for Lana. That's really far away from the suspicious pointy instrument. On that day 2 years ago. And we know the instrument was over there because the photo behind her right now shows that the statue has always been there near the vases. Is anyone using it now? No, sir. This is entirely Chief Gant's office now. He practices a strict policy of preserving the crime scene. That's a strange reason to leave it there. That is a really strange reason. He leaves it as a warning to everyone else. He wants us to always be alert. He told us so himself at our New Year's party. Of course, he was pretty intoxicated at the time. Let's see. So ever since Lana left, no one ever touches that desk? No one except Chief Gant. And the cleaning lady who's in here each morning. Still, 2 years have passed since that incident. There can't possibly be any clues remaining. Can I ask you something? Sure. You only came in here to look around, right? Because it's one of the SL9 crime scenes. I mean, that's your only reason for coming here, isn't it? Why do you ask? You don't think, nah, you wouldn't be, no, no, there's no way, never mind. Don't worry about it. Okay, now then, let's look around a bit more. Hey, hold on! Not so fast, buddy. Huh? What is it? When someone tells you don't worry about it, it's supposed to start bothering you, pal. Don't just let it go at that. Sorry. This guy's starting to get on my nerves. No, he's right. He's right, though. Okay, so what's bothering you? You don't think, Chief Gant might be a suspect, do ya? What? He's right, Mr. Wright. What do we think of him? Chief Gant. So it's finally come to this. What do I think of him? Perhaps it's best I don't divulge my feelings. Yet. There you go. Ignoring me again. Sorry, buddy. Alright, let's go left to right because the thing on the right is my biggest question mark right now. There's a lot of stuff in this room, by the way. Look at that giant window. Makes you want to crash through it and jump outside. Aim for the bushes. This is the 15th floor. Aim for the bushes. Oh, is Emma gonna do a calculation? I know, I was just saying. Saying what? This is making detective. I always dreamed about doing something like that. Oh my god, he would actually aim for the bushes. Note to self, Detective Gumshoe has a lot of dreams. So long as he doesn't go crashing through that window when he gets fired. Don't say that! These shelves are mostly empty. Lana must have cleaned them out when she transferred over to the prosecutor's office. There's a small picture frame on the left shelf. Hey! This is when Lana and I went to that theme park. Oh, that looks like a flower, but oh. Oh, it's the same. No! This was Lana's desk. It sure is tidy. Lana's always been a meticulous cleaner. There's not even any dust on it. Looks like someone's still keeping it clean. Does Lana ever come back here? No. Chief Gant must still be keeping it clean in memory of their partnership. However, this stuff legends are made out of. Does he keep it in memory of her or in memory of the crime? This was taken on that day 2 years ago. The day Joe Dark ran out of the questioning room and tried to kill Emma. After receiving his award trophy, Mr. Marshall took a picture here. Then went along with Chief Gant to question Dark. But he never knew he'd be dead just a few hours later. Gee, you think? Something to note, by the way. Oh, it's gonna do the entire thing again. But, like... there's blood on it, right? And we're making an assumption here, but... the blood would have come from, like, this direction, right? How did the blood get on it, though? Yeah. Chief's organ sure is a sight to behold. Occasionally we hear him playing it from the Criminal Affairs Department. He is Dracula! Or the Phantom of the Opera. That's on the 2nd floor, and this is the 15th floor of an entirely different building. When a detective screws up, the chief calls them to his office and makes them listen to the organ for hours. That doesn't seem like a crime necessarily, or like a punishment necessarily. What's so bad about that? Music soothes the soul. Yeah, I'm with Emma. After that, the detective can't hear anything for days except for the ringing in their ears. Oh, okay. So it's an instrument of punishment. Literally. But aren't the chief's ears affected? He never listens to anyone anyway. That's beside the point. He probably has earmuffs. Hold on, what's this? Oh, is it the mark on the floor? This mark looks kind of like some kind of flower. Or it is, it's designed after the insignia on the prosecutor's badge. Prosecutor's badge? Yeah, like the one hanging from your collar. What? They have badges too? Yeah, I thought we saw one earlier. The design's supposed to portray the severity of the punishment system. Now that you mention it, it does look all pointy and kind of painful. But Mr. Edgeworth never wears a badge. That's because he's a sharp dresser. A badge like that wouldn't go too well with his outfit. So sharp dressers don't need to wear badges? Well, they probably just have to like have them like flip badges, right? Like the police do. I guess everyone just kind of lets it slide. Or not, I guess. Let's see, that's supposed to signify severe punishment. Oh. Why is there a safe here, by the way? Wow, look at the size of Chief Gant's desk. Speaking of that, when we were here earlier, oh, right. No, it's you two. Chief Gant. He put that paper he was reading in his desk. I wonder what he was reading. This looks like a list of evidence. I was right. A list of evidence. In most cases, the list runs twice as long as this, though. It's the same one that Edgeworth was reading then. Or Edgeworth and him have two halves of the same list. Hey, look at the case name. Huh? SL9 incident? I wonder what this is doing here. Hold on, detective. What did you just say? I said, I wonder what... No, before that. Normally, they're twice as long? That's right. I guess there wasn't a lot of evidence. A half-size list of evidence. The list of evidence. It seems so short. Most lists run twice as long. What would the other half of the list be doing here? I knew it! The chief must be hiding something about that case. It would appear so. Ha ha ha! Okay, so we can't look at the vases here or anything like that. Let's go window, desk again, safe, and then statue. No, we'll do window, statue, desk again, and then safe. You can see pretty far from 15 stories up. If you were to drop that suit of armor from here. First, the chief wanted to use stained glass for this window. Really? Why didn't he? They say he changed his mind because he wouldn't be able to see the view. Oh. Stained glass or not, it's a huge window. I honestly thought it was kind of stained glass already, because this is very stained glassy up here. This is the real deal, isn't it? This armor and these weapons. Sure is, pal. Chief doesn't care for imitations. First the pipe organ, now this armor. Do you know how many taxpayer dollars must have gone into this room? What? You mean we're paying for this? Well, you're 16, you're not paying for it. That's it. I'm not paying 1 cent of my taxes. You're okay. You don't have any taxes to pay. Shh, be careful what you say. Who knows? She may be hiding in this armor as we speak. That's it. That armor is so small compared to him. I don't think he fit in there. Even if he did, he'd never be able to get back out. I don't know. You guys don't know how scary that guy can be. No, I clicked on the wrong thing. Wow. Oh, look at the size of Chief Gant's desk. We found this inside the drawer. A list of evidence from the SL9 incident. Mr. Edgeworth had the other half of that list. What would this list be doing here? We better look a little more into this list. Okay, last but not least. This is a safe, isn't it? Safe? Oh, it is ripe with intrigue. Okay, you say so. It looks like a code needs to be entered in this panel to open it. 2126. A 7-digit number. Oh, shoot. Wait. I think I know what it is, too. Do you know what it is? I have a hunch. Oh, I know. You want to try my birthday? It's... A birthday could work if it's, like, anywhere between January and September and you cut off the 0. 0451. That's not 7 digits, though. We'd have to put, like, 0451. You want to try my birthday? It's... Oh! I have a better idea. Here goes nothing. Input code. Yeah, Asmo, you knew. Bingo. What number did you enter? Whose birthday was that, pal? July 77, 77, 77, of course. 7777777. The final ID card number on that record. What? The number of the mysterious executive officer who entered the room that day. You mean 7777777? That ID number? I think you're 17 shy this time. That can only mean one thing. That's Chief Gant's ID number. Say, anyone care to look inside? When we opened the safe, did you guys hear that it said, like, you found it? Or you solved it? Or what happens in VLR when you open the safe? I guess you don't really do anything. You just go like, oh my god, there's a key card in here. But did I get the key card to get out, or did I get the golden file? I know we're in the middle of something, but I want to do this real quick. That's what the chief was reading before, isn't it? You know, when we first came in here? Yeah. Looks like the right side of the form has been torn off. So Mr. Edgeworth's list really was only half the whole thing. Something else is bugging me more than that. Take a look at the back of that form, pal. The back. Oh! Yo! Thank you! What are you talking about? What is this? I wonder what this is. Looks like someone drew some kind of sketch here. Oh my god. What is it? Did you find something? Thank you so much. I'm so glad I asked Gumshoe about this. Me when I get you. I can't make it out. I better keep quiet about it for now. Huh? Oh, no, it's nothing. Why are your eyes moving about like that, Mr. Wright? Better not forget about this picture. That's an insane picture. Dude, thank you, Gumshoe, for telling me about that. That's crazy. Because I thought it was going to be like one of these where it's just like, oh, you click on it and then it like does this or nothing. But like, oh, dude. What I really want to do is I want to see if I could talk to him about the King of Prosecutors trophy and if he would remember the story now, but... Hey, that's it. That's the King of Prosecutors award that Mr. Edger got the other day. We're at the award ceremony. I got it for diligence. This design's based on an old... Hey! Yeah, it did update! Say, this design's based on an old Chinese parable, right? Yeah. Everyone knows that. There was this, dragon. Yeah, that's it. A dragon. He had a thing for shields, see? That's not exactly the version we heard. No, but this one sounds more exciting. Anyway, it gets kind of gory after that. I'll spare you the details. Hey, I'm glad I got that. Okay. Examine. Examine. Is there any money in there? How much does he have stashed away? Look, it's a Wait, is it blood or is it writing? Hold on, that doesn't look like blood. That looks like it could be writing. A shard from a broken cup. This somehow looks familiar. Where have I seen this before? There's something else in here too. What's this? It looks like a piece of leather cloth. Oh, leather. This is a handprint, isn't it? Hey, I saw someone wearing a shirt like that once. Think the chief made up the design? I don't think so. Well, it's just a thought. Is that it? That's all that was in the safe? Apparently so. It's empty now. Piece of cloth with a handprint on it and a broken shard from a cup. They look like pieces of evidence. Yeah, but unless you can prove they have something to do with this case, I'm afraid I can't just let you take them. After all, it's my neck on the line here. Great. I have to prove their relevancy to get them. How are these two items related to the SL9 incident? Oh, well, yeah. I was gonna say it's very easily probably Neil's from when he got stabbed. There's gonna be something we can show the detective. Well, actually, before I do that, there is one more thing I want to do. We'll start here, because I have a feeling I know exactly where I want to actually look. Oh, do you guys like it? We're getting there. We're getting closer, we're getting closer. Almost, almost. Nothing, nothing, nothing. Oh. Almost there. I thought, okay. I guess it has been 2 years. Okay. I was legitimately kind of expecting that to show up though still. Not bad. I did try the piano keys. Why would it be on the piano keys anyway? Because he's plays the piano till his keys are bloody. Hey, I just bought some of that stuff. I did not mean to show it to him, but cool. Now I can go around detecting blood traces too. Wow, is that a new type? I've never seen that bottle before. That's not luminol spray. That looks like hand soap. Or there's like a piece of, that looks like ramen. Is that soy sauce? Add 3 inches to your base height. What? Base height? Hey, let me see that. Looming tall. New and improved growth formula. That's not I mean, this can't detect any blood traces? Well, it's not quite the same thing as luminol. So that's why the lady at the counter had that smirk on her face. Aw, buddy. There. Now then, not present. I want to do this. I guess here. I'll just present. I present that because I can't take them from the save until I show him this. I think. Detective Gumshoe, could you have another look at this jar? I remember back when the three of us put that. I remember when the three of us put that back together. Those were the days. That was yesterday. It's kind of early to be nostalgic. Wasn't this jar a piece of evidence from that case? Yeah, that's right. One of the shards had an SL9 incident sticker on it. Doesn't this ring any bells? You know, that fragment we just found? You mean this one? That was in the safe? Yeah, that one. That was in the safe. Ah. Now that you mention it, it's ringing a lot of bells. Let's see if it fits. Here, let me see that shard. I'll take a crack at that. Go ahead, pal. Show us what a rookie can do. Mr. Wright, here's some glue. If I can piece this together again, it'll prove Chief Gant was knowingly hiding evidence. Here goes. Wait, do I just do this? Oh, I have to rotate it. There we go. No longer allowed to go to the mall because he would fall victim to perfume ladies. Is it an arrow? It looks like the top looks like the hiragana for E, and the bottom looks like the katakana for ma, but no. It looks like an arrow. I don't know what I'm looking at. Can we connect the dots? There. Fits like a charm. That, of course, means Chief Gant willingly and knowingly hid a piece of evidence from this jar in his safe. In other words, he concealed a piece of evidence from the SL9 incident. But, hey guys, get a load of this. What is it? This piece you just attached. It's different from the others. What do you mean different? Just because it had the stuff on it? The other ones had stuff on it too, but there's a reddish line on it. It's like in Melty Blood Twilumina when you get all the stars and you go into red mode or whatever it is. That's a new reference that not a lot of people will know, but they showcased new gameplay for Melty Blood Twilumina, the sequel game, yesterday at like midnight Central Time, and no one knows what it's about yet. A reddish line. That's blood. I don't get it. Why would Chief Gant hide this in his safe? Unstable jar updated in the court record. It is fully a distinct sequel game, but I think it's like a sequel game in the way of like Uni to Uni 2 or like Exerd Sign to Exerd Rev, Almina. Because they're using a lot of the same sprites, but they have a lot of new moves, and they have a completely new system. And like the meters just changed a lot. Like it's an overvamp. It is 100% a new game, but it's not like Exerd to Strive or like plus R to Exerd, right? Or like Street Fighter 4 to Street Fighter 5. It's more like you know, Melty Blood Cadenza to Actress again or something. Or like again, Uni 1 to Uni 2. But like it's a lot of changes. They gave Mash a stance. It looks like she's got a Siegfried from Grand Blue Fantasy Versus-esque Orcan stance, where she like puts her shield up into like a parry stance, and then she can do follow-ups. It's super cool. They only showed 4 characters so far, and we don't know anything about it because it was a very like quick and dirty in and out like 30-minute thing, and we're gonna find out more at the Tokyo Game Show. But like it's kind of sick. The thing is, Almina, Scion aside, I was thinking, because I know you like roast beef, rice beef, right? When I saw them playing Mash, because I've been learning Mash a lot, and Mash is like the rice by function in Type Lumen, I was like, they're showing a lot of new moves from Mash, and they're not showing her shield charge move that she has. And I was thinking like, if they wanted to rework MASH enough, if they rework her, they could throw in Rice Bife. That's a little bit of a conspiracy theory of mine right now. MASH could be a lot of the same, and they just added a few new things in. But like, they showed 2 new moves off for MASH, and I was like, I don't know what the inputs for those are gonna be, because she already has a lot of inputs in there. So I think they might have gotten rid of her shield bash, and they might be giving that to another character. Normal ground is so hard. Do you have to? Does every character have to be normal and ground, Dolly, or is it normal or ground for your stuff? Hey, look here. It's hard to make out, but there's a dark red stain here. It's not that hard to make out. Looks like blood. This piece the chief has is different, though. The blood stains on the other pieces are just spots. But this one's a line. That is odd. It's an arrow, but I don't... Oh, hey. They need one synergy or the other. When you say synergy, you mean like... like, normal and ground synergizing with each other, you mean specifically, or... Oh, and then do we need to get the other piece of, Here, can I present, like this is, he's wearing leather here. If I'm fired, I won't be able to give you any information. So that's why I have to get it all out of my system now. You understand, don't you? Don't be so negative. Oh, who am I fooling? I never had anything useful to share to begin with. No. Got to stay positive. So we have the jar now. Evidence from the SLI incident. Wait, can I... What do you think about this now that it's fully completed? I feel a lot better now that this jar is complete. But it only raises another question. What was the piece of it doing in the chief's safe? More importantly, why wasn't there any money in there? Isn't that what safes are for anyway? I have a feeling the outcome of tomorrow's trial just might hinge on this. Did we get the piece of leather, or do we still need to get that? I can't just leave, right? Trying to evolve them, but I need 3 of a Pokemon for it to evolve. Oh! I assume this is a mod or something then. Or there's some other rules baked into your system. Yeah, I'm trying to think, like, how do I get the hand... Way, Almina, you've cracked it for me, thank you. Detective Gumshoe, I'd like to have a look at this. Hey, I know what that is. So, you want to take some fingerprints? That's a great idea, Detective. Alright, go to town. Huh. What are you doing? Why are you sticking out your hand like that? Go ahead, take my fingerprints. It's not your fingerprints we want to take. Huh? Come on, this isn't the time for jokes. We're talking about that cloth we found in the safe. Oh, I knew that. The one with the handprint on it, right? Where's your sense of humor? There it is. Okay, Mr. Wright. Let's check for prints. Sprinkle the powder on the cloth. Then, once they've been absorbed into the prints, blow the rest away. Wait, my mom? I don't have to be told a million times. Don't be mean to Emma. Alright, let's get this over with. What? I feel like you could have still had the thing that I was powdering behind it, but still. Make sure it's nice and covered. About to lose because of how hard it is to get 3 of the exact same Pokemon. Gambare, dare, gambare, gambare. Alright, ready? And... What? I gave it my best shot. That kind of result won't be any good for matching prints, will it? But it doesn't look like we'll get a clearer result from this print. Okay, let's try a different finger then. Oh, did it automatically pick a finger for me? Or did I accidentally pick it? Oh, I might have been too fast with what I did. Did we pick the thumb? I don't know what print it automatically assigned me. I think I did it too quickly. Did I select the thumb? Oh shoot. My short-term memory is non-existent. Okay, yeah, no, I did. Dude, the dementia is setting in real early. Let's go, I guess index. I just tap it in, just tap it in. And oh, that won't work either. I give him my best shot. That kind of result won't be any good. I mean, I agree we should do left to right, but because of that, I think we should go right to left. Watch it be the middle finger. Come on. And it's gonna be the middle finger, isn't it? Unless son of a or worst case scenario, none of them work. And it's gonna be like a ooh, I don't know anymore kind of situation. It is a fair spike. My thought, Almina, is that if you're playing the game and you go like, oh, I'm gonna go right to left, or I'm gonna go left to right, you get it in 2 tries. You get it in 3 tries, I guess. But like me, who was like, no, clearly it's just the opposite entirely. Yeah, it is flipping me the bird. Look at that though. There we go. It's not Damn again. Oh, in that case. I think I know who it is. That's not who I thought it was gonna be. That's not who I thought it was gonna be at all. Emma. No. How can this be? What are Emma's fingerprints doing here? Well, it makes sense, but like, what? Hey, you found a match? Whose fingerprints were they? Uh-huh. Oh, seems the prints are too old. They aren't clear enough to get a match. Oh, that's too bad. I thought they'd be Dark's prints. Hey, you, over here. What's going on here? What are that kid's prints doing inside of the chief's safe? Don't ask me. Let's just keep this information from Emma for now. Here, maybe you should hold on to this. Evidence for something, but what? Bears Emma Sky's prints. Did Emma kill him? Did Emma use the piece of cloth to grab the knife and then kill, Joe Dark? Dolly, no! You did your best, Dolly. You did your best with the circumstances that were forced upon you by Kiwi. Well, was that any help? Of course. Thanks to your ID card, we were able to get some hard evidence. Now that's not very kind, is it? In other words, if it wasn't for his ID card, he would have been useless. Isn't that right, you in the coat? Chief Gant! We didn't think you'd be back so soon. Fortunately, I'm a man who believes in signs. As I was walking to my meeting, I happened to look out a window and saw a stray dog run right into a pole. Wow! Just then I thought of a certain detective. You mean me, sir? Now then, I'm afraid I'm gonna have to ask you all to leave. Yes, sir. Sorry. Oh, you in the coat. Me, sir. Drop off your ID on the way out. You won't be needing it anymore. But, sir. Now, get out. Yes, sir. We'll be on our way too then. Wait, you, the one without the spiky hair. Don't go yet. No. Me, sir. I'd like a word with you. But, sir, I'm not a licensed scientific investigator yet. You with the spiky hair, you're free to go. Mr. Wright. Don't leave her alone. Oh. Look, pal. I told you once, I told you 1,000 times. Chief's office is off limits. But no, you just had to go sneaking in there like that, didn't you? Well, you said you didn't care anymore if you were fired. Yeah, but if I knew it'd be like this, I never would have said it. Now that I've seen the evidence Chief Gant was hiding in his office, I think I'm finally starting to get the picture. But why is she kept eerily silent about it all this time? Anyway, you listening to me? I'm gonna try to smooth things over with the Chief again. Later, pal. Did Emma kill him in the darkness? And is she like either like stuffing that deep down inside her, or did she actually forgot because it was a traumatic moment for her? After that, I heard from Emma. She said the police wanted to ask her some questions. So she'll be busy for the rest of the day. No! Phoenix is doing a bad job of caring for his Kohai right now. February 24th, Detention Center, Visitor's Room. Oh, right, it was Pokemon Auto Chess specifically, Dolly. Oh, and Auto Chess, okay. You have to buy the same things to get people to level up in Auto Chess. I've seen Super Auto Pets, and I did the Arcanines one. Yeah, oh. Everything came back into like mind when I remembered it was the Auto Chess. Thank you, Dolly. I was like, synergies in normal Pokemon? No, in Pokemon Auto Chess, synergies are, or in any Auto Chess, they're more of a thing, yeah. I see. So the Chief asked Emma to come in for questioning. It's no use thinking about it. Tomorrow's the final day in court. I'm committed to doing everything I can to defend you, which is why I'm here. But I've already told you all I can. What you've told me over these past couple of days is absolutely nothing. Not a single useful thing. Really. I believe I did mention something quite important. Something I told you right at the beginning. That was 2 weeks ago. I said that I was the one who stabbed Detective Goodman. You know, I think I finally figured it out. When did you stab Detective Goodman, though? Was it at 5:15? Was it at 3? Was it at? Excuse me. Was it at 3:15? No, 5:15. It was 5:15. Was it at 5:15? Was it at 4 o'clock? Or was it 2 years ago? I know who it is that's lurking behind your words. Mia did a good job mentoring you. I'm rather jealous. It seems Edgeworth was right. Edgeworth? Once you're convinced you know something, no one can persuade you otherwise. Thick-headed is the term he used, I believe. Now's my chance to get her to tell me the rest of the story. Aha! Yes! Also, I feel bad earlier in the stream. I was like, what good defendants are there in this game? Because it was me and it was Edgeworth's dad, and I forgot about me. I forgot about my own senpai. Sorry. I have to admit, I was more than a little perplexed at first. You insisted you did it, yet there was no incriminating evidence. That's when it hit me. It's not that you're unwilling to tell the truth. It's that you're incapable of doing so because of a certain individual. Because it is just like a Wolf Among Us. She's got the thing on her that doesn't let her tell the truth. The card. What an intriguing notion. A certain individual, you say. And she's looking right at the guard right now, too. So you think I'm protecting this person? Protecting? No, I think afraid of is more like it. If I'm not mistaken, the person in question may have persuaded you to silence. For argument's sake, Mr. Wright, who may I ask is this person you're speaking of? The one I'm supposedly so frightened of. What is this person's name? Why did it... This is not the order of operations. Why did it switch up the order? Why is Damien Gant the first one here? I think it's wrong. What if it's Emma? Well, Miss Sky? Mr. Wright, you're addressing the chief prosecutor. Do not forget your place. I think she's still not ready to spill the beans. My apologies. Could you please tell me a bit more about what you think you know? We were partners until 2 years ago. I respected him as a detective. Assuming he's respectable, then tell me something. Why would he try to hide his crimes? His crimes? Both you and Edgeworth will be brought before a board of inquiry for what you did. Specifically, hiding and forging evidence. Of course, these are serious offenses. Why is it, though, that Chief Gant's name was never mentioned? Chief Gant? Edgeworth didn't know the truth behind the forgery. The only party who could have possibly tampered with the evidence was... me. I had access because I was second in command of that investigation. Yes, you, but also one other. Damon Gant. If you intend to accuse Chief Gant, you'll need more than just words. Show me proof that Chief Gant falsified evidence in that case. Let's go with this first. I just found this in a safe in the chief's office. That's not what we found, but I'll take it, sure. I assume showing any of the three things would have got me this answer. This jar piece, and this piece of cloth. Oh, which are probably on the list of evidence here, but are not on the list of evidence that, Edgeworth has. Do you know what these are? They're pieces of evidence from the SL9 incident. The person concealing evidence was none other than Chief Gant himself. Now tell me, why are you taking the blame for him? Touché, Mr. Wright. It's as you surmised. I cannot disobey the chief's orders. Even if it means being found guilty for murder. Why not? Come now, Mr. Wright. You can't possibly expect me to be able to tell you that. So Wayne. Oh my god. Is it that actually she was the one that stabbed the knife into... I don't think she killed Goodman. But what I think happened is Gant killed Goodman, stuffed his body in the car, and then Gant called up Skye and said, hey, I put a secret for you in Edgeworth's trunk. I need you to go and frame yourself for murder. Is that what happened? That's crazy if so. No wonder she was like, she's full on just being like, I'm taking the blame for this. I'm being blackmailed. I'm going to like kill this dead body. Wow. Come now, Mr. Wright. You can't possibly expect me to be able to tell you that. 3 days ago, I had no choice but to cooperate. In the murder of Detective Goodman. Or perhaps I should say, follow orders. Yes, that's more accurate than cooperate. Although I can't tell you the details, I can say that I was given an order that day. I need you to dispose of Bruce Goodman's body. You'll find it inside the trunk of Miles Edwards' car. Yeah. Just as I suspected. Despite what everyone believes, you were not the one who murdered Detective Goodman. Correct. I was trying to take the body out of Edward's car. So she wasn't even like planning to like have it look like a murder. She wanted to just dispose of it. Okay. The trunk's lock was broken. And I discovered the murder weapon while inspecting the body. The murder weapon? You mean Edgeworth's knife? Oh! Oh! I did. Ah! No. When I found the body, this was the knife stuck in it. The knife from the SL9 incident. Serial killer Joe Dark's knife. I couldn't just leave that knife in him. So, I took it out and stabbed him with another knife. Oh my god, that makes so much sense. And then that's why she had this knife, right? Oh my god. Holy hell, I would not have pieced that together. Cause yeah, I forgot that this is Edgeworth's knife. This would have been in Edgeworth's toolbox. So when she gets delivered the body of Bruce Goodman, that Damon Gant killed him with the SL9 incident knife because they were in the evidence room lockers, right? And that fell out of Goodman's locker, or like maybe they were looking at it, maybe they were like trying to reopen the case. Gant takes the opportunity to take that knife and kill Goodman with it. Stuffs the body in Edward's car. Edward drives the car unknowingly back to the prosecutor's office. Lana Skye is there, finds the body with the SL9 knife in it, says, hold on, clearly if that's still in the body when I dispose of it, that's not going to be good. They're going to like see that and say, hey, well, you know, this knife is tied to the SL9 incident. The only people tied to that are Goodman, Gant, Marshall, Starr, and myself. That can't happen. So she takes the knife out, wraps it in her muffler, in her scarf, hides it in the muffler to hopefully like make sure no one sees it, and make sure like she can come back for it later after she's disposed of the body, presumably. However, she then is like, okay, if I take the knife out, people are gonna look for the knife. So what I have to do is put a fake knife in. She opens up the trunk, she finds Edward's knife, stabs that into the dead body. That's when Starr sees her stabbing the body. At that point, maybe Skye knows that she's caught and she can't dispose of the body normally. Potentially, she was probably going to dispose of the body in maybe one of the barrels at the crime scene and get rid of it later on. Ooh, wow. Ah, that's what I was missing. I was like, why would she do this and what's going on there? Ah ha 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 ha. So I took it out and stabbed him with another knife. That would be Edgeworth's knife. That's right. Even though he's already dead, my hands were shaking at the thought of stabbing him. That's why I ended up cutting my hand. And that's the reason for the bandage on your right hand. Yes. It seems that I got blood on the victim's shoe as well. And then she saw me just as I plunged the knife in. Yeah! Miss Starr, huh? If only we could all be so lucky, Tully. Why did you need to hide Dark's knife so badly? It took a lot of work to finally close the Dark case 2 years ago. It was over with. I didn't ever want it to be opened again. My intent was to prevent that, by whatever means possible. So, you hid Dark's knife. The weapon used to stab the detective was evidence in the Joe Dark case. If word got out, which it would, the reporters would have a field day with that. So you wrapped the knife in your scarf and hid it. In Edward's exhaust pipe. Right. Then I called my sister. To tell her what happened, and to ask her to hide the knife that was inside my muffler. You asked Emma. I didn't want anyone on the force to know about this. That would explain why Emma is so confident. Emma's in on this. About Lana's innocence. Speaking of phone calls, I had a bad feeling about one of them that day. A bad feeling. The truth is, after I received those orders from Chief Gant, the first thing I did was make a phone call. A phone call to Patrolman Jake Marshall. To Marshall? Why on earth would you call him? Is that why he went into the evidence locker? The lead investigator for the SL9 incident had been murdered. I wanted that fact to be kept hidden, and I needed help. So she's the reason why. He was the only other person I could trust. Or at least I thought I could trust him at the time. However, it seems that after I spoke to him, he went off on an escapade of his own. Oh, you mean... Not wanting the case to die, he decided to take things into his own hands. He disguised himself as Detective Goodman and tried to steal the evidence. He had already stolen the ID card, but it seems he still hadn't made up his mind to break into the evidence room. After my phone call, any remaining doubts he had must have disappeared. So your phone call caused the incident in the evidence room. Oh, it's all coming together. I'm afraid that's all I can tell you. But Lana, you've earned my respect, Mr. Wright. Both as a defense attorney and an investigator. Now please, don't pursue this any further in court tomorrow. Tomorrow's trial. There's only one way to drive off Lana's demons. I've got to get to the bottom of everything. Detective Goodman's real murder. And what went down in the chief's office 2 years ago. Wow. This is a really good case. It's a very long case and it takes a bit to like get going, but like it adds. It's a slow burn kind of in a way. But like yeah, the fact that Emma might have been a murderer 2 years ago is insane. That was not on the bingo card, and I had said a lot of crazy stuff that a lot of it was correct, some of it was wrong, but like I was batting pretty high up there. Like I was doing over 0.3 RBA, and like what the Emma fingerprint is insane to me. Okay, so sure, what we're gonna save here. We're gonna like hit the next button, just because I want to see it get to the I like leaving you guys with some music, and when we get back, then we'll continue. February 25th, 9:47 a.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby number 2. This is the defendant lobby, alright, but there's no defendant. I've been trying to reach Lana all morning. Where could she be? And where's Emma, for that matter? It almost seems as if something's been happening behind the scenes. Edgeworth! Okay, you guys are getting stuck with this music loop for a bit then. I'm gonna go make some tea. I recommend you guys get up, stretch, get a snack and drink if you need to, all that good stuff. And we'll be back in like 5 to 10 minutes, alright? Sound good? See you then. Bye. Adios, Almina. Alrighty, service crew. We are back. Hi. Perfect. Get rid of this bad boy. Aha. I got water. Refilled it. I also got, more importantly, an iced tea. Went with peppermint. Peppermint tea, so it's an herb tea, no black tea, no caffeine in it, theoretically. And I put some honey in there as well. I have brought rinsing beverage tea, correct. I have BRB. The BRB is done. But no, peppermint tea with honey in it, which is nice because I think people that remember things a lot better than I do. I think I mentioned like 2 weeks ago when I was making tea, I was like, man, I really wish I had honey that I could use because the honey that I had like crystallized and everything. I ended up trying to revitalize it as the internet told me, which was like putting in like a hot water and like putting the bottle, not the honey itself, putting the bottle in hot water and like letting it like do stuff to like recrystallize and like or uncrystallizing it back to like a liquidy or a molassesy state. Did not work. Just bought it, just threw it out and got some new one, which is fine because it was already like fairly empty at the time anyway. Nice. I haven't had honey in like my tea in like a hot minute, so let this thing cool down for a good like 5 minutes before we indulge in it. But nice, we are back on the final day of the trial. Where's my controller? There it is. Edgeworth. Knowing you, you've already figured it out. Who the owner of the 777777 ID number that is. Well, I have a pretty strong hunch. Looks like I'm not the only one who's figured it out. You know, the only reason this trial didn't reach a verdict yesterday is because there was still room for doubt regarding this ID record. If that number does belong to whom you suspect, then no doubt will remain. After all, he hasn't been officially charged with anything. What if 7777777 doesn't belong to Gant? What if it belongs to, like... What if that was, like, Neil's old number? Or what if that was, like, Lana's old number or something? It's throwing... The fact that they're like, oh, it's clearly this is throwing a lot of suspicion at me right now. How much longer are you streaming? It would be foolish of me to say until the trial is over, I think. But typically at least, like, another 4 hours, give or take, Yukiko. If that's when the trial ends, so be it. But whenever they get to a save point would be my guess, because save points are usually about 3 to 4 hours apart from each other. Which might mean if that's the case, if we get to a save point and the trial's not done yet, then there's probably going to be, well, there will definitely be more next week, but like it might be a shorter one next week or something. I don't know. The special character that's used in SCP stories for omitting details. I can't wait to use it. Oh, the redacting character. Nice. True. Not yet. Thank you, Yukiko. Arigato. True, not yet. In any event, once all doubt has been removed from that list, I can call for a ruling. 5 minutes, right? And Chief Prosecutor Sky will be found guilty. But she didn't do it! I figured you'd say as much. That's why I came here, to hear what you have to say. This is the first time he's ever done something like this. Lana's hiding something, and the only way we'll ever know the truth is to draw it out of her. So yeah, what they're gonna do is, there are probably gonna be 2 people on the stand. One is gonna be Lana, the other one's gonna be Gant. Because typically they do trials in like, cases of 2 to 3 people on the stand, and this feels like a 2-person on stand, one being Lana, one being Gant. They could also throw Emma on the stand. So I don't know. We're gonna do our best. The truth. Everything goes back to the SL9 incident. Don't be stupid. Today's the last day of the trial. We don't have time to reminisce about the past. That depends on you. If she's found guilty, you'll lose your only chance to find out what really happened. I'll think about it. See you in court, right? This is it. If I'm ever going to find out what Chief Gant has on her, it's now. February 25th, 10 a.m., District Court, courtroom number 9. Court is now in session for the trial of Miss Lana Skye. The defense is ready, Your Honor. The prosecution is ready, Your Honor. Normally this is when the prosecution puts forth its opening statement. But before that, the police chief has a proposal to make. Uh-oh. Chief can't. Morning, folks! How's everyone doing? Hey, Yoshi. Been back to the pool yet? No, I've been drowning enough as it is in my work. Ha! That's a good one. Don't think I can top that. If you don't mind me asking, Chief, exactly what is this proposal of yours? Lana, that is to say the defendant, has asked me if she could speak directly to the court. She wants to do what? Having heard what she intends to say, I feel she should be granted her request. In the end, it should save everyone a lot of time and trouble. What's this all about, defendant? I'd just like to make one simple request and I'll be finished. Well then, what's your request? Your Honor, I'd like you to put an immediate end to this trial. Uh-huh. I confess to all charges against me. On February 21st of this year, I murdered Detective Bruce Goodman in the underground parking lot of the prosecutor's office. Object, dang it! No, Lana! Objection! You can't! Your Honor, the defendant's claim does not change the defense's plea. In that case, Mr. Wright, I no longer require your services. But Lana! Your Honor, I hereby forfeit my right to an attorney. The prosecution may lack direct evidence against me, but it has sufficiently proven its case through testimony and circumstantial evidence. I would like you to render your verdict now, if you please. Well, the defense certainly has the right to self-representation. Her request is legally valid, although this is an unprecedented situation. Indeed, it appears there's no further need to continue this trial. Even if Mr. Wright may feel otherwise. This can't be happening! It appears the time for the verdict has arrived. This court finds the defendant. Are you serious? Objection! Ah! One moment, Your Honor. Mr. Edgeworth! The prosecution has not yet proven the defendant guilty beyond reasonable doubt. Any ruling at this stage would certainly be premature. Come now, Worthy! I understand this is a difficult time for you, but why don't you just be a good little boy and keep your mouth shut, hmm? That's why he's the GOAT! Edgeworth! I don't think I care for your tone, Chief Gant. What? Creating another fabrication to cover up your past mistakes. Sorry, but I'm no longer the naive little boy you would have me to be. With this sudden confession from the defendant, it's obvious to me some kind of deal was struck behind the scenes. Some kind of deal, hmm? Not everyone operates as you do, Worthy. I thought so. Your Honor, the prosecution would like to change its first witness. Oh? To whom? As its first witness, the prosecution would like to call Miss Emma Skye. Oh! I request the court hears her testimony. Who's holding it? Oh, Lana does, and they don't have a voice. They don't have a female voice to be able to say hold it there, I guess. Or they didn't want to reuse, like, Maya's. Also, Nigiyashi. Mr. Edgeworth, I'm exercising my right to self-representation. I don't think we need to continue. I don't care what you think, Miss Sky. The exposure of truth sometimes results in tragedy. However, no matter how tragic the truth may be, it would be an even greater tragedy to avert one's eyes from it. Very well. The court shall grant the prosecution's request. That's okay with you, right, Chief Gant? Worthy. You'll live to regret this. Mark my words. Miss Emma Sky, please take the stand. But, Gant was talking with Emma already, right? Looks like Edgeworth has decided to take the horse by the reins. Now then, witness. Please state your name and occupation. My name is Emma. Emma Sky. My occupation, I'm Lana's little sister, and I want to be a scientific investigator. 2 years ago, you encountered the serial killer Joe Dark, the Joe Dark killings. Is this correct? Yes. I'm trying my hardest to forget about that, though. I'm sorry, but I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you to recall those events one more time. Mr. Edgeworth, please remember this trial concerns the murder of Detective Goodman. Is an incident that was resolved 2 years ago really all that relevant? Yes, it most certainly is. Well, okay then. He sure gave in fast. Why am I still here? I mean, like, I know I'm still here, but like, I thought they would have kicked me out if I'm not actually representing Sky anymore. Now, please testify about what happened to you 2 years ago. The trip to yesteryear has finally begun. It's bound to lead to the truth behind this trial. Two years ago. I was waiting in my sister's office that day. A man came running in and took me hostage. Neil Marshall rescued me. But I'll never forget what I saw in that instant. The man raised up his knife and stabbed Mr. Marshall in the chest. Emma! A, I know you're lying, because you told me that you didn't actually see it happening. And B, Emma. Stabbed in the back. Emma. It's a good thing you weren't harmed. I passed out. I don't remember much. That's understandable. However, please tell me, Mr. Edgeworth, what does this testimony have to do with Detective Goodman's murder? That will soon become apparent, Your Honor. You've got to admire him for his courage, considering he has no evidence. Very well. The defense may begin its cross-examination. They're not even gonna like talk about the fact that I shouldn't be cross-examining because I'm not the defense anymore. I'm just gonna let it rip. I just gotta Emma. Like sometimes you want to like press them and just see what they're on about and everything, but like we gotta end this quick. We know that she's doing a facade right now. Objection! Your Honor, what do you think about the witness's statement? Not sure I follow. What do you mean? I'm so upset about this in so many different ways. I have to press for a second. I gotta press first apparently. But like, what are you really saying these floundering when she said stabbed him in the chest and I have a thing that literally says stabbed in the back? Are you actually messing with me right now? It clearly contradicts the I thought. You don't sound very convinced, Mr. Wright. This is the stupidest. Like, there have been things where I've messed up, right? Where it's like, what's the famous one? Gordy, camera, or camera, Gordy. Man, I messed up. It was camera, Gordy. Like, sure, I understand. This is actually just straight up BS. what are you talking about? Actually, what are you talking about? What's up, Angel Oakwood? Hi. Thank you. Man. I'm gonna have some tea now instead. This tea is still really hot, actually. I'm so glad I bought new honey, though, because, like, wow, that actually does hit really hard. Oh my god, it's nice to have some sweetness in there. The man raised up his knife and stabbed Mr. Marshall in the chest. Hold on, I gotta press on it first. Sure. That must have been a real shock. Even now, when I close my eyes, I can still see it just as clearly. You're lying. I know you're lying. We talked about this. Tell us. What were you doing at that moment? I believe you testified that Joe Dark was holding you hostage. When lightning struck and the lights went out, Mr. Marshall jumped on Dark. I was thrown aside and the two began wrestling each other. I'm pretty sure I was watching them. Emma doesn't have any reason to lie, but Lana sure does. I need to get Emma to tell me as much about this as she can. I understand the thought process here. We do want to press on everything to get more information out of her, but like, I never before, not since the very beginning of the game was I like, I have a silver bullet to end this. And like, the game just slapped me in. If at least, they should have had like this is like, again, this is me coping for being absolutely correct. More than I've ever been in this game, by the way. But like, I wish the game at least would have been like, I present it and then like, Phoenix is like, hold on, I don't want to do this just yet. I need to get a little bit more out of her first. And I would have been like, okay, game, I understand then. You want me to like press her to get more information out of her, and then we'll get it. Because I know what the silver bullet is. Clearly she's contradicting herself, which is the key to everything. I know about my ancient Chinese proverbs. I know about this halberd and the shield. 2 years ago, the defendant was a detective at the police department, correct? Yes. She was second in command under the then deputy chief of police Grant. My sister. She was the best detective ever. Yes, I remember. Deputy Chief Gant and Miss Sky used to be quite the pair. I believe they shared the same office. That's right. I'd always sit at my sister's desk. And dream about playing that organ. I wanted to play it that day, too. The police department and the prosecutor's office held a ceremony that day. Lana promised to take me to dinner after she finished her work. In the game sentence by now, you should be trained to press regardless. No? If I got a silver bullet, I'm gonna shoot that werewolf, man. A man came running in and took me hostage. A man? Yes. Joe Dark. He was a serial killer. Joe Dark was brought in for questioning on the day of that ceremony. We were desperate to get anything on him that would lead to an arrest. When he saw his chance, he fled the room, correct? Upon fleeing the room, Dark proceeded to take the elevator. He must have been in a panic because the elevator was going up. Then he ran into Sky and Gant's office. That's the other thing too, is he must have been in a panic because the elevator was going up. There are so many questions I have about Dark going into their office that don't feel right, you know? There was a lot of noise coming from outside, so I opened up the door to have a look. And that's when I saw him. Neil Marshall rescued me. What was the prosecutor doing there? That day, there were two people present during Drake's questioning. Deputy Chief Damon Gant and Prosecutor Neil Marshall. Almost forgot about Gant. Neil Marshall had just received the King of Prosecutors Award. Young and dedicated, he went straight to the questioning room after the ceremony. I assume that would also be why he was the first to run after Dark. When Dark grabbed me, I thought I was as good as dead. And that's when Prosecutor Marshall came running in. I don't clearly remember what happened then. But I'll never forget what I saw in that instant. Can you tell us about that? Mr. Marshall jumped on Dark. Just then, the lights went out. The lights? It was just about this time of year. There was a terrible storm going on and lightning struck nearby. So the electricity went out. Wait a minute. It was pitch dark in that room. You shouldn't have been able to see anything, right? Right. But just then, lightning flashed again outside. That sudden flash left an unforgettable image of the scene in my mind. I see. I told the detective about what I saw then. The detective? Yes, Detective Goodman. He was in charge of the case. Detective Bruce Goodman. The victim. Okay. Well, I mean, like, I don't know. Sometimes you do want to throw someone immediately under the bus, just because then maybe after you throw them under the bus, then you can talk about them more. I don't like it when the game presumes to know what I'm about. All right. So you spoke with Detective Goodman about this 2 years ago. Yes, that's what's so scary about this trial. And you told Detective Goodman about what you saw. Yes, but at the time, the words just wouldn't come out. That's why I drew a picture. Oh! Oh my god! I finally connected it! We didn't show this to Emma, but Emma would have been like, this is my picture. That's a really good drawing. I guess she was 14. You can like draw stuff at 14. A picture. Yeah, I think she's mentioned that before. Well, Mr. Wright, have you heard enough? Keep pushing. This picture the witness drew, I believe has a very important meaning. Objection! What are you objecting to? But the list of evidence I was given 2 years ago didn't contain a picture. Oh, edgy! I can help you out with that one. Witness, would you mind if we added this statement to your testimony? Yes, Your Honor. I drew a picture of that scene once, but it seems to have been lost. Hold it! You drew a picture of the scene you witnessed, right? Yes. I wanted to do everything I could to help the investigation. I can still see it now, whenever I close my eyes. That's strange. I took over the case after Prosecutor Marshall died. Yet I never received any picture. Perhaps the witness is mistaken? But I did draw it, I swear. I'm not just imagining it. This picture that Emma drew, that reminds me. I guess I should check the evidence again. Let's continue. The scene that imprinted an image on your mind. Can you please describe it to us? The man seems to have been lost. Okay, now we can present. Objection! Hey. Mr. Edgeworth. This little girl put all her heart into drawing that picture. And yet, you would insist on denying its existence? Huh? Hey, I'm not the bad guy. I agree with Edgeworth, but like it's to incite him. All I'm saying is that, as the prosecutor for that case, I wasn't handed a picture. That may well be. But that doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Behold. This is the evidence list for the SL9 incident. Please turn it over, Your Honor. Thank you, Indigo. Hi, welcome in. Turn it over. Turn it. Ha! What's this? Yes, what is that? Hey, that's it. That's the picture I drew. Indeed. 2 men appear to be wrestling here. Objection! What's the meaning of this? What are you doing with that list? Me? Only the prosecutor in charge should have access to that list. Huh? These lists, they're different from each other. What? It would appear, Mr. Edgeworth, that the evidence list you were handed 2 years ago was incomplete. These two lists fit together to form one. You can see the marks here, where they were torn apart from each other. Hey! So you see, Mr. Edgeworth, it's quite obvious what happened. 2 years ago, only half of the evidence in that case ever reached you. What? What? This I really do, going back to what we were talking about earlier. Like, the relationship between Phoenix and Edgeworth is so good, and I think this is a really good, like, example of it in action, where, they're really, at this point, working together to, like, solve this case in a really fun way, because they're, like, antagonistic towards each other in that they're the prosecutor and the defense, right? But, like together, they're, like, building up this great thing. It's awesome! Also, what's up, Toasty? What's up, Raiders? Welcome in. Hey, Windfall. Plenty public extraordinaire at your service. Toasty, hi. Tanashiro Kiki, welcome in as well. Hi. Happy Sleepy Toast, right, everyone? Toasty, I hope your Voice of the Void stream was good. I know very little about that game. I've been told it's very good, and I've been told that I might enjoy it, in fact. I hope it was good for you, though. Sleepy Raiders, by all means, if you need to raid and run, get something to drink, get a snack, lurk, any of that good stuff, by all means, please do. Otherwise, feel free to stick around. I don't know how sleepy you'll be able to get, because we're in high, intense courtroom battles right now, trying to solve the case of the SL9 incident, the Joe Dark killings, and also if Lana Skye did in fact kill Bruce Goodman in the back of Prosecutor Edgeworth's car back on that fateful day of February 21st. Spoilers, she didn't. But, hi, welcome in. And buckle up. I know you've also talked about Amayo as being a good game that I should try it at some point. Voice of the Void, I mean. It was good. I would highly recommend it. I technically finished the alpha today, so hell yeah. Nice! Wait, the alpha? Wait, is it not fully released? All I know about it is that it is, I like to think of it as, Outer Wilds, just because it has, like, space, and it has, like, is it SETI related? I don't know. I don't want to, like, get into the weeds of what it is exactly, but is it fully released, I guess, is the biggest part of what I want to ask. Have you been doing? How's the stream been going? I've been doing good. The stream's been going good. Outside of the fact that I had a silver bullet worth of evidence that I could shoot, and they didn't want me to do that. They instead wanted me to, like, get more information first, which is, it's valid. But, like, this game is really good. Toasty, I don't know if you or Raiders, if you guys have played this game before, but I highly, highly recommend it in the same way that you're recommending Voice of the Void. It has its moments of just like, what do you mean that's not correct? Or what do you mean that is correct? But overall, it's a very fun story with very good characters, and that's of course the most important thing. Literally, as you were rating me, I was just saying how right now what's happening is that both Phoenix Wright, the main character, the one you play as, and Prosecutor Edgeworth, your typical villain in this case, or your like antagonist, I guess I should say, your frenemy, as he really is. The two of you on opposite sides of this court are trying to like solve the actual events of this case, while the defendant, who you're supposed to be helping, is saying like, no, I did it. That's because she's getting blackmailed by Damon Gant, the chief of police, who is like manipulating the strings the entire time. And it's so good to like work together and get justice to be actually done. It's awesome. You just watch some buddies who would play this and voice acted for. The franchise is so good. Oh, Phoenix Wright? Yes, it's very good. This is still the first game of the series, and I have 2 more games in this trilogy pack to go through, and like, oh, it's good. It's good. But I digress. Let's hop back in. Order! But, Miss Skye, why did you draw your picture on the back of such an important list? Because that's what Detective Goodman handed me in the questioning room, Your Honor. It is a wild ride, and I'm buckled in for it and to go. And I might have lost like my keys and my wallet and my phone on the ride along the way because it's been kind of bumpy. At the end of the ride, I'll be like, that was a very satisfying ride. And it so far has been. Wait a minute. If this list was torn in half, then that means... Your Honor! Are you alright, Mr. Wright? Your eyes are bulging from your head. If the evidence list was torn in half, then there might be more of the drawing on the back of Mr. Edgeworth's list. Oh, yo! I didn't even think about that. Because the drawing on the back of this list is so, like, centered. The idea that there's more of this drawing on Edgeworth's list is insane. But, oh! Did Edward ever look at the back of those lists? Hold on. Yes, that's quite conceivable. Mr. Edgeworth. It's possible. Let's see. Is something wrong? Do you even have to ask? He never flipped it over. Sorry, Your Honor. There is indeed something drawn on the back of my list. It's that thing. What are you talking about? Surscrew, when I titled this episode Blue Badger versus the World, I kind of didn't think the Blue Badger was gonna come back today, or like I was making it a reference to yesterday. I didn't know. Oh my god. Oh my god. My clairvoyance is on another level today. That's that thing. That thing that was dancing in the evidence room. No, but it couldn't have been. That doesn't make sense. It wasn't around during that time. Is that instead, that's this, right? No, what the hell is that? Clearly, this act of vandalism is the work of a certain chief of detectives. Oh my god, wait, is this like completely not related at all? Is this completely not related at all? I guess he was out of scrap paper. So that means that Emma was only given half of a sheet of stuff to work with in the first place, presumably. Which explains why it was so centered and why I was like, what else are they gonna draw on that list? List of evidence in the SL9 incident. Half this list was found in Gant's desk. Okay, so I don't think the Blue Badger actually had anything to do with this case. Not with that specific thing. I think it was just a funny coincidence. I think. Very well. Witness, will you please testify about this picture you drew 2 years ago? Uh-huh. Oh, yes, sir. Your Honor. What's wrong with Emma? She seemed to be thinking about something when she was looking at the picture. Is it about the fact that, like, the chest stab doesn't work at all? Emma's picture. This is the picture I drew 2 years ago. The flash of lightning was so bright, all I could see were shadows. After that, I must have fainted. The picture shows exactly what I saw in that instant. To think a flash of lightning could burn such an image into your mind. Thanks to that, though, she was able to show us exactly what she saw. Well, I don't see any contradictions here. This clearly shows Joe Dark about to murder Prosecutor Neil Marshall. No, it doesn't. It's just two figures. You didn't even see, hold on. Okay, this might be presumptive of me, but I'd like to think, if you take a look at, what? Wait, why can't I rotate this, unfortunately? Is that actually supposed to be part of the same picture? It was in front of a... No, this has to be two different pictures, right? I don't know. If it was in the same picture, what would it be? My mind thinks of the vase, but that doesn't seem right. It really is just the Blue Badger. The important part though is thank you. Oh, okay. Look at their heads. It's just circles. If it was a silhouette that was burned in her mind, and again, like I understand that, sure, realistically you don't have to draw the cowboy hat, but I would think if it's a distinct silhouette that's burned in your mind, where's the cowboy hat silhouette? And you could say like, oh, it got knocked off, or oh, like she was just drawing silhouettes, like she doesn't need to draw the cowboy hat. Fair, but I don't know. That's what my mind goes to. I agree with that, by the way, maybe, because it's Wait. Can we... Mayu, about... Yeah, the corner bits in the top... Hold on, where's my doodle pad? Right here and right here, behind me. Those give you the silhouette of a giant window, right? Which we've seen the windows in that office that they had like a floor to leaves where it was like here and the... I'm not gonna draw the rest of this. Like they were like the windows that have like the thing. They were stained glass windows, right? With like the 3 circles up here or whatever, and then there was like a normal window stuff here and here, right? So this is probably one of those windows in this area, sure. I wonder if there was something here originally, like a knife or something like that. And then I wonder if someone else came along and then drew this after the fact. Like, could we erase this and see what was underneath it? That's kind of what I'm thinking right now, but... The defense may now begin its cross-examination. Emma's picture. This is the picture I drew 2 years ago. The flash of lightning was so bright, all I could see were shadows. After that, I must have fainted. This picture shows exactly what I saw in that instant. Okay, so we gotta press on everything. Because apparently we can't just... I don't know what to do anyway, so we have to press on everything, but still. Did you draw this picture right after the incident? I think I drew it 2 or 3 days later. This might have been part of the forged evidence. At first, I was in such a state of shock that I couldn't do anything. During that time, the investigation team was reorganized. Detective Goodman was placed in charge, under the direction of Damon Gant and Lana Skye. 2 or 3 days later. The memory should still have been fresh in her mind. Excuse me, witness. But can you please tell us why this picture is painted all black? The flash of lightning was so bright, all I could see were shadows. Oh, okay. I was like, what is he cooking at? It's a nice transitionary, like, line of dialogue. So at the time, you didn't even know if it was Mr. Marshall who would come to your rescue. No. I couldn't see him clearly. Oh, it could have been Gant. We just know that Marshall was dead when everything was over, but like that could have been Gant actually. Oh, this opens up a lot more too. The lightning was so bright, and I was knocked to the floor. You were knocked to the floor? Dark had a tight grip on me, but when Mr. Marshall jumped on him, I was knocked away. I turned around, and that's when the lightning flashed. Poor Emma. I'm just glad she wasn't hurt. What happened after the lightning flashed? After that, I must have fainted. You mean you didn't see the actual murder take place? No, I'm sorry. The flash of lightning only drove off the darkness for a split second. Not only that, but the trauma of the situation understandably caused the witness to faint. Do you really need to torture this girl any further? No. What? Hey, I'm not the bad guy here. Anyway, this picture. This picture shows exactly what I saw in that instant. Even the picture shows him getting stabbed in the back, by the way. I think. Sorry for asking so many times, but are you sure you drew exactly what you saw? Of course, this is the exact scene. It wasn't influenced in any way from your talks with the detectives. Objection! Oh, he's onto something with that. Are you insinuating we somehow manipulated her memory, Mr. Wright? No, of course not. I better watch out or he might find some way to cut my salary. I drew this picture before I heard anything from the detectives. So, I don't think anyone's story would have influenced me. Okay, that's... What about your sister? Mr. Wright? Is there something that's bothering you about this picture? Huh? Oh, well... That's strange. She claims this is exactly the scene that was imprinted in her mind. And yet, there's clearly a contradiction here. Ooh. Alright, so what do we do now? Is it the knife? That doesn't seem correct. What contradiction do we know right now? Do we know the heights of the two men? Well, one of them's crouching right now. It wouldn't be that. I think it's... God, I really just want to present this dang thing that says stabbed in the back. Puncture heart and lung, a knife tip was in the wound. This picture kind of contradicts her own statement about being stabbed in the chest, though, from earlier, which is, I'm so upset that she just lied about that, and then I'm supposed to sweep that under the rug right now? Actually insane? Like, I get I'm uncovering more from it, but, like, you can't just lie to me off the bat and just expect me to forget it, game. You keep doing this, game. Evidence from SL9 incident. Final fragment found in Chief Gant's safe. Blood traces. What's up, Sir Zer? Welcome in. Hi, hi. Oh, but I hope I pronounced the Zer part right. If it's not, please let me know. We're trying to figure out what does Emma know and what is Emma lying about here, and how do we solve this dang case? Reference document dated 2/21 can only be submitted to. That's fine. The liminal doesn't do anything for us. The switchblade doesn't do anything for us. A lot of this is earlier on. We need something later on, unless it's the King of Prosecutors trophy, which maybe that's the reason we don't use the knife anymore. Maybe the weapon they're using here is the knife from the Prosecutor's Trophy? Let's go back. The game has done the thing before where you have to get two different presents and then go back to another. You'd have to get two different presses and then go back to another press. So let's run through this one more time real quick. Did you draw this picture right after the incident? I think I drew it 2 or 3 days later. At first, it was in such a state of shock that I couldn't do anything. During the time, the investigation team was reorganized, and Goodman was placed in charge under the direction of Gant and Sky. Memory should have still been fresh in her mind. You didn't even know it was Mr. Marshall who would come to your rescue. No, I couldn't see him clearly. The lighting was so bright, and I was knocked to the floor. Dark had a tight grip of me, but when Mr. Marshall jumped on him, I was knocked away. I turned around, and that's when the lightning flashed. I'm gonna present the evidence a bit about being stabbed in the back, which is probably gonna be wrong, but it's all I have to go off of right now. Yes! Haha! Now's the time! I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but this picture the witness drew contains a blatant contradiction. What? But I still remember it like it was yesterday. Mr. Wright, perhaps it would be faster if you simply pointed out this contradiction for us. What part of this picture contradicts the autopsy report? Oh, fuck. I'm gonna go up here? He got stabbed in the back. Like, what the So screw. I didn't think I was gonna get this far. I didn't think I don't and it won't let me pull up the autopsy report right now. The contradiction, of course, lies here. Take a look at the knife the man is holding. Yes! Because it wasn't a... That's stupid, actually. Because it's not a switchblade knife, is that the thought? Or because it's... What? There's barely any... Hold... No. I gotta call the game out again for this. Like, I understand that I think what they're gonna get at, and I disagree with this a lot, Because this is exactly what I was talking about, where it's like, okay, if she saw the silhouettes, wouldn't she be able to see a cowboy hat if it was him? And I was like, no, like, let's be real. You don't have to have like every single bit of detail in there, right? Like the cowboy hat's not important. The build of the men aren't that important. So in my head, you just have to know that he's holding a weapon. It doesn't matter what weapon he's holding. As long as he's holding a weapon, it's a valid image. But what they're gonna say is, if you can, in this image, right? In this image, clearly it's an instrument that looks like this, right? Where it's already broken off. And Phoenix is gonna say, well, no, clearly he was stabbed with something intact. And then it was broken off in their chest. And it's like, so what? This image means nothing. But like, sure, whatever, game. Because like, yeah, stabbed in the back, died from punctured lung, a knife tip was in the wound, and the knife tip was broken from him, but still. And it shows up at the, yeah, like splitting hairs on this image, when like, I've tried to split hairs on other things the game has done, it's been like, no, you're thinking too deep about it, Ace. It's like, no, what are you talking about? I am the Ace detective. Take a look at the man holding the knife. Take a look at the knife the man is holding, I mean. If you look closely, you can see it's broken. Bro, it's a rectangle. It is a fairly detailed image, but not that detailed. Even I don't have to look closer to see that, Mr. Wright. Really? But Mr. Wright, look at the evidence. See, the murder weapon. Its tip is broken too. If I recall, the tip of the knife was found broken off in the victim's body. Broken off in the victim's body. Yeah. This is, like, I understand what they're doing. I'm just upset about how they're doing it. It was the conclusive piece of evidence that proved Joe Dark was the murderer. I'm afraid it's not so simple, Emma. Objection! Unless they're gonna turn Maya, Emma, or Edgeworth evil, I think I'm fine, Nukiashi. Which, Emma is kind of like lying under oath right now. I don't think she's doing it on purpose right now, but she definitely got talked to by Gant earlier. I feel like Gant prepped her earlier and might be blackmailing her right now. It's not her fault that she's evil though. That's like a corruption thing. That's different. And where, pray tell, could you possibly see a problem? It's obvious, really. The victim suffered a single stab wound to the back. If the victim was only stabbed once, then the murder weapon should not yet be broken. Ha! What is the meaning of this? Perhaps the knife was broken beforehand. Objection! Sorry, but I'm afraid that's not possible. The tip of the knife was found inside the victim's body. If it was broken beforehand, it couldn't possibly wind up there. Unless it was planted, and that's a whole other issue, but that's not what we're dealing with right now. I didn't even see what he said. The tip of the knife was undeniably discovered within the victim's body. The only possible explanation is that the witness's memory is mistaken. Objection! That's why I asked her so many times if I was sure that she remembered it correctly. If she was sure that she remembered it correctly. I believe you were annoyed at the time, but she was sure she remembered correctly. Ha 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 ha. But there's no other way to explain this inconsistency. Objection! Not so fast, Mr. Edgeworth. There is another explanation. Have you forgotten already? About a little something called falsified evidence? You're treading on thin ice, right? Toasty, I know, right? Oh my god, I forget who it was last week, but they were like, yeah, this stream has really good retention, which is such a streamer-minded thing to say. But they were saying in that, like, the fact that, like, if you're in here, then it sucks you in, because you're just like, I can't wait to see where this goes, right? Treading on some thin ice, 9, Mayu. All I'm saying is that this broken knife tip might be the piece of evidence that was forged. Oh. You can't deny the possibility. No. Ah! Order! Order! Are you saying the investigation really was corrupted? Your Honor, please allow me to once again go over the events that took place the day of the murder. The police department and the prosecutor's office were holding a ceremony that day. After receiving the King of Prosecutors award at the ceremony, which, by the way, look at the knife, look at the okay, again, just for anyone new coming in or someone that forgot, there's a very clearly stabby weapon in frame here, and also there's a stabby weapon in frame right here that is no longer on the statue. So both of these are very like whodunits, right? After receiving the King of Prosecutors award at the ceremony, Neil Marshall questioned Joe Dark along with Damon Gant. During his questioning, Joe Dark fled the room. Prosecutor Marshall chased after him and was killed by Dark. It's my belief that somewhere in this story, there is a lie. I'm not lying. The man really was holding up a broken knife. I don't think it was a broken knife. I think it was a broken spearhead. Broken halberd tip, as they say. If that's true, then there's no other way around it. This could not have been the actual murder weapon. Okay, so we know what the actual murder weapon is. Well, we know we have two possibilities. But specifically, I think I know which one it is, and it's the prosecutor's knife. King of Prosecutors knife halberd thing. There must have been another broken knife. What are the chances of there being two broken knives? I know. Another broken knife besides Joe Dark's. Could there have been one? There is another one? If the witness is this adamant about the accuracy of what she saw, it can't just be explained away by a simple observational error. Mr. Wright. In that instant, Emma really did see a broken knife. I assume then that you have some information about this other broken knife. If so, please feel free to enlighten us. The murder weapon's already broken prior to the murder. There's only one way. Take a look at this. Here's the real murder weapon. If anything's broken here, it's you. Uh-huh. I'm sure this must all be very amusing to you, Mr. Wright. But may I remind you that the fate of Miss What are you talking about? Alright, they want me to show to show the picture because the actual knife's not there. You're on thin ice, 9 game. Sorry, Your Honor. I thought I had it. I thought he was like doing a little joke thing for me. The answer lies in the past. I'm upset because it should have counted, by the way. The answer lies in the past. 2 years in the past. Right here, inside this picture. This is a picture of the awards ceremony. What is it, Mr. Edgeworth? It's the broken murder weapon. Notice the award Prosecutor Marshall is holding. That's a broken knife. As we earlier concluded, the knife in the drawing was not Joe Dark's knife. That being the case, the knife the witness saw was in all likelihood from this award. Order! Order! Neil Marshall was awarded King of Prosecutors that day. As an award, he was given this broken shield and knife. When he chased after Joe Dark, he pulled out this knife. Being a prosecutor, he did not carry a pistol. This broken knife was the only weapon he had in this dangerous situation. Wow! Objection! But that can't be. Oh? And why not, Mr. Edgeworth? Because the King of Prosecutors Award knife was the murder weapon, then the murderer and the victim would be reversed. What do you mean? I mean, and he's right about this, by the way. That man raising the knife would have been the prosecutor, Neil Marshall. Oh. Oh! Because nothing in Emma's testimony said that they like kerfuffled and swapped knives or anything like that, right? But the prosecutor was the one who actually but the prosecutor was the one who actually died. That's true. What's going on here? It seems Mr. Wright has been a bit too eager to jump to conclusions. Hold it. Wait, I remember now. I remember everything. Witness? Mr. Edgeworth. What is it? Could you show me your evidence list again, please? His list. The one with that picture scribbled on the back. I knew it. This picture. I'm the one who drew it. What? You drew that? That's right. The list wasn't torn in half at the time I drew this picture. Oh God, what is... It's got little, like, nubs on it, but, like, it's... Hold on, can I rotate this in my mind real quick? Was someone bashed over the head with this? Maybe? That's the only thing I can think about right now. All this time I've been trying so hard to forget. I imagine on the DS this was like bottom screen and top screen, not left and right like this. I must have locked this part away deep inside me. Perhaps it would be best if we added this to the witness's testimony. Would you please tell us what you recalled, Miss Sky? Yes, Your Honor. First the knife mix-up and now the blue badger. This should be interesting. I don't think it's the blue badger. Emma's recollection. When I saw that man raise his knife, I panicked and rushed towards the both of them. I think I knocked away the man with the knife. Just then there was another flash of lightning and that's when I saw the blue badger. What are you talking about? He wasn't in the room, but I'm sure I saw his shadow. This is certainly most unusual. I thought the blue badger was like recent. I thought like it was literally within the last year. What are you talking about? Objection! Try impossible? The chief of detectives hadn't even designed him until this year. Thank you, Edgeworth. Thank you. I was going crazy for a second there. I was like, I know it was earlier in the game. Like clearly we saw the physical prop like during this case, but I understand like he would have been designed before that. It's been in the chief of detectives office the entire time we've been playing the game, but like that was like, yeah, that would mean he didn't even exist 2 years ago. Yes, well, the defense may now begin its cross-examination. Stop, please, don't pursue this any further. Lana, what's the meaning of this? Please remain seated in the defendant's chair. But you can't do this. I've already confessed to the crime. Why can't you just leave it at that? Chief Prosecutor Sky, we've already come this far. It's too late to turn back. Silence! Dude. The defense will now begin its cross-examination. Bailiff, please detain the defendant. It seems we're finally getting to the core of the matter. Dude, Lana! when I saw that man raise his knife. When you say that man, I assume you refer to Joe Dark. Yes, at least I think it was him. You think? All I could really see were shadows. The power outage that immediately preceded the incident is also documented in the prosecutor's office reports. So then you panicked and rushed toward the both of them. Why would you do something so dangerous? What else could I have done? He was about to stab Mr. Marshall. She seems convinced that Dark was the one holding the knife. But as we just theorized, Mr. Marshall was the one holding the knife. Well, I didn't know that at the time. When that Dark guy knocked me down, all I could think was, I've got to help that other person. Oh my god, did she actually do the murder? Is that what this is the entire time? Yo, welcome back, Kiwi. I don't think we're gonna do a Sudoku, I think. Oh my god, I think it was Dark. I think the accidental murder wasn't like, it wasn't that someone ran into that spear tip there. It wasn't that someone got it was that someone got, I think Emma held something in her hand and stabbed someone, potentially, maybe? I think I knocked away the man with the knife. What do you mean, you think? It all happened so fast. And I was in shock. I don't remember everything clearly. What I did, it's all kind of a blur. That would be why Lana's trying so hard to protect, like, to not dig into this case, because she knows that if this case gets uncovered, it's Emma did a murder. And as we all know, that's the only thing you can get prosecuted for in this world. Miss Sky was almost killed before she was witness to a murder about to take place. With so much happening in the matter of seconds, a little disorientation is only natural. I saw the man about to stab the other person, who I thought was Mr. Marshall. I knew I had to stop the man with the knife. What you did was very brave, young girl. So, what happened next? Just then there was another flash of lightning, and that's when I saw the blue badger. Are you sure about this? Of course. See? I even drew a picture of him here. But it was the chief of detectives who thought up this hideous beast. And that was just this year. The blue badger didn't exist 2 years ago. This is all quite verifiable. I know it sounds strange. I was surprised too when I saw him at the police department. I had this nagging feeling that I'd seen him before, somewhere. Now I finally remember. Oh, brother. Just when you thought things had caused enough commotion. Just when you thought that thing had caused enough commotion. Tell us, where in the room did you see him dancing? Dancing? It's implicit that not only was the blue badger there, but the blue badger was dancing as well. As that is the only thing we know about this horrid creature. He wasn't in the room, but I'm sure I saw his shadow. His shadow. So you mean you didn't actually see his face, with its winning smile and all? That's right, but I still remember it. He had 3 creepy horns. Wait. God, I wish I had a better photo of this. Hold on, that's probably what it is then. Maybe, somehow. That wouldn't work though, that doesn't match up to me. She might be thinking of this thing, right? But if that's the case, it's more than just this part. There's also like an entire body that should have a shadow as well, right? So. Oh no, Dolly. This is pointless. That thing couldn't have possibly existed 2 years ago. The witness must be mistaken. Objection! That may well be. But what's important is what caused her to think she saw what she did. Oh? And I suppose you have an explanation. If so, by all means, please tell us what this shadow really was. What was it Emma saw when the lightning flashed? Okay, I'm gonna go with who is this blue badger really? I might know. I'm gonna go with my gut, which is okay. Yes, I need to explain why I think this is. Because clearly, if you look at the picture, it's if you look at the picture, there's something here, and there's not a body. There's nothing connected down here, right? It's just in and of itself up here. So, because of that, it can't be the statue that had the knife, right? What I then instead think it is, the only other thing that I've thought about was this unstable jar because it has like the nubs on it, right? Which doesn't fully track because the position of the nubs, even when you look at it this way up, like there are 2 nubs but not 3. And yes, you could say like, oh, there was a 3rd nub broken off here, but they're, if you look at them, they're at antipodes, or not antipodes necessarily, because antipodes I think are very exact opposites, but they're at like 3, like equally distanced apart from each other, whereas the blue badger is, as you can see, they're all on like the same side. But I wonder, is there some orientation you can get that? Hold on. That's what I thought, Mayu, and I wonder, can I get that angle? The jar has no bottom, so the hole goes right through. I wonder if it really is a jar or some kind of weird telescope. That's interesting. I never looked at that. The dark red stains must be blood traces from the incident 2 years ago. Only the fragment found in the Chief Gant's office still has lines remaining on it. Like, I think the thing is this, but I'm trying to think how you would orient this to, like, give you a blue badger silhouette. Oh my god. It's not perfect, but... Zersker, I think we found our badger. I just might know. The blue badger hadn't even been dreamt up when Emma drew this picture. Yet, she's certain she saw its shadow. Ladies and gentlemen, it's the defense's belief that on the fateful day 2 years ago, there indeed was something that looked similar to the blue badger. Something that is now sitting in this very room. Is it? I mean, it's in my evidence thing, I guess, technically, but... Mr. Wright! In this room. Very well, Mr. Wright. What is it that the witness saw in that instant? Please show us this mysterious blue badger look-alike. Yes! The mysterious blue badger was, in fact, this. But that's, what exactly is that? I believe it's some sort of jar. It's not really a vase. Yeah, it's a jar of it. I still don't know why there's a hole in it and why that matters. But Mr. Wright, that doesn't look anything like the blue badger. Indeed it doesn't. As it stands now, it's just a plain jar. However, what if we were to change our viewpoint? Oh my god, are they gonna make me have to do it? Our viewpoint. Dude, if I was playing this on the 3DS, I'd be going crazy right now. I've got to show them the correct angle to look at this from. I'm so glad I did this already. Is it just that, actually? Hold on. That isn't right. Gotta make him look more like the badger. Wait, hold on. What? Allow me to remind the defense that its case hinges on the witness's drawing. Okay, okay. I should have done the one earlier. You can add this along with the VLR other thing in like Ace Bad at Geometry. If Mr. Wright can't match the shape the witness drew, we cannot accept its claim. Fine. Come on, Mr. Wright, you can do it. Okay, I should go back to what I had it before, because I started getting in my head about the angles of like the droopy droops and everything, but like I think it's this. Right? Gotta make him look more like. That's pretty good, honestly. Oh no, Dolly. Oh, I'm scared. Given that this is a DS game, which is an analog control stick, this is awful. Oh no! This is how I originally had it when I was like, I think this is it. So, like, I tried 2 other versions of it. Let's try this one now. What do you mean? Oh, this is awful. No. Oh, that'd be kind of cool, actually, Nukiashi, if it was like a fountain thing. You're joking me that it has to be No, don't. You guys are lying, right? It's not that bad, right? Am I on like the right track though with like my angle orientation where it should be like this in the back? Like this, if so, that is just a fault of the game being like older and on the DS or something. Cause like this should definitely count. And like the thing is, I don't know if this was how I had it originally before or not. If you look at this right now, by the way, this looks so much like it. Hold on, squint your eyes. A little bit more up. Too far up, a little bit more down. I think it's that. But forward pointing? I'm gonna do this one, and if this is wrong, you're probably right that it's forward pointing just because the blood stain makes more sense, right? Hold on. Well, not like that. It would have to also be... Oh, I think I had it, actually. Wait. I think it has to be this way. That's all I can picture in my head right now. And I gotta make it... That's pretty good. That's pretty good. It's gotta be like this. I can't... Like, if I forward... The thing with me forward pointing it is that it changes the angle of the front nubs, right? The left and the right nubs, which are in the front right now. If I try to point it forward, I think it's messed up. That's it. Yes! Ha ha ha! Well, is this a miracle or what? No one can possibly deny this jar's resemblance to the blue badger. No, it can't be! Ha ha ha. Order! Order! The defense has proven its claim. The mysterious blue badger witnessed on the day of the crime was actually this. Objection! So someone threw that. Although we all enjoyed Mr. Wright's dramatic performance, one question remains. I would just, honestly, my favorite part about this is imagining like in an anime or like in a live action adaptation where like Phoenix has this vase and is like trying to angle it, and then just like Edgeworth just sitting in the corner just being like, that's not right? And like you have a nice little like 1 minute sequence of just like Wright just trying to angle it just correctly and just like looking back for approval and everyone just going like, what is this guy doing? That's a character building sequence, or that's like a fun little like comedic reprieve in it. Although we all enjoyed Mr. Wright's dramatic performance, one question remains. What's your point? What do you mean? So that badger thing was actually just a jar. Well, why would a jar be like flying through the air like that? That doesn't change anything. It changes a lot, actually. That means there was a third person there. Or a fourth person, technically. Objection! I'm afraid that's where you're wrong, Mr. Edgeworth. You see, this changes everything. Indeed? Very well, then. Please tell us. Blue badge on! What's different now that we know the witnesses saw this jar? the murderer. There was another person in the room then. Allow me to take these in turn. At the moment of the murder, the witness saw this jar. At a very specific angle, I might add, Mr. Wright. Yes, well, knowing this, where could she have seen this jar? Where? The location of the jar is shown in a picture taken on the day of the crime. It's on a shelf in the office of Damon Gant. Yeah, it's true. I noticed that earlier too. But the body was found lying near Lana Sky's desk. The witness testified so herself. Objection! Yes, and it's these two facts that reveal what actually transpired. You see, the struggle between Drake and Marshall, Dark and Marshall, did not take place in Lana Sky's office. It happened on the other side of the room in Chief Gant's office. Yes, they're the same room, but I'm glad that's actually the thing they're going for there. Are you implying the murderer moved the victim's body from Damon Gant's office to Lana Sky's office? Yes. It is that then. It is that then. They wouldn't, I've been going insane about this. They wouldn't just show this for no reason. Okay. I'm still trying to piece things together, right? But I think I'm trying to piece this together. I think, okay, so this knife is what's shown in the image that Emma drew. But this knife being stone wouldn't actually be able to stab someone. So I think what Emma saw with the silhouette was Marshall over top of Dark, like trying to like subdue him. Not to kill him, to subdue him. Emma sees this. Someone else, presumably Gant, throws the jar? The jar is supposed to hit someone. Maybe Emma threw it, or maybe Gant threw it, and it hits Marshall, who's the one standing up. Marshall staggers back, stabs himself here. It wasn't Gant. I got it. I think I got it. I know I've said that so many times this stream already, but riddle me this, service crew. We have to assume that Gant's not here. This is the only thing right now, is that I don't know where Gant is in this. He might have been here though. But my current thought process is this. You have Neil Marshall and Joe Dark. Joe Dark runs into the office and grabs Emma and keeps her hostage. They're currently in front of like this exact picture area, right? So you have, from here, you have this image where Marshall is able to tackle Joe Dark, get him off of Emma, and the two are struggling with each other. Neil Marshall is using the knife from this photo, and it looks like he's trying to subdue Joe Dark. But Emma is not sure about that. So Emma picks up a vase and throws it at the men. Or potentially, if not her, Lana might have done the same. Someone, that we're not sure about yet, someone picked up the vase and threw it at the men to stop them. When the vase is thrown, it hits the man standing up that they thought was Joe Dark because he had a knife. But it's not Joe Dark. Instead, it was in fact Neil Marshall. It hits Neil Marshall and sends him flying backwards, and he ends up impaling himself on accident on this knife tip, this spear tip. At this point, Lana Sky is passed out. Joe Dark has been knocked unconscious by Neil Marshall before he eventually dies, and then Neil Marshall ends up being stabbed. Lana Sky then comes in. If she wasn't the one that threw the vase, she then comes in and sees her sister on the ground, Joe Dark knocked out, and Neil Marshall having died by punctuation here with a lot of shards of vase on the ground. She takes it upon herself to set the stage, or maybe this is where she gets influenced by Gant to set the stage for this. When did they get the live-action animated show movie accurate to how well people actually did with positioning the jar? Take an entire 20-minute section of the live action? No! Why would he do that? There is no reason. Exactly. If there wasn't a reason, he wouldn't have gone through the trouble. The only logical conclusion is that there was a reason. Do you know what that reason was, Mr. Wright? I have some ideas. I finally figured it out. So this is why Lana tried to stop the trial. It's too late to quit now, though. I think Emma threw the jar. And I think Emma then killed Neil Marshall. And Lana realized that, and that's why she is trying to cover this up. Please recall the witness's testimony. She said she knocked away the man who was holding up the knife. Yeah! She threw the jar! In the next instant, the jar was hit and flew through the air. Now tell me, what could have sent the jar flying? That would have to have been the impact the man made when he was knocked into the wall. Ladies and gentlemen, if I may draw your attention to this picture once more. Or, oh my god, wait, no, I'm too stupid. So the jar being, I don't understand the jar flying through the air now. Is it just the fact that she slammed him into the wall, that's what caused that to happen? In that case, if it was just Emma not throwing a jar, if it was Emma just tackling him into the thing, yeah, Emma 100% did it then. If the man was knocked in the direction of the shelf the jar was sitting on, what would he have hit? Yeah, here it is. Ah! The suit of armor, holding a very sharp and dangerous looking sword. Yes. And since the man who was knocked into the armor was carrying a broken knife, yeah, he would have had to have been Neil Marshall, wielding the King of Prosecutors trophy. No, Mr. Wright, you can't be thinking. Yes, there is another possibility of what actually transpired in that room. Another possibility. Oh no. Of course, the perpetrator would have had no idea, but nevertheless. Yeah, oh my god. I don't know if I can go through with this. Mr. Wright, what's the matter? If events took place as the defense theorizes, then the outcome is obvious. In that moment, assuming the man Emma Skye knocked away was actually Prosecutor Neil Marshall. Oh, I love the silence. You mean Mr. Marshall died because of me? No! I never imagined her testimony would lead to this. So it was the witness who took the victim's life, and then proved so with her own testimony. This is unprecedented. Objection! What are you saying? I'm sorry, Miss Skye, but given the circumstances, Joe Dark murdered Prosecutor Marshall. How can you think it was Emma? How dare you try to pin the crime on her? Imagine that, coming from you. If you recall, it was you who admitted to forging evidence 2 years ago. The reason you moved Prosecutor Marshall's body was to keep anyone else from finding out about what Emma did, wasn't it? I assure you, Mr. Edgeworth, I have no idea what you're talking about. If you hope to have anyone believe your insane allegations, I'm afraid you're going to have proof. Tell me, Do you have any conclusive evidence that proves my sister killed Neil Marshall? Evidence? I'm willing to bet you don't. Oh no. Yes. It certainly would be difficult to prove this with evidence. Oh no, they don't know. So that's... She pushed him away. She pushed Neil Marshall into the armor on accident. She didn't know the armor was there. So when she pushed him into the armor, she pushed on his leather jacket, leaving her fingerprints behind. If we don't have evidence, then we'll have to rely on testimony. I'm afraid that won't work in this case. Both parties involved in the incident are dead. We certainly can't get dead people to testify. If only Maya was here! This has all been a wild goose chase from the beginning. Touché, Miss Sky. Of course, that only leaves us with one possibility. You mean there's still another possibility? What do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth? I mean, the possibility that the victim has left us a message. That's what the vase was for. For better or for worse, Mr. Marshall did not die instantly. He may have left behind the name of the person who took his life. Hold on a second. I said this looked like the Japanese kanji for E and Ma, and I was like Ima, and then Ima a little bit, but hold on. Can we like edit this to be like it's an M is in Ima, like it's the left half of an M, that arrow? Oh my god, wait, oh my god, wait. Connect the dots, service crew, connect the dots. And speaking, real quick, Mayu, I want to show your work to the class because this is terrifying. And because someone might have been like, why was Ace laughing a second ago? This this is so terrifying. It says it right there, Chief Can. He may have left behind the name of the person who took his life. In one manner or another. That's impossible. Well, Mr. Wright, this is the only possibility left to you. A message from the deceased. Does such a message exist? Gotta think back on the court record. The real murderer's name that the victim may have left behind is in the evidence. This message from the deceased is already in our possession. Mr. Wright, will you stop at nothing to prove my sister a murderer? Do not be mistaken, Miss Sky. Our purpose is not to accuse Emma of any crime. There is only one thing we seek. The truth. How can you not like him? Now, no matter how painful it may be. Now then, Mr. Wright. Please show us the piece of evidence that conveys a message from the deceased. Oh, you know it, you love it, baby. This is the message left by the deceased. This is that blue badger from before, right? Oh, is he gonna just speak the killer's name? Oh, is he just going to speak the killer's name? If that thing could, I'm sure it would. Why are they showing the badger? It's not the badger, it's the boss. Looks like everyone's forgotten this is just a jar. A message was left here on the surface of this jar. What do you mean? If you look closely, you can see a faint trail of blood on this jar. It looks like someone wiped the blood away. Yes, but notice, for some reason, the blood on some of the fragments was not wiped away. That's because that's where the start and end of the lines were for a lot of them. Yes, there is a line here, drawn in blood. So what you're saying is these dots, we gotta connect the dots! Oh my god, were once lines. Prosecutor Marshall did not die instantly. He used the few precious moments left to him to leave behind a message. One that someone apparently wiped away. But blood must have seeped into the jar where the lines changed directions. Yes! Precisely so. All we need to do is connect these points, and the victim's message will become apparent. No. Mr. Wright, what kind of message did the victim leave for us? Your Honor, I believe these bloodstains will reveal to us the answer. Gotta connect these dots to make letters. There's only one thing the victim would have written, given the circumstances. His murderer's name. Oh my... This is really messed up of Neil to have written that, by the way. Will this work? It should. Yeah, you can't connect there. Oh my god, did I do it? It's a defense attorney's duty to prove their client's innocence. That's why all I've been thinking about is saving Lana. After all my efforts, I never thought it would turn out like this. God damn. Emma. So this is the final message Prosecutor Marshall left behind. This case is kind of sick as hell. Of all people, she may not have meant it, but in the end, the one who took the victim's life was Emma Skye. Seaworthy? Can't say I didn't warn ya. Chief Gant. You understand the implications of what you've done. What? What are you talking about? 2 years ago, Joe Dark was sentenced to death. He was convicted because of his final murder. I believe you were the prosecutor in the case, were you not? Gant, well, Gant is still evil. Gant forged the evidence. And also, don't get it twisted, Mayu. Don't get it twisted. Search, everyone, don't get it twisted. I'm almost certain that Damon Gant killed Bruce Goodman. He is still the murderer in this trial, I think. But like, yeah, the Emma being a murderer twist is like actually insane. Oh my god. Also, hold on, what gift did you just make? Is this one of the gifts that like converts from, wait, this gift isn't working for me. Oh my god, it's so slow! This is actually terrifying. Hold on. I don't know why the frame rate of this is so slow, but... We gotta, May, you gotta open up like a music player and have the Blue Badger theme slowly fade in as it does this. That is beautiful. Oh my god, though. Yes, Worthy. Because of you, an innocent man was sentenced to death. Not because of him. He wasn't the one that presented the evidence. Not only that, but you used forged evidence to ensure his conviction. Objection! Blue Badger in G minor. welcome in, printer paperclip. But Joe Dark really was a serial murderer. That's undeniable. Is it? Hold on, we don't know about that, technically. Is it? Question mark? I'm afraid that's not important. Didn't you know? We aren't defenders of justice. What? We're merely keepers of the law. Sentencing a man to death is no light matter. Even if there wasn't any cover-up or evidence forgery, ultimately the responsibility falls on the prosecutor in charge. Despite what anyone may say, this fact cannot be denied. Dude, they're going crazy in the stands right now. What's going on in the prosecutor's office? They might have sent an innocent man to his death. How can he just stand there like it wasn't his fault? Order! 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 Ho 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 ho. The gavel's pounding fell on deaf ears. Unable to settle the crowd, the judge declared a recess. Where this trial is headed, no one knows. Fudge. So, Sir, this is a really important question. I don't know if anyone knows the answer to this. How many more segments are there? Is it just one? Or is it like 2+? Because to me, I would think that the very last thing you do is you have Gant on trial and you crack the case by getting Gant guilty. And then, then it ends. But if there's an extra day, it says the final day, trial former. So I imagine there's only one, maybe two more things. Especially if it's one. It feels like it'd just be one, right? I want to real quick get some ice in my water, just because it's hot in here. I'll be right back. Let me know when I come back in like a second. Yeah, I wouldn't imagine any more investigation segments, which are the longer ones. I imagine it's just like one, maybe two more trial segments, I think. Yes, I don't remember. At least 24 more. 8 more twists, 9 murders and 1 fake murder in a slow slice of life filler episode. Well, that's the trilogy overall, Toasty. That I believe it's the trilogy overall, but like it wouldn't be for this. It says final day. I'll be right back if someone can look that up for me. Ciao. All right, I am back. We are back, I should say. Spare parts. I think this is the last bit. Might go over your usual in time. As long as there's only one more bit. That's the main thing I cared about. My usual in time is like air quotes like 8, 9, 10. Closer to 9, 10. But like I'm no stranger to going to midnight. And if it's like just one more bit or one more bit and a half, I'm okay with that. Like as long as it's not like a 5-hour thing and I could like easily just put this as next week's instead. Like if we can end this in one more bit by destroying Gant, let's destroy Gant, right? Also, Dolly, boo. Because I imagine Dolly is opening the ghost video and still has me in the background and can hear me scare her, even though I had already said a lot of words before that. Sarah Screw, let's finish this case. I got Kiwi with it at least. February 25th, 12:06, District Court, defendant lobby number 2. Wow, that's actually fairly on park for like on ball for it took about 2 hours IRL time too. Wow. Sorry, Edgeworth. I didn't mean to get you in trouble. Don't worry about it. This is my problem, not yours. Hope I'm not interrupting anything, pals. Oh, well, I guess I am. Yeah, I'll come back later. Wait, Detective Gumshoe, what is it? Got a lot of nerve, pal. Make a detective run all around while on duty. And to top it off, you call me here. Seen happier people at funerals. Who called it? It wasn't me. We've done this exact bit before. Who was it? Take Alana's having you run errands again. Yeah, okay, it was this trial. It was Alana. Okay. Let me tell you, this is the last time, pal. Here. She asked me to give you this. She asked me to give this to you if there was a break in today's trial. Evidence law. That was brought up earlier in the case by Edgeworth. Evidence law. Edgeworth was talking about this just the other day. That's what I said. You must know the 2 rules of evidence law. There's only 2? There's an entire book about it, though. Rule 1, no evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. Is that right, Mr. Wright? Seems so. You could at least study some evidence law, really. Not bad. Chief Prosecutor also wanted me to give you a message. A message? She said, if you're planning to take him on, you're gonna need this book. Him? Oh, it's time. I guess I'll need to give this book a thorough read. From Miss Sky, explains the 2 rules of evidence law. Securely slipped into pocket. Doesn't look like that book will do you any good now, though. All that's left now is the Chief Prosecutor's sentence. That's where you're wrong, Detective. Huh? Haven't you figured it out yet? Why, I'm still sitting in that prosecutor's seat. Despite all these allegations being thrown at me. Mr. Edgeworth! The real trial today hasn't begun yet. That's insane. What? What else is there left to do? Your credibility's been all but ruined with this forged evidence you were unaware of. Emma Sky found out she unwillingly caused a man's death. Wait a minute. What's the rules of evidence law? Let's read it. No evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. Unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case on trial. What's that first one? Evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. If he was in charge of the police department at the time, it shouldn't fall on Edgeworth for the faulty evidence. It should fall on the police department for the faulty evidence. It's literally just those 2 lines for this entire book. That's insane. Emma Sky found out she unwillingly caused a man's death. And now, you're telling me you want to do more? You gotta be kidding me, pal. You're missing the point, Detective. Lana didn't murder Detective Goodman. She merely stuck a knife into his dead body. That means the real killer is still out there. Yeah. What? And we're going to expose him. No matter what it takes. I like that it's we're gonna expose him because both, dude! Edgy! Even though he looks really distraught, I punch him in the arm and be like, we're gonna do it, buddy. And he's like, what the fuck? This case has hurt too many people. It's time to bring it to an end. Boss fight, let's go. February 25th, 12:52, District Court, courtroom number 9. Court will now reconvene for the trial of Miss Lana Sky. Mr. Edgeworth. Yes, Your Honor. The inquiry committee is planning to impose harsh penalties for your actions. Thank you for the news, Your Honor. Yes, well, normally this is where the prosecution calls forth a witness. But, this isn't easy to say. You see, there is some concern that you, Mr. Edgeworth, may have, struck a bargain. Did he? Do you think I may have manipulated the witness? What witness were they gonna call? I didn't say that. It's just, you see, everyone has been talking and, Very well, Your Honor. I have a solution. Solution. That being the case, the prosecution will allow the defense to call forth all further witnesses. What? But there's no precedence for what you're proposing. Wait, if I call the witnesses, is he gonna cross-examine them? Undeniably, this is an unusual arrangement, but a very effective one. It would prove that I haven't struck any deals with the witnesses. Very well, Mr. Wright. What do you say? Unbelievable. Edgeworth has found a way to continue the trial. Very well. The defense accepts the prosecution's proposal. That is so cool. Then it's settled. The, defense may now call forth the next witness. Mr. Wright, you do realize this is your last chance. If you call the wrong witness, this trial is as good as over. Oh, hell, the defense, hold on. Saving over this one just so we don't have to, like, because I assume it's a one and done thing. We got deals. Call me Gavlon because I'm wheeling and dealing. Or call Edgeworth Gavlon because he's wheeling and dealing. The defense calls. Time's finally come to bring out the real murderer. I like that they just put Gant at the beginning again, just to be like, you gotta pick Gant. You know it's Gant. I wanna call Bruce Goodman though. Get Maya back here. She can call him. Damon Gant. The defense calls Damon Gant to the stand. Damon Gant? What does he have to do with anything? As the defendant's partner 2 years ago, Mr. Gant has first-hand knowledge of the crime. I feel we should hear what he has to say about it. As luck would have it, he should still be in the courthouse. He would also be the least likely to have been manipulated by me in any way. Wouldn't you agree, Your Honor? True. All right, bailiff, please escort Mr. Gant to the stand. Witness, please say your name and occupation. Hey, I'm the one calling the witness here, bucko. What is this, some kind of practical joke? I was just on my way to lunch. Too bad, you're gonna be having lunch with us. Or in jail. Your name and occupation, sir. Worthy. You sure you want to do this? Your name and occupation. So, you want to play hardball, huh? Please, Mr. Gant. Fine. My name is Damon Gant. I'm the acting chief of police. Now then, Chief Gant, the court requires to hear your testimony. Requests to hear your testimony. All righto! What's with the grim face? First, let's clear up this SL9 incident. Oh, you mean that time when Lana's sister murdered that prosecutor? He has no tact, man! He's throwing her under the bus immediately. Personally, I think it's been made pretty clear already. There are still some things unaccounted for. Oh? Like what? Like the role you played in all of this. Son, either you're very brave or very foolish. You are aware, of course, that a police chief has all kinds of weapons at his disposal. Weapons? Sure. Take my testimony, for example. I don't have to give it if I don't want to. That's not true. Is it? What? Is that true? I'm afraid so. The chief of police has the right to refuse to testify. What? Of course, such an action carries with it certain risks. Don't worry, I'm not here to hinder your trial. Just remember, if this turns out to be a big waste of time, don't say I didn't warn you. Very well. The witness may now begin his testimony. SL9 incident. As I recall, Neil and I were questioning him that day. To make a long story short, we slipped up. That power outage didn't help either. When I went to my office, I found Lana there. Apparently she had already arranged the crime scene. As you can see, I had nothing to do with the forgery. Then why was the stuff in your safe? Is that when Dark was arrested? Him? He was lying on the floor unconscious. Well, we're gonna show it again. When Emma sent Neil flying, it seems Dark bumped his head. I see. Everything seems pretty clear-cut. The police chief has the right to refuse to testify. Then I'd better hit him hard and fast. Let's go. As I recall, Neil and I were questioning him that day. Hold it! As I recall, a certain ceremony was held at the police department that day. Yeah, that's right! I guess you could say I'm a workaholic. After winning his award, Neil was all fired up too. That's probably what spooked Dark and made him run away like that. Was the defendant Lana Skye also present in the room? I don't quite remember. At the very least, she wasn't there when Dark ran for it. To make a long story short, we slipped up. That power outage didn't help either. So the two of you ran immediately after him, right? If you ran immediately after him, why did you only get to the incident after Lana got there? No, I believe that part, Mayu. I think a 14-year-old girl can, like, knock a man at least into a statue and kill him. That's right. Especially, like, if it's dark and they're not expecting a force from outside of their control, right? That's right, but Dark made it to the elevator first. So Neil and I split up. Okay. He went upstairs and I went downstairs. I guess you could say he got lucky. What's this about a power outage? Oh, that. The elevator stopped all of a sudden and I got the shock of my life. Well, probably not as shocked as Neil when that knife went into his heart, though. Oh. That's not funny. Dude. Even if Gant's innocent, like, Gant needs to talk to someone, man. That's not okay to say. When I went to my office, I found Lana there. Could you tell us what you saw? It was a shocking sight. Neil and that serial killer were lying in a heap on the floor, all tangled together. Dark was also lying collapsed on the floor. Yeah! Apparently he hit his head and was knocked out. Next to them were those two poor girls, Lana and Emma. Lana was cradling Emma in her arms. Looking back at it now, she must have already known what her sister had done. Apparently she had already arranged the crime scene. How can you know that? Because of the victim's body. It had already been moved. So that means you found the body near Lana's desk. That's right. I think you said earlier, it was my suit of armor that really stabbed the prosecutor. Yes. Anyway, as you can see, I had nothing to do with the forgery. So you're saying that the forgery had already taken place by the time you arrived at your office? That's exactly what I'm saying. I can understand how Lana must have felt, but moving a body and hiding evidence are inexcusable no matter what the circumstances. Hiding evidence is inexcusable, huh? Is that how it really went down? Staring at the witnesses won't do you any good, Mr. Wright. If you're going to stare at anything, you're better off staring at the court record. Worthy! Always the smooth talker! But which piece of evidence ties Gant to the forgery? Lana did admit to forging evidence, but that can't be the whole truth. Somehow, I've got to link Gant to the incident. So I have an idea. So it's gonna be on this one. I had nothing to do with the forgery, but please tell me it has this in the thing. Final fragment found in Chief Gant's safe. Yes, with that. Objection! Yes! You claim you had nothing to do with the forgery. But I'm afraid that's a claim you cannot back up. Explain yourself. Several pieces of evidence were found in your office. Take this jar, for example. That's the blue badger you showed us earlier. A piece of this jar was discovered in your safe. Not only that, but the evidence list I presented earlier was actually found inside your desk. It was found where? You see, Chief Gant, these articles of evidence uncovered in your office are both concrete proof that you also played a part in the illegal investigation. Wait. I'm scared. I just realized something. No evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. Unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case on trial. Okay, it was unregistered evidence that we showed, and it's relevant to the case on trial, so I guess that's fine. Because I was gonna say, are we breaking evidence law by being like, yeah, you know these pieces of stuff we found in your office that probably were not fully shown beforehand? Wait, is he gonna flip the script on us? Chief Gant, what is the meaning of this? Oh, here's a defense attorney who may even rival Worthy. Thank you. So you admit it then, that you were involved in the forgery. Who, me? Or do you mean you? Me? Why would I have anything to do with that? Well, you were the one who snuck into my office when you found this evidence. Prosecutors aren't the only ones capable of forging evidence, you know. Defense attorneys can do so too. Isn't that right, Rhino? He actually does got me there a little bit. Objection. We know. Oh, thank you. However, Detective Gumshoe was present during that investigation. Yes. Worthy, my boy. Not even detectives are exempt from the law. Rest assured, Dick will receive his due punishment. Well, he doesn't work for you anymore, though. What? Detective Gumshoe's salary drops any further, he'll end up paying to work. Yes, well, in light of the detective's presence, please give us your testimonies regarding these pieces of evidence found in your office and the relation to the forgery that took place at the crime scene. My. Kids these days no longer know how to put two and two together. Let's see, what was it now? A jar, fragment, and a list. For all I know, you could have planted them in my office. Well, you're forgetting another piece, but I'm gonna let you forget that for right now. Anyway, you can't prove when those pieces of evidence were discovered. They were found after Dark was convicted, then they're worthless. There's no reason I participated in forgery. Rearranging the crime scene wouldn't help me out in any way. Mr. Wright. Yes, Your Honor. When investigating the crime scene, you should have been more careful to observe protocol. Fair. You do understand that I'm the chief police, right? There will be consequences. Oh. Indeed. I believe I'll press charges, so you won't make that same mistake again. My apologies, Chief, but would you mind waiting until tomorrow for that? Today is, well, you know. Alright, Aji. In return, though. I know. That place, right? Huh? What are these guys? Telepathic? Oh, they have a drinking night together or something. That's adorable. For all I know, you could have planted them in my office. Hold it. I'd appreciate if you would stop making these ridiculous allegations. Yeah, you do have a point. You wouldn't have the guts to do something like that. What? I'll have you know, back in the day, I once broke into a cattle ranch and tipped... Nick, no! Mr. Wright, what are you saying? Anyway, you can't prove you didn't carry in the evidence, can you? If you have proof to the contrary, you're gonna need it later. Later? What are you talking about? What else? I'm talking about when Raito's prints are found. Yeah, they're found inside my safe. They would prove his investigation was illegal. Never faced anyone as slimy as this guy. Anyway, you can't prove when those pieces of evidence were discovered. Hold it. What do you mean by that? This is all purely hypothetical, of course. But suppose I did place those items in my safe. Such an act wouldn't necessarily constitute forgery. Objection! If concealing evidence found at a crime scene isn't forgery, I'm not through speaking yet, Raito. It all depends on when the evidence was discovered. Uh-oh. They were found after Dark was convicted, then they're worthless. Ooh, how can we like radio date when they were put in, I guess, right? That where would he get the evidence otherwise? I mean, maybe he planted it, like, from Gant's point of view, maybe the evidence was somewhere else and they planted it in Gant's safe and then pulled it out of Gant's safe. And that's why the fingerprints are there and everything else, right? Like, I see what he's getting at. It's fair play. Like, we have to find out how we can determine when those were put into the safe, and if they were put into by Gant, and if so, like, July 77th, 7777. Are you saying this jar fragment wasn't discovered in the initial investigation? It would appear not. After all, it wasn't listed in the evidence list. For all we know, it could have suddenly materialized the day after Dark was sentenced. Objection! Oh, and wouldn't that be convenient? Right. The chief is talking about a possibility. So long as you can't rule that out, it's valid. That's what we play the game on, so that he's gonna play the game the same way. Your remarks, however clever they may be, will only succeed in wasting time. Tell me something I don't know. Come now, Raito! Think about it. If it was somewhere else, wouldn't the only other possible place be from the police evidence room? Well, no, it could have been like, maybe, Joe Dark had it on his person, and it fell out at some point. Maybe someone had taken it from the scene. Maybe, like, Lana or Emma took it with them. And, like, they only now later, like, discovered it, and were, like, offering it up. Like, he's playing a tricky game. Like, I see the lines he's taking, and it's not incorrect. There's no reason I participate in a forgery. Hold it. How can you look me in the eye and say that? Because I'm innocent. Remember? Who was it that murdered Neil? Not sure I care for the word murder here. Yeah, it's manslaughter at best, come on. But in the end, the person responsible for Mr. Marshall's unfortunate demise was Emma Skye. Well, now do you see? Rearranging the crime scene wouldn't help me out in any way. Wow. Really, Chief Gant? At the very least, there is one very large benefit you've reaped from all of this. Oh? I wasn't aware. What does this benefit? You got promoted to Chief Grant. You were Deputy Chief before that. That would be, of course, the position you have. Chief of Police. And by helping cover it up, he was able to secure his pieces, right? We already talked about this earlier. Like, by helping cover it up, he was able to get Lana into the Chief Prosecutor's office, and now he has control of all the systems. Oh. The resolution of the SL9 incident secured your promotion to Chief. That in itself is sufficient motive. Oh, huh. Now that's a good one. Uh-huh. Do you really think I'm that incompetent? What do you mean? Even without that case, I was already in line to become the next chief. The resolution of SL9 merely sped up the inevitable a little. Is that true, Edgeworth? Yes. He was going to be made chief anyway. Be careful when pointing that finger, or you might wind up being the one pointed at. So that means there's only one possible motivation for you to commit forgery. If you didn't do it for yourself, then you did it for someone else. Don't be silly, Worthy. You know me better than that. There are only 3 people I look out for. Me, myself, and I. There. It's out in the open now. Oji, would you mind if I change my testimony a little? Oh. By all means, please do. Oh ho ho. Right? I wouldn't be anyone's accomplice if there was nothing in it for me. Oh, that's a phrasing right there. Nothing in it for you. Sorry, but the only person I care about is yours truly. That girl, Lana's little sister, was it? If you think I felt sorry for her, you better think again. You're right. You don't feel sorry for anyone. Be tough on crime and tough on people. That's how I was raised. You seem to be lax enough on yourself, though. Ha 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 ha! Oh, that's a good one, Worthy. Could there have been something in it for him? Given his selfishness, would he have helped someone out? You do have an accomplice. True, you might not help out anyone for their sake. But if it would benefit you, you might decide to assist someone. Mr. Wright, it appears you're positively determined to portray the chief as a nice man who likes to lend people a hand. Yeah, a red hand. The red-handed murder. That's not what I mean. Very well then. Who is this person you believe Chief Gant may have helped forge evidence? Hey, wow, it's actually I had to like scroll for it this time. Chief Prosecutor Lana Skye, the defendant? I believe it's quite obvious in light of the circumstances. Emma Skye fell victim to an unfortunate series of events. Who would want to help her more than her own sister, Lana? And as for Chief Gant, he would also have a reason to help Lana if she asked him to. That reason, of course, is self-profit. Self-profit? What do you mean? After the SL9 incident was resolved, Lana Skye was appointed Chief Prosecutor at the prosecutor's office. The person who arranged this job change was you, Chief Gant. But how would he profit from all of this? He would be able to use the Chief Prosecutor as his puppet. Essentially, he would acquire unchecked authority over all investigations. Do you mean to tell me that despite the Chief's formidable appearance, he plays with puppets? Oh, this judge, no. I don't think they've done that before, where they've panned out and just everyone's quiet. Oh, wait. You mean puppet as in someone forced to do his bidding? Never mind. Admit it, Chief. You assisted Lana Skye in forging evidence. Your motive? To appoint her as chief prosecutor so you could control her. Kiwi? That's a really good bro, what's the, oh my god, what's the meme version of that? Like, bro thinks everyone's laughing. What am I thinking of? Bro was expecting us to laugh. Like, right on, my boy. You've quite an imagination. Let me ask you something. What? Do you have any proof of this? That I controlled Lana? For example, is Lana testifying that I've done such a thing? Lana. She's keeping quiet to protect Emma. There's no way she'd testify against Gant unless... It's already out in the open that Emma killed Neil, that manslaughtered Neil. Like, come on, Lana, come on, Lana. I'm afraid without any proof, this all amounts to nothing more than mere conjecture. Unless... That is also what happened in this incident. This incident? Which one would that be? Of course I'm talking about the murder of Detective Bruce Goodman. The chief prosecutor has been acting strange throughout this entire trial. Almost as if someone has been controlling her. Thank you, Edgy. Worthy, you better watch your tongue. I wouldn't want you to get hurt. Just, what do you mean? What he means, Your Honor, is that Chief Gant is involved in the murder of Detective Goodman. Not only that, but the Chief is out making Lana take the rap to cover up his involvement. What? What? Order! Order! I said order! Mr. Wright, you can't be serious. Huh? This is an affront to the highest ranking officer in our law enforcement agency. Yeah, I agree. Mr. Gant is an affront to the highest ranking office. Ayo! To accuse the chief of police of blackmail and murder, that's, impossible! You know what they said earlier? If you got the gloves, you might have done the crime, and guess who wears gloves? And it's not me this time. Your Honor, I was merely reiterating what Mr. Edgeworth said in easier to understand language. It's too late, Mr. Wright. There's no turning back for us now. We're jumping into the void together. It looks like he's the one who's decided to go through with this. Can you prove this, Mr. Wright? That the chief, a high-ranking officer of the law, is involved in this murder? Good question. Regardless of his rank or title, Chief Gant is just a man. Yes! A flawed, sad, scared little man. The question is he a criminal? I believe the evidence will tell. I see. All right then. Let's see what Mr. Wright's got. It better be good. Show us this evidence that ties Chief Gant to the murder of Detective Goodman. Ooh. To the murder of Detective Goodman specifically. Okay. It's not that. It's not that. I was thinking the knife as well, but I need to see what the description on the knife is. Oh wait, no, I'm stupid! It's the IDs of all who entered the evidence room on 221. This is the ID card list. Yes, the one that shows who entered the evidence room on the day of the crime. There was one ID on the list we couldn't determine the owner of yesterday. 7777777. Sorry, but there's no way you can prove that. It's my card number. You have a police. Hold. What do you mean there's no way we can prove it? It's your number. Oh yeah. Also, with the safe thing, sure, but like, what do you mean we can't prove it? Like, bro, it should be public knowledge what your number should be. You should have an ID card on you. What? How do you know that? The safe in Chief Gant's office requires a code to open. Yeah. A 7-digit code. 7 digits. You don't mean? I'm afraid so, Your Honor. The code was 7777777. The same as the remaining ID card number on that list. Chief Gant, you entered the evidence room on the day of the crime. Oh, new Gant sprite. Order! Order! Chief Gant, what do you have to say? Nothing. The defense's search in my office was in violation of regulations. And I will demand Mr. Wright be punished to the maximum extent of the law. But right now, this court demands an explanation from you about the use of this ID card. Chief Gant, so you admit it. You entered the evidence room on the day of the crime. What about it? I'm chief of police. Whether it's in the evidence room or the bathroom, what's the difference? I can go anywhere I want. Tell me, when you enter the room, were you alone? I always go to the bathroom alone, as I do with the evidence room. Detective Goodman wouldn't have happened to be with you that day, would he? Of course not! Why would he be? I hadn't seen him in days. Objection! You hadn't seen him in days, Chief Gant? I'm afraid you just undone yourself. On that day, you had to have met with Detective Goodman. Eisen, Raiders, welcome in. Ace Windfall, fighting pilot, and prosecuting attorney, defense attorney extraordinaire, the defense attorney part specifically. We're currently in the midst of the final boss battle of the original Ace Attorney game when it got ported to the DS, where we're accusing the chief of police of murdering Detective Bruce Goodman and manipulating Chief Prosecutor Lana Skye into taking the blame for the murder to cover up the fact that her sister, Emma Skye, manslaughtered a man who was a detective/prosecutor on the case 2 years ago. So you guys are just in time for the climatic finish for this. Ice and Rays, I hope your Lost Ember stream was good. But welcome to everyone. Hi, hi. Happy puppy game. What's up, Ison? What's up, Professor Chase? Welcome in. Hi, hi, hi. Dude, Ison, it's the day 3 of this trial has been so good, Ison. It's just been like, it's day 1 slow build up. Day 2, okay, we got a twist. Oh, that's not good for me. Day 3, the crescendo. Ooh. It's a slow burn, but ooh, slow burns kind of hit hard when they actually when they finally actually hit. On that day, you had to have met with Detective Goodman. What do you mean? This trial's purpose is to determine Lana Skye's guilt. Also, before I forget, before I get too into it, Ice and Raiders, if you need to raid and run, get a snack, get a drink, lurk, any of that good stuff, by all means, please do. Otherwise, feel free to stick around and help us catch a criminal. This trial's purpose is to determine Lana Skye's guilt. Objection! No, it isn't, Your Honor. This trial's purpose is to determine the truth. If Chief Gant met the victim on the day of the crime, then we need to determine one thing. What transpired during that meeting? In that case, Mr. Wright, I'm going to have to ask you for evidence. Show us proof that the victim went to meet Chief Gant on the day of the crime. The music hits so hard, too. Enjoy your lurking, Eisen. Enjoy your lurking. It's so Edgeworth like is such a great character in this game. His arc is so insanely good. Woo! You think it's that actually? We haven't gotten rid of the snow. I'm wondering if this is it. Shows proof that the victim went to meet Detective Chief Gant on the day of the crime. Front of prosecutor's office crime scene. Murder weapon. No, it's not that. It's not that. It's not that. This is a big one? Goodman's note is a big one? That's also a decent one. Brought back to his office by Gant's request. Evidence from past case of Edgeworth brought back to his office by Gant's request. So that's telling me that Gant and Edgeworth met, but we don't know that Chief Gant met Goodman on the day of the crime. A half-written document dated 2/21 can only be submitted to the chief of police. I wonder if it's this. It can only be submitted to the chief of police. I'm assuming this implies that there was another version of this that actually did get filled out and they get handed to the chief. So, this! Detective Goodman lost his ID on the day of the crime. Or to be more accurate, Jake Marshall stole it. So Detective Goodman filled out a lost item report. He would have had to give that report to the chief of police. Yet you're in possession of the report, which means you can't be sure if he filed it. He filed it. How do I know, you ask? Because he needed to enter the evidence room that day. Wait! Because we have his thing, you're right! But wait, no, that wasn't him. That was Marshall disguising as him, right? But he had to enter the enter the evidence room that day because it was evidence transferal day. He had to go into the room to get evidence out to move it because it's evidence transferal day, right? So no matter what, he had to have filled this out or have talked to the chief of police and said, hey, I need a new ID. And so one of two things could have happened. Either A, he submitted it and then he would have gotten the ID, or what probably happened then, he went to Goodman went to the chief of police over to Gant, said, hey, I need my ID. Gant said, I can't get it for you, but we do know you need to go in that thing. Here, I'll badge you in. While they're there together, Gant sees Goodman taking out the items from the SL9 case. They get to talking, things open up, and then the murder happens. Because he needed to enter the evidence room that day. He needed to? Yes, to transfer the evidence out. Oh. Detective Goodman took the form to you, Chief Gant. Then, you accompanied the detective to the evidence room. I accompanied him. There's no other way the murderer and Detective Goodman could have entered the room. Hold on. Let me guess what you're gonna say next. I, the chief of police, murdered poor Goodman. Exactly. But wait. The chief didn't necessarily need to accompany him to the evidence room. He could have just lent him his ID card. Yeah. Now that you mention it, I believe I might have done... Sorry, but that's not possible. According to the record, your card was only used once. Yet you showed us your ID card earlier. If you had really lent it to Detective Goodman, it would have been found on his body. I didn't even think about that. Enter. Oh my god, he's going Super Saiyan. Chief Gant, you didn't. The murder was most likely a spur-of-the-moment crime for no one in their right mind. For no one in their right mind would choose the police department as a place to commit murder. After the murder, you contacted Lana at the prosecutor's office. Why? To dispose of Detective Goodman's body, of course. Objection! You're forgetting, Mr. Wright, that the victim's body was discovered in the prosecutor's office's parking lot. How did he manage to move it there? Well, that's easy enough. I was at the police department the entire day, you know. And everyone's aware that Lana stayed at the prosecutor's office after the ceremony. Everyone except me, it seems. Still, you're the chief of police. You have an entire police force at your disposal. Oh, so you think I just ordered an officer to do it? Hey you, take this here dead body over to the prosecutor's office. I don't think so. Chief Gant, you left all the evidence we need to prove how you moved the body to the prosecutor's office. And all this time, I thought it was just a useless clue just taking up space. There it is! Okay, here's the moment. How could the chief have moved the body? Mr. Wright, show us this evidence. To move the victim's body, the chief used this. He used Edgeworth's car, but we don't have Edgeworth's car as an option to use. But what we do have is the thing that caused Edgeworth to go to the chief and then go back to his office, which is the screwdriver. This is how he moved Detective Goodman's body. What's that? A screwdriver. But what does that have to do with this case? Mr. Edgeworth, think back to the day of the crime. What is the screwdriver doing here? It's here because he's gonna... I was asked to go by Chief Gant, no less. He told me he wanted me to keep it here in the prosecutor's office. In any case, on the day of the stabbings, I brought this back here. Stabbings, plural. After the ceremony ended that day, I guess that was like before we knew that they were the same stabbing, I guess. After the ceremony ended that day, I didn't plan to return to the prosecutor's office. But you did, because Chief Gant asked you to. You mean the body was found in the trunk of Mr. Edgeworth's car. I think it's obvious what happened. It's been obvious for the last 3 days. The body was moved by that car. Detective Goodman's body was carried in the trunk of Mr. Edgeworth's car. How is this surprising? Yes, unless of course you have another explanation, Chief. Why else would you have asked Mr. Edgeworth to transport evidence from a closed case? There's only one plausible explanation. To transport the body to your accomplice, Miss Lana Skye. Order! What's going on here? Is there no room for rebuttal to the defense's outrageous accusations? Think back to the photograph Miss Starr took at the prosecutor's office. This was not a photo of the body being stuffed in the trunk to be taken away. It was exactly the opposite. It's a photo of the body being taken from the trunk. Chief Gant, please say something. I believe. Your time's up. Oh, is he not gonna talk anymore? My time's up. Sorry, Rhino, but I'm having lunch with the District Attorney General after this. Oh God, no, it goes all the way to the top. We have to get going if we're gonna make it time for the early bird special. Oh, he is like 68 years old, that's right. He looks great for 68 if I'm gonna be honest, by the way. But the cross-examination isn't finished yet. Remember what I told you earlier? A police chief has all kinds of weapons at his disposal. Weapons? Like the right to refuse to testify. I'm invoking that right now. What? That is not a right to be casually invoked. There are certain risks to be considered. Objection! So you're going to just run away after all of this? Run away? Don't make me laugh, Worthy. I stabbed old Goodman? That's what you're saying, right? But if you had any conclusive evidence, you would have presented it by now. Well, I'm scared. I'm actually scared that I locked and I did maybe I took too long or something. Think I had Lana dispose of the body? If so, then show your proof and get it over with. Okay, we're not out yet. I'll say it again, Mr. Wright. Damon Gant is the current chief of police. This court will not tolerate any accusation against him without concrete proof. Well, Mr. Wright, Your Honor, Do you have any concrete proof? Proof that Chief Gant murdered Detective Goodman and made Miss Sky dispose of his body. I need Lana to come in so badly right now. Do I have any concrete proof? I have to have proof. I think it's probably gonna be the knife. It does let me save, and it probably isn't a bad idea to save here, but I have enough health that I think I can make a few mistakes. Since this is spoken by the absolutely, like, thick-headed. I mean, that's a pretty big... The fact that there's blood there seems pretty big. I never actually looked at this, did I? SL911 is written on the tag. It seems this is more evidence from that incident. What's in there? I have to have evidence. The redial button. It dials the number the last person called. Last person was Emma. I wonder what they spoke about. What about your caller ID history? They didn't think about that in 2001. Any concrete proof? I think it might be. It's either the knife or the map. Oh, nice! Enjoy the quesadilla, Ison. Enjoy it. Enjoy it. If you think about the knife more, too. Like, the knife was evidence in the case. And if we can confirm, like, I don't know how the game feels about me presenting the knife as evidence. Because we don't know that the knife was actually used, not as the SL9 incident. Does the game know that it wasn't used as the SL9 incident, and was instead used to murder Goodman originally, right? That's the thing, is like, this actually feels kind of valid, but it also feels like it's defeatist. I like that it says yet, though. I like that it says yet. Do I have any concrete proof? Let me go through this, and if I don't have anything that is like 90% or more, I might actually do the other one. And like, we might be able to get the Lana assist on the second one. How many concrete proof that connects them together? Goodman's idea, I don't think, does it. Yeah, exactly. That happened earlier, Ison. I was really actually happy it did in a way, but at the same time I was like, dang, I didn't realize. Trace of the victim's blood, no prints. Do we have any concrete proof? Record of parking in the prosecutor's office lot. Nothing there. Allegedly dancing in the evidence room at the time of the murder at the PD. Death due to... One knife wound, died within an hour and a half of 4 p.m. Victim's memo found in the car's trunk. Do you think it's this? Well, no, they can just say it was just Lana just did it. Like everything, like I think that, like, if he wants to, like, deny it, he can just say that Lana did it, and that this is just, like, proof that Lana killed him with that knife. Even though we know that's not the case. I like this, but I don't know if this is enough. It's just giving me, like, it's just giving me a hint. I don't know if this does anything for me. Wayne. That's Lana's blood. She said as much earlier. These blood traces are from Bruce Goodman, the victim. He must have tried to run after he was stabbed. He must have tried to run after he was stabbed. SL9 is written on a small tag attached to the knife. It was the weapon used in that incident 2 years ago, and it's known many victims. He entered the room. We know he had that. Like, there's something. If we know he entered the room at 4:20 because he had to have his ID with him. At the very least, I think the assumption here is that he and Goodman entered the room together. I don't think he can deny that because he had his ID with him the entire time. And Goodman, well, we don't know if Goodman was with him necessarily. I guess that's something that they could, like, throw in there. Evidence locker. I did not think that's what this was gonna be. It's kind of funny. Only the assigned detective's prints can unlock it. Indicator lamp lights up when it's open. Wait! 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 Gant opened the evidence room at 4:20 p.m. He had to have, right? He had to have because he had to take it in with Goodman. So Goodman and Gant were in the room together. That's when a stabbing happened, which we can tell from the giant puddle of blood here. So that had to have happened before Edgeworth went in the room, before anyone else went in the room, right? And we know that they were together, that it wasn't just Gant going in alone, because Goodman had to have been there because Goodman's locker was open. You can't have had an open locker if Goodman wasn't there and Gant was there. And if both Goodman and Gant were there at the time when the blood puddle was happening, something occurred. I have evidence, dang it. I don't know how good it is. I don't know how we're gonna connect it together, but I have evidence. I can't let him just squirm his way out of this. I've got to keep the pressure on. Let's do it. Yes, Your Honor. I do have such evidence. Then please hurry up and present it. Just remember, it better prove Chief Gant murdered Detective Goodman beyond a shadow of a doubt. This is such a stretch. There's so many pieces together here. I don't know if this is correct. So service, it's gonna be really cool if I get this right, but if I don't get this right, it's gonna feel really lame and it's gonna deflate a lot of tension, but like, in editing, we'll cut it together so I get it right first try, all right? Promise? Okay, let's do it. So, what exactly is this evidence? It's proof. As to whether or not it's enough to demonstrate the Chief's guilt, I'll let you be the judge. But I am the judge. All right, well, what do you think, Your Honor? What I think, Mr. Wright, is that I'm gonna be late for lunch. All right, we'll try the knife. This wasn't enough. Please, Your Honor, give me another. Okay, okay. We'll try one more, and then it might be there's no concrete proof. Look, I'm at the very least, I'm confident that I gave you guys a sufficient enough explanation as to what I'm doing. I'm not just doing stuff willy-nilly. You saw the connections that I made in my mind that I think were really good, but. So even if I'm wrong and it has to be the yet one, I want you to know that, like, I did have a good reasoning for it. Hell. Autoplay doesn't go as fast as I wanted to. Whoopsie. Ha. Sabihan? It's no use showing evidence. I'm not even sure of myself. I probably should have saved. I might have messed up, actually. Oh, why did I say? Wait, what if it just, like, not guilty, and then... No, Your Honor. At present, I have no conclusive evidence. Huh! Siaji! In that case, this court is forced to penalize you for your allegations against the chief. What? Here's a tip. Never gamble you can't afford to lose, Rido. It seems that Lady Luck was on my side again today. Okay, Aji. I'll leave the rest to you. Oh god, oh god. Lana, please, don't tell me I messed up. My reasoning was so good, man. Oh, I don't know. I warned you earlier, Mr. Wright. This is an affront to a senior officer in our nation's law enforcement agency. Ah! Thank you. Oh my god. Lady Luck, Maybe we should have a word with her. Mr. Edgeworth, what do you mean? There's one lady who knows the real truth behind this trial. Oh my god, thank you. We haven't yet had the honor of hearing her testimony. A lady who knows the truth. Another witness. In the absence of conclusive evidence, the only other method of proof is testimony. But Chief Gant has invoked his right to refuse to testify. There's still someone else. One more witness who can answer all the questions. Raise you, that's so good. Someone right in this very room. Mr. Edgeworth, who is this person? Why are you asking me, Your Honor? Have you forgotten? The defense is the one calling witnesses today. Oh my god, I didn't have any proof yet. The yet was such a structurally stabilizing word there. That's insane. She may not be willing to tell the truth, but we can't just stop now. Yes, Your Honor. The defense calls forth the defendant, Miss Lana Sky. She was in the underground parking lot at 5:15 p.m. on February 21st. Her task, to dispose of the victim's body. In accordance with a certain someone's orders. Mr. Edgeworth. The prosecution has no objections, Your Honor. Very well. The court will now take its final recess for the day. Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm fine with this. In 15 minutes, we will reconvene to hear the defendant's testimony. So this wasn't the last bit, but like, yeah, this is the last bit, effectively, yeah. Hold on, wait. Uh-huh. Chief Gant, I thought we were going to eat. Listen good, Lana. He's talking to Lana. I don't think you need me to tell you this, but if you accept Mr. Wright's claims, there will be terrible consequences. Oh my god. Adios, Harmonica. Thank you for popping in. I hope you enjoy your lurking and everything. Dude. That's right. Your sister will be found guilty for Neil Marshall's murder. This isn't good. Of course, you'd never support such outrageous claims anyway. Right? Just something to think about. Alright then. I got a lunch date to meet. That is actually like just threatening though. I agree with Kiwi on that. That's what I'm saying. It's like, come on, man. In bright daylight, just out there in the open, just threatening people. Okay, if there aren't any further objections, this court is now in recess. February 25th, 2:04 p.m., District Court, Defendant Lobby number 2. Looks like we managed to stay in the game. Yeah. Thanks to your help, Edgeworth. That chief. He's something else, huh, pals? Detective Gumshoe. I'm not a detective anymore. Oh, yeah. Sorry about that. Don't worry. Already decided where to work now. Hey, your office. Real? My office? Sure. I'll take the place of that top-knotted girl I used to work with. Dude! That's really funny, but that'd be really sick in a lot of ways. But also, don't take her place. She's gonna come back. She'll come back. I know she will. Come on. Tell the truth and Gank goes to jail. There'll be no consequences because he'll have no power in jail. You're trying to reason right now, Mayu. I appreciate it, but reason doesn't always work in the game. Trust me, I tried. I'll take the place of that top-knotted girl I used to work with. Could you mean... Maya! I miss Maya so much, man. Still, looks like we're all out of moves now. If Maya was here, things would be so much different. Chief Gant's done it again. How's it he always gets the upper hand? It's not fair he has the right to refuse to testify. Settle down, right? Remember what the judge said? But Chief, that's not a right to be casually invoked. There are certain risks to be considered. So maybe we can get backlash on him because of that? Risks? What did he mean by that? Like, if he's convicted of something and he uses thing not to like convict, he'll get caught even more so. It's simple. If the chief refuses to testify, the opposite also holds true. What? What does that mean? You mean he forfeits his right to say anything too? Oh, so he can't object, I guess. Is that what the idea is? Lana? Emma! Emma! Are you okay? Yeah. When I came to, I was in a medical office. I've been listening to the trial from the gallery. So she heard everything that's been going on. Emma. I'm sorry for what I said before. No, don't be. It was the truth. You know, it's funny. I almost feel somehow relieved. Relieved? Yeah. Now I finally know what really happened. To think that all this time, my sister was being blackmailed by that terrible man. And she did it all just to protect me. Emma can tell Lana, like, hey, stop messing around, Lana. We're sisters. No matter what happens to me, that's not gonna change the bond between us. And the love is still gonna be there. And Lana will finally, like, testify. Dude, sisterly love. You refuse to talk and we refuse to do the same. We're just gonna stare at each other until one of us breaks. He doesn't know that I'm actually really good at not breaking, as long as it's not in a comedy context. Watch this, service crew. Staring contest, go. Just gotta be really comfortable with silence, service crew. It's just that simple. Fuck! Shit, I blinked. Spare Parts does this. It's fine though. It's a cat thing. Cats blink when they're like happy to be around people, right? It's called a slow blink. You can look it up. Ever since her appointment as chief prosecutor, Everyone who knew her said she changed. Perhaps it was easier that way for her. What do you mean? What do you think I mean? To follow Chief Gant's orders, she must have shut herself up deep inside. To force herself to do anything and everything the Chief told her to do. That must be why she became so cold. It was all my fault. It's all because I murdered Mr. Marshall. Hey, don't go blaming yourself now. You want to blame anyone, blame society, pal. Dude, he's so real for that line. Chief Gant may be able to fool everyone else with his forgery, but he can't fool my memory. I remember now. I knocked Mr. Marshall into that armor. I see. Well, I better get back. It's time for the final act. Oh, I like that they call it the final act. What's up, glasses? Welcome in. Hi. There's a 3-day trial limit, but we don't stalemate. We win. Because we're going to prove him guilty. Also, I was told that they kind of get rid of it after this first game. I don't know how true that is. At the very least, it doesn't get brought up again. Well, we better get back. It's time for the final act. Emma, why don't you wait here? No, I'm going with you. Yes. I want to be there. When Lana tells the truth. Yes. Let's go, right? It's time to end this. To be continued right now. Let's do it. February 25th, 2:21 p.m. District Court, courtroom number 9. Oh, nice glasses. Very nice, very nice. Now then. Will the defendant, Miss Lana Skye, please take the stand? Miss Lana Skye, you are the chief prosecutor. I'm sure you're aware of what is required of you. But Mr. Edgeworth, you already know everything. You know all that I've done these past 2 years. Please provide the court with your testimony, Miss Skye. And remember, you are under oath. We want to hear the truth. Of course. Not that that stopped people from lying under oath before, but the truth. Lana, no matter what happens, I'll always be your sister. That's what yes, she's pulling the card already. This feels a little bit early for me, but like still. Now then, your testimony, if you will. First, tell us about your relationship with Chief Gant. Everything hinges on your testimony. You're the only chance we have to get Gant. Gant and the fabrication. I worked alongside Gant for years. There's no truth to this blackmail theory. I fabricated the evidence 2 years ago, all by myself. When I found Prosecutor Marshall's body, I rearranged the crime scene. Oh my god, we need to see that scene again. I just realized how low poly the stained glass is on the left on that image, and I need you guys to see that if you didn't see it just now. My only motivation was to get Dark convicted. It had nothing to do with Emma. Are you sure about this testimony? Your Honor, I'm confessing to a capital offense. Of course I'm sure. But Lana! If this is true, then that means Chief Gant has nothing to do with this. That's what I've been telling you from the beginning. Please, Mr. Wright, you've got to help her. She's sacrificing herself because of me. Well, what if she's telling the truth? Thank you, May, for going and clipping it. It's so low poly. Also, Vesper, I'm glad someone said that. I was trying to think. It sounded like a book name, but I didn't know like what series would have that. But like Gant and the Fabrications is in fact like a title of something. I agree. She's not. I know my own sister. Whenever she speaks stiffly like that, she's hiding something inside. Deep down, she's really screaming in agony. Yeah. This is no time to start second-guessing myself. The defense may now begin its cross-examination. Alright, let's do it. Yeah, Aizen. For legal reasons, you have never perjured yourself ever. I worked alongside Gant for years. Hold it! How many years exactly? 5? Plus 2, so 7? Ever since I made senior detective. Let's see, I was 24 then, so that would be 5 years. My brain! Detective Gant and Detective Sky were legendary partners. Oh, I guess I was right the first time. I added the extra 2, which was wrong, but still. I personally saw them testify in numerous cases. She must have been good, coming from the same school as Mia. Damon Gant was a respectable detective. That's why. There's no truth to this blackmail theory. A children's book title? Gant and the blank, Gant and the blank, Gant and the blank, yeah. Gant, what was it? Gant and the fabrications. Gant and the, Gant meets the gnomes. It's like a Scooby-Doo title! Like Scooby-Doo meets the Globetrotters, Gant meets the Globetrotters. I don't know where I'm going with this. But think about it, Miss Sky. You didn't murder Detective Goodman. You told me as much yesterday in jail. I was wondering if I could bring that up or not. You still don't get it, do you, Mr. Wright? You still don't get it, do you? What is that from? That's like a clip bit or something. No. Any testimony you cannot present in court is as useless as idle gossip. I stabbed Detective Goodman with a knife. And I fabricated the evidence 2 years ago, all by myself. Did you do so to help your sister? Joe Dark was a serial killer. My sister almost became his last victim that day. I didn't want that incident to ruin her life. But what she did was a justifiable self-defense. She wouldn't have been charged with anything. That's not the point. She was traumatized that day, all because of that creep. That's why I couldn't forgive him. Lana! So that's why you fabricated the evidence 2 years ago. Oh my god, Kiwi! Or should I say very real legal person? How are you? You still, it's not a setting I can do, I don't think. How do I say that very real legal person is real? I can mod them. Warn very real legal person, timeout, ban. It's not me. Hold on. This user was flagged as likely ban evader by the system at 9:10 p.m. on 8/2/2026. Tips: especially users in a restricted state may not be able to publicly post chat messages. Stop restricting. I didn't do it. There we go. I've unrestricted you, not Kiwi. Very real legal person. That's insane, by the way. Creasy Holding Cell doesn't have security cameras. It does have security cameras. We see them, Mayu. It's the guard and it's the camera in the top left. But technically that's not admissible, and it depends on Mayu, it depends on like what the consent of monitoring is. We were in a public area, but we weren't I don't know if you consider that a public area, right? Because there's the idea of first time chat. I like that it highlighted your message as a first time chat when like you've had 3 other chat messages at least. Oh my god. What was I saying though before I got blindsided by that? Oh, Mayu, it's like the idea if you and I were like talking on the phone, right? And I was recording you, it would depend on like what type of state we were in. If it was a 1-party or a 2-party consent state, like, or even a 0-party consent state. Like, we don't know if Lana would have to consent to have that CCTV footage brought in, and if it had volume as well, right? Okay. We need to consult the evidence. I have an electronic record. Hold on. We can literally go to messages and... Oh my god, that's actually really funny. It shows I see Mr. Hold on, what the hell? It says 3 messages, but I clearly see 5 messages. Dude, the system's rigged. Only a... No! Don't turn this against me. We're turning against Lana right now. When I found Prosecutor Marshall's body, I rearranged the crime scene. There are 4 lights! The Cardassians are not gonna get me today, Chase. They're not gonna get me today. You say you did this all by yourself? Yes. Would you mind telling us what you found when you arrived at the crime scene? It seems I was the first person to discover the scene. The broken Prosecutor Ward knife was stuck in the victim's body. That's wrong. That's not how that happened at all. Was she stupid? Was she not paying attention when we talked about how he died? What? Yeah, hold on, what's going on here? What are you talking about? But Prosecutor Marshall died from an unfortunate accident. That's only a situation you dreamed was possible. Son of a Ganova. The reality is, it wasn't my sister who took the prosecutor's life. Fantasize all you want, Mr. Wright, but I'll never change this statement. You mean, Prosecutor Marshall wound up being killed by Dark? Something like that. If that is so, what happened to the other murder weapon? Dark was carrying a switchblade knife. Oh, that was lying on the floor a little distance away. How did the one shard get in his body? Well, that was faked evidence. We talked about that already, I guess. It was probably knocked away in the struggle. That's not how it went down. She's trying to cover up her lies with more lies. All just to protect me. So, when you found the scene like this, what did you do? After all, this is what everything boils down to. Yes. Dude. That's a terrifying thing to think about, Ison, because it's real and it's probably happened. It's probably happening all the time. I'm gonna be honest, how do you stop perjury? Like, that's why it's really important. Like, this game is doing a good job of like being like, okay, they're lying under oath. I need to present them with evidence that shows that like they're lying and they have to like change their story up. But like, in a lot of other situations, yeah, you might not be able to get found out about it. There was a really forgettable movie I watched 2, 3, 5 years ago about what was it? It was like a hit and run movie. It was like the story of it was like a Netflix or an HBO movie, and it wasn't just a hit and run movie. It was that someone got jury duty, and while they were on jury duty, they realized that, oh my god, it's not the defendant who killed this person, it's them, the person on jury duty that killed the guy in a hit and run. That's what it was. Do you know a Kiwi? I think I might have talked about it on stream. It would have been like a really deep cut. It would have been a long time ago, I think. But like, yes, there was a movie I watched a long time ago that was about a jury member who actually did the crime, and like the idea was solid, and overall it was a fine movie, but it wasn't like anything like great. It's juror number 2. Juror number 2. That's what it was. It's like, I forget how the movie concludes, right? But the idea just there of like, yeah, the defendant's on trial and they're gonna try to get him guilty, but like, that dude did it, and he has no like, he should confess to the crime to stop someone from being sentenced to jail for something they didn't do, and also just because it's the morally correct thing to do. But like, there's nothing that makes him do that, and like they're going around. That's the interesting part about the movie, is that when the defense is trying to acquit the defendant, they decide to like take the jury, because the defense is like, okay, my guy didn't kill this person. He must have been killed by like a hit and run. And so they take them to like the area where it's at. And like juror number 2 is like trying to cover up evidence that he did it. And he's like talking to other people and saying like, you didn't see anything that night, did you? And he's like trying to cover it up. And it's, cause it works really well with this game that we're playing right now. Just like, you can just like lie, man. It's messed up. Ah. The ending is like the main character opens the door to the jury. That's what I was gonna say. Isn't it like a fairly ambiguous ending in a way? Saying that it was on cable some time ago and I just kind of want, nice. I'm surprised it got on cable. I thought it was like a straight to streaming thing, but I guess they can really just dump it wherever they can after they put it on the streaming. Cause it was like, it's fine. It's Clint Eastwood's final film. That's not real. Hold on. Is Clint Eastwood in that movie? Juror number 2. Directed by Clint Eastwood. Oh, he was director. Okay, that makes more sense then. Wow, nice call, Kiwi. Also, I guess you're right. I watched it on the streaming HBO Max. You are right. HBO is cable. Wow, I didn't realize this was a Clint Eastwood movie. Huh. This film received positive reviews from critics and was named one of the top 10 films of 2024 by the National Board of Review. Wow. I don't think it was. I guess I don't know how many movies came out in 2024. That was 2 years ago. Oh, yeah, I almost 100% talked about it on stream then, man. Watch 12 Angry Men again. Second reference of 12 Angry Men in one stream. That's insane. Though given the context of what we're talking about, it's actually not that insane. In a way, it's more insane that the first reference to 12 Angry Men was about just people in a room talking, I guess. But that is what the movie is. It is a good movie. Service Crew, if you have not done yourself the favor and watched that movie of your own accord, please go do so. It might be one of my favorites, or at the very least, it's a good example of what I like in movies. Mom thinks I'm poor because I don't subscribe to cable. I feel like that's a you're of the younger generation. Your mother is of like the older generation, because like I get why she's saying that, but she probably just doesn't realize the fruit of things you have on like YouTube or on like streaming services. Because like that was a thing. Like even now, I don't have cable myself, right? And I remember for the longest time, my dad would always be like, "Yeah, here's my son Ace. He doesn't have cable. He's a good, responsible guy." It's like I don't. Technically, I don't pay for like Netflix or for HBO Max either. Netflix is just I stole it from my sister, which I can't even use because they implemented the one house policy thing, right? And then HBO Max, that comes through with my internet, so I don't pay for that technically. I guess I do, but like not directly. But like yeah, that's like the look at my son, isn't he? He's so I guess good with money that he doesn't pay for it, but it's like I pay for it in other ways, and also I have YouTube, and also I have other ways, but that's not important right now. I'm gonna consume media anyway. I don't like movies or advertisements. I am that's completely valid. I think advertisements are awful as well. But media, that's a little insane. I think you need to consume some media. Like be it movies or books or games. Even games are considered media, Professor. Like I'd ask you to extrapolate more on that if you can, but like no pressure. But like media is a big term. Also, thank you, Ison. I appreciate the drink. Ooh, good point, Gabriel. Like even this stream is meta. Or is media, sorry. I broke off the tip of Drake's knife, plant it inside the wound, then move the body. Hold it! You planted the tip of the Dark's knife in the wound, and then you move the body. That's not what, hold on, what? But why? Why would you do that? You of all people should know, Edgeworth. You've always had a good head on your shoulders. My head isn't that bad, but maybe I ought to ask for the sake of others. Why would she have moved the body, actually? Yeah. Yeah, wait a minute. If she's saying that they didn't die... Yeah! If she's... Like, planting the knife makes sense. Why would she have to move the body if she's saying that they didn't even get stabbed on the thing anyway? What's your play there, girl? When you showed up on the scene, where exactly was the victim's body? Kiwi, A, don't do that. And B, I also have been watching Northernlion clips. I get where you're coming from. But like, no, don't do that show, Kiwi. You are not Faint Bunny, and also if Faint Bunny was in my chat, I would ban Faint Bunny probably. Don't do that, Kiwi. It was where you deduced it was. By Chief Gant's desk. But the body was found by your desk. Why did you move it there? The reason for that is simple. Let's have the witness explain this in more detail. The reason Miss Sky moved the body... Good luck on there, Kiwi. The pieces of the jar that shattered during the events threatened my plan. Oh, I love this so much, actually! Because it's a big thing throughout the game is like, one lie begets another, right? Like, you can't lie in front of the court. We'll find it and we'll start pulling at that thread. And right now, we know she's lying. So this is like the third time we're gonna press on something, and she has to keep adding more and changing the story more and adding it more and adding the more and adding the more. And it's like, this is a perfect example of us unraveling the scarf. The piece of the jar that shattered during the events threatened my plan. Pieces of the jar? You mean... Yes, that wretched jar you showed us earlier. In order to show that Dark committed the crime, I felt it would be more expedient to move the body. So, when you first found the body, the jar was already... Of course, it had been shattered to pieces. How? If you look at the crime scene, it would be clear right away what happened. Neil Marshall was dead, and Dark was lying unconscious. That's not how you're saying it happened, though, Lana! Lana! In other words, the jar must have been broken during their struggle. Lana! I see. What's the matter, Emma? Apparently the jar shattered at the time the crime was committed. Also, good point, May, with that one as well. But in fairness, we extrapolated that. We don't know if that's true or not, given these things. That is a fair thing for them to say, like, we're just extrapolating that it says Emma on it. Apparently the jar shattered at the time the crime was committed. But I have a feeling there is more to it than that. There must be a contradiction here somewhere. Anyway, I committed this fabrication completely alone. So we're gonna have to present on the last thing we just did, but let's press on this first. My only motivation was to get Dark convicted. It had nothing to do with Emma. So you rearranged the crime scene. Are you sure you didn't do this to keep Emma from looking like the murderer? How many times do I have to tell you, Mr. Wright? Emma didn't do it. Period. Are you so desperate to hide that fact? You're willing to risk the death sentence. She's lying. She did it so I wouldn't be blamed for what happened. In any case, as a prosecutor, what I've done is unpardonable. There's nothing I can do to make up for my actions. Mr. Wright, my sister is lying. Looks like she's determined to protect you to the end. She insists she fabricated the evidence by herself. There's no way she could have done it alone. I've got to get Lana to talk more. If she's lying, then she's bound to slip up and make a contradiction. And I know exactly where it is. Piece of the jar that shattered during the events threatened my plan. Broke off the tip of Drake's knife, planted inside the wound, then moved the body. Wait, do this again, real quick. I want to do all three of these real quick. Hold on. Help your sister. Joe Dark was a serial killer. Just fight self-defense. She wouldn't be charged with... Okay, so this one isn't that important for me. These two. Oh, that was weird. It like, from here, it sent me to the old version of this, where it was only one, and now we're back to having the two again. Okay. Then you move the body. Yeah, they're shocked for this. Hey! Okay, no, we did this already. We should do this one though too. Why did you plant the knife? Which is obvious in this case, but why did you do that? Come now, it's right. Even you should be able to figure that out. Very well. Let's add this to the witness's testimony. The reason Mrs. Sky fabricated the knife. This is different now. The tip of the weapon found buried in his body would be all the proof we needed. According to your testimony, Prosecutor Marshall's broken knife was the murder weapon, right? Yeah, hold on. Yes, and leaving it at that might point the blame away from Dark. I felt the most effective ways to get him convicted would be having the tip of his knife found inside the victim's body. So you buried it inside the victim's stab wound? Yes, because I hated Dark for what he did. My only motivation was to get Dark convicted. It had nothing to do with Emma. It's not gonna be any Goodman-related stuff. It might be this. So we have two different versions of the testimony that we can like pick at. We can either pick at this, or we can pick at the one where we move the body. Maybe you don't do that. Also, thank you, Dolly. It's not bad. Some of the smaller content creators stem too far away from mass media content. I mean, I feel like I wasn't tapped in the conversation. I was trying to like figure out the other stuff, but I figured that when Chase was talking about, oh, I see. I see. I don't know. You're just saying that you watch just niche stuff, I think is what you're saying, right, Chase? Is that you try to be very, you're not watching the people with thousands of things. You're just watching, like, you watch things that, you're watching niche content, yeah. I get what you're saying. But just because you like watching niche content doesn't mean that you should, like, dip into larger content from time to time. Like 12 Angry Men, for instance. Because, like, it depends on why you don't dip into mass media, air quotes mass media content, for popular content, we'll say, because that is probably the more accurate term for what you're describing, but, like, I can see it for certain things, but for other things, like, for, like, a movie instance, right? It's like, yeah, if you're in, like, a popular context there, and you, like, go to, like, discussions for it, that can really be really grating if that's not what you're for. But, like, because my thought process when you brought that up was, like, oh, I just don't like watching, like, Marvel stuff because it might be, too much, or, like, I don't like watching the popular thing because, like, people will always have opinions on it, etc., etc. But that's only if you, like, engage with the content, right? More accurately, it's to say, Hi, Mochi Mochi Gochi, welcome on in. Hi. Thank you. But I was gonna say, Chase, the way you're describing this, and I don't mean to do anything with this, but like, it's the same as like when someone says, I don't like watching Naruto because I don't like Naruto fans or something. Or like deriding anything because of the fan base. And again, this isn't to you, this is more for like a general saying for the service crew, but like, you should never not interact with something because of the fans. Because it's really easy to not interact with the fans of something. Naruto was a bad example. You know what's a good example? Undertale. Undertale is like a legitimately good game that I think everyone should play or try out at some point in their life. But like, Undertale definitely has this reputation of being like, has a lot of fans that get really, really hype and really, really intense about it. But like, you can play the game and enjoy the game without ever interacting with like, the parts of the fan base that go in like insane and make their like, well, Gaster's 7th alt form that has Sans and Papyrus in a captive cage. Like, you don't have to go that far. You can just play the game and enjoy it. Again, this is not, like, at you, Chase. This is just in general, because I know some people, I don't think anyone here has that, but occasionally I see that from people where it's like, I don't like this because I don't like the fans. It's like, you can just enjoy the content without interacting with the fans. It's arguably the best way to interact with a lot of content in some cases. You go in, you enjoy it, and then you like get the good bits out of it, and then you just like disregard it. You're like, yeah, never let someone ruin something else for you. I agree with that, Ison. And yeah, sorry. Chase, you just kind of remind me of that, like, stance I've heard from people before. Not necessarily saying that you're taking that in this, but, like, it was vaguely, like, adjacent to it, I guess I can say. Okay. Sorry, sure. I did avoid D&D because of a person who I hated was into it. That's another good example, right? The worst person you know has good taste in something. It's like, man, I hate this guy. He likes this band. This band probably stinks. 10 years later, you listen to it, it's like, dude, where was this band all my life? Oh yeah, Tim liked this band. Sorry, we need to solve a case. We can't get distracted. I knew the tip of the weapon found in the body would be all the proof we needed. The tip of the knife was the only proof we needed. Go back to the other one again. I don't like the knife one. I wanna press on this and have her go back to the why did we move the body thing. This is the first game. This is the end of the first game. Technically, the Game Boy Advance game, or the Game Boy game. Game Boy Advance, one of the others. It ended before this. This is a trial they added in the remake, in the DS remake, which then got ported to Steam, which is like a third of the length of the full game. Like it's big and it has a lot of DS elements in it, but it's also really good. It's such a slow burn one, and it fully blossoms into you and Edgeworth working together to solve the case and to find the truth. And it's really neat. When you showed up on the scene, where exactly was the victim's body, and why did she move it? I want to hear this again. By Chief Gant's desk, but the body was found by your desk. Why did she move it? Why did you move it there? The reason for that is simple. The reason she moved the body, the piece of the jar that shattered during the events threatened my plan. How do they threaten your plan? Piece of the jar, you mean that wretched jar you showed us earlier. In order to show that Dark committed the crime, I felt it'd be more expedient to move the body. Why? So when you first found the body, the jar was already been shattered to pieces. If you looked at the crime scene, it would be clear right away what happened. That doesn't make sense then. Neil Marshall was dead and Dark was lying unconscious. In other words, the jar must have been broken during their struggle. So why would she move the body then? If she's saying that the dude, I think that's the thing we're messing up. That she's messing up. That she's saying like, if your goal is to show that there was a struggle and someone died, why would you move them away from the thing that showed the struggle that someone died in, right? What's the matter, Emma? Yeah, hold on. Is this different than what we had before? Apparently the jar... Oh, no, we've seen this before. The jar shattered at the time the crime was committed. But I have a feeling there's more to it than that. There must be a contradiction here somewhere. Okay, so this is the one I want to go on. Wait! This might be wrong, but...
Objection!
Your Honor! What do you think about the witness's statement? Oh no, this is wrong. I thought I was kind of cooking there, because we saw the jar thing already from Emma's testimony. You're throwing Emma's testimony out now? It's fine, I'll take that L. Piece of the jar that shattered during the events threatened my plan. Wait. And we already did this one, right? We pressed on this. Yeah, this is the one. Be more expedient to move the body. Jar was already shattered to pieces. If you look at the crime scene, it would be clear right away what happened. Why is it showing me that? Neil Marsh was dead and Dark was lying unconscious. In other words, the jar must have been broken during their struggle. I see. Jar shattered at the time the crime was committed, but I have a feeling there's more to it than that. Wait! That's it! That's it! I got it. I understand. She's saying, hold on. The pieces of the jar that shattered during the events threatened my plan. How was the jar already shattered? Or more accurately, if the jar was already shattered, how did he write Emma on the surface of the jar? Hold it! Miss Sky, I understand how you feel. You committed that crime 2 years ago to protect your sister. You mean the forgery at the scene where Neil Marshall was murdered? If that truth were to be exposed now, the past 2 years of your life will have been in vain. Even so, I'm compelled to bring to everyone's attention a significant contradiction within your testimony. A contradiction in my testimony. Oh, I feel so proud that I got that. You testified, and I quote, "The pieces of the jar that shattered during the events threatened my plan." That's right. Do you have a problem with that? It's a simple oversight, really. You see, a message was written on this jar with the victim's blood. Yes, the prosecutor must have written it in his final moments. She doesn't know. Exactly so. And this is where the contradiction lies. In order for the victim to be able to write his message on the jar, it must not yet have been broken before he died. He couldn't have written Emma's name on a shattered jar. Order! Order! Your Honor, it would appear more information is needed in regard to this jar and its bloody message. We may be missing something critical here. Something critical? Chief Prosecutor? Yeah, like what the hell is this jar for, actually? I still don't know that 100%. It seems you're as in the dark as we are about the truth towards which we're headed. What? Just tell us exactly what you saw. We'll piece together the information to arrive at the truth. Very well. The witness may now continue her testimony. The idea that someone can write a message with their own blood in their final moments is used in so many of these games. Dude, it's so good though. It's one of my favorite things. That happens in VLR as well. Jar and Message in Blood. This is the sequel to Gant and the what was it? Gant and the Things? Gant and the Cover-Up? I immediately noticed the blood traces on the jar. But it was dark in the room and I didn't have time to check it out. To be safe, I wiped away the blood. The fragments were large, so I'm sure I got them all. And all I could think about was wiping them clean before they were discovered. I think she missed Grant and the Fabrications. Thank you, Vesper. Can we check the inside of Goodman's right thigh? And he just has no, he has Tang. He's got Tang, and they're like, what does this mean? And then someone has to like flip, and it's like, that's Nat. And it's like, oh, he actually was dyslexic. It's just Gant. You mean you were the one who wiped away the message in blood? I wasn't chief prosecutor at the time. She didn't think Dark was the real murderer. That's why she tried to erase the real evidence. Very well. The defense may now begin its cross-examination. I immediately noticed the blood traces on the jar. Hold it! So the jar was already broken. It's a miracle that thing hadn't broken earlier. It certainly looks as feeble as the defense's case. Rude. But not as feeble as the judge's judgment. You were an ace detective who never missed a detail. Do you really expect us to believe you didn't investigate what was written on the jar pieces? Normally I would have. But it was dark in the room and I didn't have time to check it out. Hold it. So you didn't know your sister's name was written on the jar. So why would she erase it then? Yeah. No. If I had known, I would have gathered all the pieces and ground them to dust. Well, that helps my case. Lana, you do that for me? Don't? Not right now. Seems you two might make up yet. Anyway, I just barely had enough time to move the body as it was. If someone happened upon the scene, you'd lose your chance to erase the evidence. You must have been in a hurry. I was. I knew I had to destroy the evidence before anyone came. This is rather shocking. To be safe, I wiped away the blood. I'm afraid this action of yours reveals what really happened. What do you mean? If you really thought Dark killed Prosecutor Marshall, you wouldn't have wiped away the blood. Yeah. What else could I have done in that situation? Lana, I only had a few moments. There wasn't enough time for me to do anything else but gather up the pieces. The fragments were large, so I'm sure I got them all. But you clearly missed one because we got a piece from Gant's safe that had blood still on it, right? But how could you see with the power out? It should have been pitch black in that office. A detective is always prepared, Mr. Wright. Oh, she had a flashlight? Even now, I always carry a pocket light and a camera with me. Even I carry a bottle of emergency luminol wherever I go. That is true, she does. I never miss anything. I got every last piece. All I could think about was wiping them clean before they were discovered. So you illegally rearranged the crime scene. I don't think she's denying that. She's not denying that at all. Yes, I don't have any excuse for my actions. I'm so sorry, Lana. I didn't know. I treated you so badly all this time. It's not too late. There's still plenty of time to make up. After we've gotten to the bottom of this incident. No doubt this day will leave a permanent stain on the history of the prosecutor's office. More contradictions have surely surfaced in her testimony. Your sister's really putting up a fight. She must really care about you. Still, she's not doing this the right way. I think I finally figured out the contradictions in her testimony. There's one final possibility that might turn everything around. But it was dark in the room and I didn't have time to check it out. I wiped away the blood. You wiped away the blood, huh? But there's still blood on it. We found a piece in Gant's safe. Is that the... Is it that simple? Also, why did she wipe away the blood? Hold on. Do this again. I'm afraid this action of yours reveals what really happened. What do you mean? If you really thought Dark killed Prosecutor Marshall, you wouldn't have wiped away the blood. What else could I have done in that situation? I only had a few moments. There wasn't enough time for me to do anything else but gather up the pieces. What? Is my brain not working after almost 8 hours of streaming? That's semi-common, but not that uncommon. Or that's semi-common, but not that common, I guess I should say, other way around. I'm gonna YOLO it.
Objection!
Yes, yes! Miss Sky, I believe this jar conceals a truth even you were unaware of. Because she didn't get all the pieces, she missed one, which was picked up by Gant, right? Is that what we're going with? Was Gant in the office before she was, actually? Or is she just lying through her teeth right now? I don't know. What? We found the final piece of this jar in Chief Gant's safe. In the chief's safe. But how? I knew it. She really didn't know. Oh! There's something even more disturbing about that final piece. There was still blood on it. Yes, 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 it was that. but the witness just testified that she gathered every last piece and wiped the blood off of them. Wait, did Gant get to the crime scene before she did? Mess it up a little bit, and then she came in. Was she convinced that she actually cleaned up the crime scene, which was already cleaned up by Gant? Maybe it's something insane like that. Like she is lying about some, but not about everything, and she doesn't know that some of the things she thinks she's telling the truth about were actually like set up by Gant beforehand. Yes, which leaves us with only one explanation. On the night Prosecutor Marshall was murdered, you were not the first one to show up on the scene! Chief Gant got there before you! But couldn't the defendant have simply missed a piece?
Objection!
I'm afraid that's unlikely. The pieces are too big for anyone to miss, let alone an ace detective. That may well be, but everyone makes mistakes. Even I once wasted an entire day looking for my dentures. They were in my mouth all along. Can you believe that? It was Allison walking in. Hi, Allison, it's the climax. Also, thank you, Professor. I've been forged in fire, and also I'm kind of a puzzle wunderkind, but that's a whole other thing right now. Have you forgotten, Your Honor? When this witness arrived at the scene, the jar was already broken. Oh, that. There's no way a name could have been written on a shattered jar. Yeah! Another person discovered the scene prior to the witness. Hope you're not implying this person was Chief Gant. At the time, he was looking for Dark downstairs. Besides, even if he was there first, why would he break the jar? The question is, if he did arrive there first, why did he hide that fact for 2 years? He was shocked. Well, Your Honor, can you answer us that? Wait, is he? No! We're getting the judge gone now. Finally, this dude's had it too good for too long, if I'm gonna be honest with you. Wait, I'm not the one on trial here. Okay, they're very self-aware with it. That's really good. Damon Gant arrived at the crime scene prior to the witness. He proceeded to break the jar and purposely hid one of the broken pieces. Question: what is this action called? Fabrication of evidence. But why would Chief Gant do that? In light of what happened afterwards, isn't it clear? What happened afterwards? Oh my god. Discovering the scene, Lana Skye believed her sister Emma killed the victim. Determined to help her sister, she sought Gant's aid. Lending her his aid, Gant helped her create evidence that incriminated Dark, sparing Emma. And therein lies the reason. The reason why Miss Skye became the Chief's puppet. Oh my god, No! I did it on my own. Please, sis, stop trying to protect the Chief. I can't watch you suffer anymore for my sake. No, you didn't. It wasn't you, Emma. You didn't kill anyone. Don't believe anything Mr. Wright says. Defense attorneys make up the most foul lies to defend their clients. Foul lies? Imagine that coming from my own client. I guess you do seem the type who likes to twist the truth. Don't you, sir? Hey, nice. Wait a minute. What if we're still smack dab in the middle of Gant's trap? What? Is something wrong, Mr. Wright? Lana, maybe Wright after all. What do you mean, Wright? I don't know where this is going. So you do tell foul lies, right then, Mr. Wright? Miss Skye, please, testify once more. But if evidence was fabricated behind your back, then Emma's accidental killing of Prosecutor Marshall might also be a lie. But I do remember knocking over Marshall. Miss Sky, if you will. Oh my god, thank you. I was like, man, it felt weird that Emma would be the one to kill her, and then like Emma becomes the prosecutor, because like they wouldn't do that to Emma. Dude! I was right originally! Dude. I can't. There's nothing to be afraid of anymore. This cross-examination may not change a thing. However, there is a possibility that if you tell the truth. Oh my god. Very well. Very well. I'll testify about what I really saw. They're saying that Emma didn't kill him. We're gonna see if we can make it so that Emma did not actually kill him. Marshall, there's two Marshalls, Professor. I don't know how much you know about this, but there's Jake Marshall, who is alive, and there's his brother Neil Marshall, who died the day of the like SL9 incident way back when. All right, the witness may testify once more for the final time. Actual crime scene. When I arrived, I found Mr. Marshall's body impaled on that suit of armor's sword. Okay. Oh my god. Surface crew. Oh my god. Emma is written on the surface in blood. We were assuming that Neil Marshall wrote that. There's been a piece of this that's been the same for 2 years. Not touched effectively, right? What are the chances that we get to do one more and get some fingerprints from this bad boy? When I arrived, I found Mr. Marshall's body impaled on that suit of armor's sword. Emma and Dark were lying unconscious on the floor nearby. When I saw what had happened, I thought she did it. That's why I erased all the evidence that linked her to the murder. Because if you think about it as well, I was kind of like wondering why this would happen, but I was like, I'll let the game do it. But like, why would Neil write down Emma's name and be like, oh, Emma killed me? Like, why would he do that? It would be so stupid for her to do that. Oh my god. I had Chief Gant help me remove the body from the sword and carry it. Because it was, okay. But if it all really was a fabrication, Emma might be innocent. So Gant was there. Gant was already at the scene of the crime. Dude, unbelievable. The body was impaled on the armor's sword. You were the only one who saw that. If only you had proof. You weren't the only one who saw that, apparently. Actually, I do have proof. She carries a camera with her! She said she carries a camera with her! Hold on! I gave it to Mr. Wright just this morning. Is there something else in the book? Please tell me there is, because that's what, to me, it made more sense that there'd be something else in the book and not just that we would just be like, evidence law, right? What, to me? It's a picture I took of the crime scene as I encountered it. Yes, thank you! I thought it might be needed. But I don't remember receiving a picture like that. Yes, oh. Well, I mean, I couldn't have interacted with it. When I interacted with it, it just opened the book up. Thank you, Gabriel. Lana must have known. See, Mr. Wright? She really does have faith in you. Very well, Mr. Wright. Please present this picture. Just in case. I don't remember receiving any pictures from Lana. Lana said she gave it to you this morning, right? I seem to remember getting something from her then. Let's check that evidence again. There must be a picture in there somewhere. There we go. It didn't let me do this before. It just like, let me read it. That means... How can I get real? Hey! Thank you, Dolly. Hey! There's a picture here. There's already the fact that there's already a piece cut. It's oh, why would there be a piece of his shirt cut out here? We know where that piece of shirt went. It's this piece of shirt here that has Emma's prints on it. But why would it have been cut out and then put in his safe? Oh my god, that doesn't make any sense whatsoever. Oh my. This is the actual crime scene. No other detective saw the crime scene like this. Because I contacted Criminal Affairs only after I had rearranged everything. Lana's picture inserted into the court record. Mr. Wright! That piece cut out from his vest! Yes! Could that be... The cloth we found inside Chief Gant's safe. What's this? This is a handprint, isn't it? That cloth. It had fingerprints on it. Whoever fingerprints those are must be the real murderer. Oh, did we not present this in court yet? Oh god, Emma doesn't know that those are her fingerprints right now. What? But those fingerprints... They're yours, Emma. Why are your lips turning all purple, Mr. Wright? Oh no. Anyway, let's get on with this cross-examination. So long as you tell the truth, we should be able to flush out the real murderer. Oh my god. Very well. The defense may now begin its cross-examination. Actual crime scene. When I arrived, I found Mr. Marshall's body impaled on that suit of armor sword. Hold, I didn't do that. He's back! This makes so... I was like, Gant can't not be here for the end, because he's the one who did it. Come now, Archie. This is the poorest excuse for a trial I've seen. Chief Gant. What, now you want to make me out as the bad guy too? If so, I'd like to put in a word or two in my defense.
Objection!
I'm afraid it's too late for that. What? You already declined to testify. He has to just sit here and take this? That means you forfeited your right to make statements of any sort. This guy is... Dude, Professor... Ace Attorney games are a kangaroo court. The actual person on trial is Lana Skye, and like, it's just kangaroo court. You just gotta roll with the punches, man. This must be that risk we were talking about earlier. Just sit back, relax, and enjoy the sound of the noose tightening around your own neck. Oh my god, Edgeworth! So what? You think I'm worried? Sorry to disappoint you, but I don't need to make any statements. What do you mean? The evidence will do all the talking for me. Even if I can't testify, I can still present evidence. Oh no! Yes, that's true. Wait! You mean you still have some conclusive evidence? Oh my god, no, he's gonna present the leather that I don't want to present because it will incriminate Emma. No, I don't. But someone does. Someone? So, what's your excuse, righto? Evidence law, quick! No evidence should be shown whether the approval of the police department. Unauthorized evidence presented must be relevant to the case on trial. There's nothing that tells me how to deny evidence. Dude! Uh-oh. Why have you been keeping quiet about this? You do have something to show us, right? Something that proves who knocked over Neil Marshall, causing his death. Conclusive evidence that leaves no room for doubt. Is this true, Mr. Wright? I show that piece of evidence now, Emma's sure to be made out as the murderer. But there's something really important here. Why would he cut out Emma's handprint on his own? Because he did that. Lana did not cut out the handprint. He did that because Lana took a scene before anything got changed, right? Mr. Wright, if you have any more evidence, present it now. And if you try to conceal anything, you'll be the one appearing before the Board of Inquiries. What do I do now? I better think this through carefully. I can't afford to make the wrong decision. Should I present that piece of evidence? The one that shows who really killed Prosecutor Marshall. I gotta save this. I don't feel safe right now. We can either show the evidence or cannot show evidence. But we can only say we can't show the evidence if there's something that, like, I think no evidence should be shown without the approval of the police department. That's for submitting evidence, not for showing evidence, though, I guess, right? Unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case on trial. Can we just say it's not? We just say it's not relevant to the case on trial? We might be able to do that. This is a handprint, right? Yeah. Someone left behind an oil stain on the fabric. An oil stain? Oh, like hand oil, I guess. Whoever it was, they must have had a really oily hand. Wait a minute. Okay. Mr. Wright, think about it scientifically. Uh-huh. A more likely explanation is the person slipped and fell on a freshly waxed floor. Getting wax all over their hand. Well, that would account for this amount of oil, I guess. I don't see what's so scientific about it, though. It happens, you know. I always slip on the floors at school after they're waxed. Okay, that actually, I don't know if that helped me or hurt me. The oily hand bit is really interesting to me, though, but, like, I don't... I think I have to submit it. I think I submit it. He's gonna try to twist it, but I might be able to twist it back at him. Let's do this. Yes, Your Honor. I do have further evidence. All right. Time's finally come to show it to them. Those prints have got to be the Chief's. This is really scary to me right now. Now then, let's see this conclusive evidence. The evidence that shows who actually murdered Prosecutor Marshall. Is there something else that can show that Gant murdered Marshall? I want to show the picture so bad now. We're talking about the SL9 incident, not about Goodman right now. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. When was... What was the purpose of this in SL9? Texas SL911. Guess this is another piece of evidence from that case. You know, I never did care for the word tag. It's confusing. Huh? What's so confusing about that? Do you know how many other words sound like it? Bag, gag, nag, lag, zag. Zag. Is that a word? Do you challenge me? What, are we playing a word game right now? Playing Scrabble? Is Zag a Scrabble associated word? I don't think it is. I think I submit it. We play by ear. Let's see what happens. It's a piece of leather cloth. Yes. It was most likely cut from the victim's chest, from the victim's vest near his chest. What's this? There's a big handprint on it. Wait, a big handprint? A big handprint, you say? Surely it must have been left on the cloth by whoever shoved the victim into the sword. What? Whose fingerprints are on this? I'm sure Rhino has checked. Haven't you? Do you think he's always worn gloves? Or do you think he only started wearing gloves after he did a murder? And he left his greasy handprints on the thing? How four of the prints were illegible? That's also true. Sure, Rhino has checked, haven't you? Well, whose are they? They're Miss Skies. Miss Emma Skies. What? They're mine. So I really did do it. See? I told you it was conclusive.
Objection!
But this was found in your safe. That means it's possible you forged it. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't remember any cloth in my safe. Do you really expect me to believe that?
Objection!
But... Give it up, Mr. Wright. It's over. No, Edgeworth. Not like that. Come on now. You shouldn't have presented that. By presenting that evidence, you tied Emma Sky to Neil Marshall's death. No. It appears we have our killer. No, wait, did I actually mess up? No! No! Everything hinged on that point. In the end, Lana... Oh, come on now. Okay, so it's not that. Now the question is, do we not present any evidence at all, right? Dang, it was... Dang, okay. Okay. I'm gonna say cannot show evidence then. We're gonna see if it... Because, what do you mean you think it breaks rule 1? Because I was thinking, yeah, clearly it has to be, like, related to this. But, like, no evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. They are the police department. Chief Gant is the police department, right? And then rule 2 is unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case on trial. Is it that do I rule to it? Do I just rule to it? Don't answer that question. Let's see if it's right. Your Honor, I don't have any evidence I can present at this point in time. What? You lie! Chief Gant, you opened my... Oh! You opened my safe. I know you took what was inside. The conclusive evidence. I don't know what you're talking about. Mr. Wright, why don't you show them? We found it together. Oh, I see. It's because you know the truth, don't you? You know whose fingerprints are on it. That's why you won't present it. What are you talking about, Chief Gant? Can't you figure it out? Take a good look at this picture. See the victim's vest? Notice anything odd about the chest area? In my defense, the game has been known to like make you do the other thing and then just be like, it was clearly that, right? But like, yeah, this is valid. I don't trust the game when it's like clearly the other option was correct, when it's like, no, clearly it was not correct. But this is a valid. It looks like part of it's been cut out for some reason. Do you mean you had this in your safe? What? That means you, the chief of police, have been concealing evidence. This is going to be the biggest scandal in the history of the police department. Oh. Impressive. To be honest, I don't think you had the gall, Rhino. Well, I can't just let you pin me up as the murderer. I'll tell you what really happened. What? You mean you admit to it? This is the same vibe as in the Steel Samurai case, where the answer was that she didn't do it. I was the first person to arrive at the crime scene that day. It then occurred to me that I could use the situation to control Lana. So you really were manipulating her. I knew Lana. If I made it look like the blame lay with her sister, that when she saw the scene, she would ask me for my aid. So you assisted Miss Sky. I told her to arrange all the evidence. I had her plant the knife tip in the victim's body and move the body across the room. And I ended up using that evidence to get Joe Dark convicted. When I tampered with the crime scene, I hid 2 pieces of evidence. This was before Lana arrived at the scene, mind you. 2 pieces of evidence? You mean those items in your safe? But why? For insurance, of course. Insurance? I was sure my plan would work, but it's always best to be prepared for the worst. I wasn't about to let anyone blame me for the murder that girl committed. You mean you were calculating that far ahead while forging the evidence? What do you take me for, a fool? I didn't make police chief by dumb luck. See this jar fragment? I hid the most legible part of Emma's name. I didn't expect Lana to go and wipe the blood off of all the pieces.
Objection!
But if you just fabricated all the evidence, what's to say you didn't fabricate the message on this jar too? Yes! This is the part I wanted to bring up. Some people just don't know when to quit, do they? That's why I kept one more item for insurance. You mean that piece of cloth? Come on, Rhino, cough it up already. I know you have it. What are you waiting for, Mr. Wright? So you admit to it then, Chief Gant. That you were hiding the cloth you cut off the victim's vest in your safe. Yeah, I admit it. I didn't want to have to do that, being chief and all. But it's a lot better than being portrayed as a murderer. Well, Mr. Wright, what do you have to say for yourself? Just a moment ago, you said you didn't have any evidence you could present. Foolish move, Rhino. You should have shown it to them before it was too late. The more Virginia Fields told me that was wrong, actually, Gant. I saw the other timeline. It's been a long battle. But the moment of truth has finally arrived. As long as I don't mess up here, victory is mine. Cut all this out in the edit, but no, it's too late to— oh, fuck. No, it's too late to show the evidence now. Besides, even if I did, it just exposed that poor girl's fingerprints. This is really messed up, by the way. I had to, like, show that it was his case, and then I showed the evidence? Man. Right? Think hard over the circumstances. Circumstances? I'm talking about then and now. There's one major difference between the two. Weren't you waiting for that difference? Oh, okay, yeah, I do. Thank you, Edgeworth. That's really nice of you. So, Edgeworth figured out my hey, okay, cool. Haha. Mr. Wright, this is your only chance. Your Honor, I do have evidence to present now. All right, then let's see this conclusive evidence. Let me verify this once more. On the day of the crime, you personally cut out this piece of the victim's vest. Yeah! At last you finally brought it out into the open. There's a handprint on this piece of cloth. Your Honor, the prosecution requests that be immediately sent to the lab for analysis. This handprint on the leather. There must have been a strong impact for it to be left so clearly. You mean, it could not have been forged. It must be authentic, conclusive evidence. You're as slow on the uptake as ever, Worthy. What? Think about it. Ryder had all this time to present this evidence. Yet he was reluctant to do so. Why would that be? You mean you already know? You know whose fingerprints are on that? Mr. Wright, do you really know? Whoever the fingerprints belong to must be the real murderer. Whose fingerprints are they? Very well. I'll tell you. Please don't make me decide. I can't. I don't. Because, yes, I understand that it's a big handprint. And but objectively, Emma's fingerprint is on that. Yes, there are 4 smudged ones, but who's to say that they weren't smudged when he was cutting it off? And we all know that Gant did it, but does the game want me to say Gant or does it want me to say Emma if it's a choice, right? Very well. I'll tell you. It should be okay now. Everything's proceeding as predicted. The person to whom these fingerprints belong to is... He's confident. I agree. I think I have to pick Emma. I don't want to lie in court. Objectively, Emma's fingerprints are on there. And if it's wrong to say this, then the game is a dick. Emma Sky. What? They're mine? I'm sorry, Emma. But why? Why didn't you tell me? You're really something, Righto. You knew this girl did it all along, and you still tried to pin the murder on me. So it's true. Tragic, but true. This girl really did shove Prosecutor Marshall to his death. Hold it. How could you? You monster! Miss Sky, what the fuck? Miss Sky, you knew whose fingerprints those were all along, yet you acted like she really didn't. Miss Sky, it's not over yet. What? Like as if we're playing Guilty Gear Xrd Rev 2 and someone hits Hellfire State. It's not over yet. What? I said this trial isn't over yet. But I'm afraid it is over, boy. Not only this trial, but your career, too. You purposely concealed this conclusive evidence. That, my friend, is a serious offense. There have been so many serious offenses in this damn trial. This court is a mockery. I'm looking forward to pressing charges after the defendant is convicted. I'll have your badge, boy. Oh, he's not saying a lot right now. What's the matter? Cat got your tongue? Aren't you going to tell us how it feels? How it feels to be the one who single-handedly turned a poor little girl into a murderer. Before I do that, there's just one little thing I have to clear up. Columbo? Hold on, editor? Pull up a Columbo? So where's Columbo at? It's hidden in the spoiler one. Hold on, give me a second. Columbo, is that you? Have Kiwi Columbo with me this entire time? Oh, and what's that? Who really killed Prosecutor Neil Marshall? What? Chief Gant, you're absolutely right. This piece of cloth proves who the real murderer is. Who killed Neil Marshall, you ask? It was Emma Skye, wasn't it? I'm afraid that's not possible. You see, this piece of cloth contains a critical contradiction. Is it the size of the handprint? Because, like, Gant's a 60-year-old man with big old yaoi hands, and Emma's a small girl with dainty little fingies. I don't know what the opposite of yaoi hands are. Yuri palms? Don't say that. Do not use that ever again. What? A contradiction? What is this foul babbling about? I'm talking about a contradiction. One that proves who the real killer is. Mr. Wright, this piece of cloth. Also, really, both of you guys said Yuri hands, but I just realized, no, the opposite of yaoi hands would be Yuri feet, wouldn't it? I'm done, we're done with this. Mr. Wright, this piece of cloth, what could it possibly contradict? Chief Gant, your tyrannical reign ends here. Behold, the piece of evidence that contradicts this cloth. Fuck, what? What are we contradicting in the cloth about? What? Wait. Wait. Is it the rubber glove? Hold on. You think it's the picture? Hold on. What's the picture look like? Because, like, clearly what's showing here is that he cut this off before he got there. Which, there is something really important here that, Nanda yo, Kiwi! The blood goes into the shirt under where the cut part is. Jack was cut before being stabbed on the spear. He was stabbed in the chest. Wait, he was stabbed in the, no, he was stabbed in the, he was run through by the spear, I thought. Hold on, wait. And then, wait, we have a forensics evidence thing, right? Stabbed in the back, died from punctured heart and lung. A knife tip was in the wound. I don't know what I don't know if you guys are pulling at something that I don't, what the fuck are you talking about? No evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. Unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case on trial. There are multiple sources of blood whence blood can leak onto the shirt. Is it that it's not bloody? Well, maybe in his defense, my thought process is that what's the word? That, like, he could have cut it before the blood got stained on it, or he could have wiped the blood off. Not that he would want to do that necessarily, but, like, this game makes you double think, makes you backtrack on yourself so much. It is true that we probably need to present this photo at some point, though. That contradicts this cloth. What am I contradicting about, though? I wish there was a log that I can go back in. Because, yeah, if it's, like, this makes sense. Like, this, like, why did you cut the cloth away from here? It's because you wanted to, like, frame Emma, I understand. Part of me wants to say that, like, okay, this is, where did this glove come from? This is my white whale right now. Did he wear this glove when he killed someone? Was Emma wearing this glove? Emma, who wants to be a forensic scientist, was wearing gloves because she was, like, playing the part? I don't know. She didn't want to be a forensic scientist before that point, in fairness, though. Like, there is a few different ways you can go about this, IMO. I'm gonna do the image, though, just because it gives me something. And I have health to burn. What exactly is this supposed to be? This is the picture Miss Sky took. Take a good look at it. See where the piece of his vest was cut out? Yes. His shirt is showing underneath. It's hard to make out with all the blood in his vest, though. Exactly my point. His chest is soaked with blood. That's only natural. Yeah, I agree. His lungs no doubt were punctured. Blood poured out of his mouth. Okay, sure. Sure, whatever. It's right, but it feels wrong. I don't know. The game has been weird about things before. Also, how was I supposed to know that he, like, immediately and that it wasn't a slow seeping of blood from the mouth? It could have been a slow seeping, you don't know. And then he got there, like, right after it happened, and he cut it out before the blood stained into it. I'd be a really good defense attorney, is all I'm saying. Oh, but that piece of cloth. Wait, there's no blood on it. Since Emma Sky's fingerprints are on this cloth, there's no doubt that she shoved the prosecutor aside. However, Mr. Marshall was not impaled on the sword at that time. No, this is nonsense. Now then, Chief Gant, let me ask you something. Prosecutor Marshall was not impaled when he was shoved aside. He likely hit his head on the ground and was knocked out. If so, then tell me, who could it have been? Who could have arrived at the scene before Miss Alana Sky, picked up the unconscious prosecutor, and impaled him on the armor's sword? Then, to make it look like Emma was responsible for the prosecutor's death, said person proceeded to write her name on the jar with the victim's blood. That one I'm about. A jar that they then broke on purpose to leave behind a clue. And make Lana believe her sister did it. Remember what you admitted only moments ago. That you personally cut out this bloodless piece of the victim's vest. Ironic, isn't it? Through the very act of creating insurance, you proved that you were the actual murderer. No! It's finally all over. He's so... That was closer, I know. You almost had me. Sorry, but you'll have to do better than that. I refute your allegations. What do you mean you refute his allegations? You see, that piece of cloth is illegal evidence. Oh, here's the book. Order, order. What nonsense is this? Illegal evidence cannot be used to convict a suspect. Remember, Raji, early old Rhino here concealed that piece of cloth. So then, what's your excuse, Rhino? You do have some conclusive evidence, don't ya? Your Honor, I don't have any evidence I can present at this point in time. Well, that's true. The defense did refuse to present evidence. At that moment, that piece of cloth ceased to be legal evidence. But that's not fair. Oh, I didn't know that's how that worked either. That's not part of evidence law that I knew. Thank you, Yukiko. That's all my tea done. Let's do it. You really think you could best me in court? It looks like the last laugh's on you, son. If they actually have an animation of me throwing the book, I'm actually gonna lose it, though. That's the only thing. Dude, Ison! Unfortunately, Gant, that's not your theme playing right now. I'm afraid Mr. Grant's claim is legally correct. Well, Mr. Edgeworth, True. Illegal evidence cannot be used to convict a person. Assuming, of course, that the evidence is indeed illegal. Well, Mr. Wright? It seems at last the time for me to reveal my plan has finally arrived. Mr. Wright, do you admit to it that you purposely and illegally concealed this piece of cloth? Fuck, I don't know the answer to this one. That's not what I thought they were gonna ask me. I did not. It wasn't illegal. It wasn't illegal. Ow. I admit, I refused to present it at one point. Yes, okay, yes. You are going the way I wanted you to go. Thank you, Phoenix. Good lord. So the evidence is illegal.
Objection!
Oh, here it is. Yes, I'm glad I picked the right one. No, it isn't, Mr. Gant. Huh? It's not that I didn't present evidence then. It's that I couldn't. Oh! Oh, fuck, I didn't think that. Wait, this is stupid though, right? No evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. Unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case on trial. I thought unregistered evidence would be evidence that was shown without the approval of the police department. I didn't realize these were, you have to do one and then the other. What the hell? It wasn't relevant yet at the first opportunity. What the? I didn't know we had to get approval from him by having him admit that it was from a safe. Is that what's going on? Is that why we had to do that? What do you mean you couldn't? There are certain procedures involved when presenting evidence. No, Aji, don't listen to his lies. He's nothing but a coward. You can't really believe.
Objection!
There is only one issue left to be resolved in this trial. Is this evidence legal or not? Very well. Let us settle this once and for all. Earlier you refused to present evidence. If you can prove your conduct was not in violation of the law, then do so now. Well. This is my proof, Your Honor. Evidence law. Dude, I'm actually really proud of Phoenix right now because Ison, I think you're right. Phoenix is actually smarter than I am right now, which is props. What's this? I'm so proud of Phoenix. Can I say that, by the way? Dude, in the beginning, Phoenix was like, I need Mia, I need Maya, but I only need Maya because Maya gave me to Mia. And now he's his own person. He doesn't need to like rely on the crutch of Mia anymore. Oh my god. I've done my homework too, Chief. Indeed, Emma Sky's fingerprints were on this piece of cloth. However, at that point in time, this was merely a piece of cloth. Nothing more. What? You see, it's written right here in this book. The second rule of evidence law. Rule 1, no evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. I found this, oh, I understand. I found this piece of cloth of evidence myself, inside your safe. It goes without saying, I didn't have approval from the police department. Oh my god, that's so insanely smart, actually. Rule 2, unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case on trial. Well, I thought like when I brought it up, I would be able to explain why it was relevant in my defense. It makes a lot of sense when they're explaining it like this, but like in my defense, I thought when I brought it up, I would claim that it's relevant, like, but still, okay. Rule number 2, unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case on trial. And here's the crux of the matter. You see, at the time, it was impossible for me to prove the relevance between the cloth and the SL9 incident. What? What kind of nonsense is this? But okay, can I explain something real quick or ask something real quick? Why was it I had to wait to get the relevancy when I showed it originally, they immediately were just like, that's it, that's the thing that convicts Emma, we're gonna call her guilty and then lock it up? Like, why was the evidence okay then? That doesn't make sense. The failure state for me showing the thing earlier does not match the reason I had to hold it off for, right? Am I stupid? A little bit, but like not, I'm stupid with like an honest heart. He gets. I guess it had to like show that it was in his safe in a way, right? You want relevancy? Just take one look at this picture and.
Objection!
Sorry, but can you recall when was that picture presented? That was shown only a few moments ago. No! He's right. At the beginning of today's trial, that piece of cloth was still meaningless. The person who gave it value as evidence was you, Damon Gant. You yourself confessed to a certain truth. Let me verify this once more. Oh, I love when they go back and it's like, I just want to make sure you're, like, to make sure it's really on the record. Oh, I feel what you're saying though, Ison. Like, after I'm done with this, I'll probably be like, yeah, this game is great. But then like, because you're gonna bury the parts where like, this is frustrating, it doesn't make sense. Because it's like, overall, the game works really well. I definitely have that with 999 and VLR, both of which I highly recommend. Anyone who likes this game, you need to go do yourself a favor and tap into the Nonary games series, because it's not one-to-one, but it's a very similar feeling. And like, I have my gripes with those games too. I've definitely gotten frustrated with those games, but like, I will not lie. Those are some of the best games I've played the last 2 years. Let me verify this once more, because it's about the story. Like, sure, you as the player might have some gripes here and there, but when the feeling of satisfaction that you get from Phoenix's theme playing is immaculate. On the day of the crime, you personally cut out this piece of the victim's vest. Oh yeah! No! It was then that you approved this cloth as conclusive evidence. Yes, you, the chief of police, personally approved this cloth. The only person who could have cut this from the victim's vest is the one who stood before Prosecutor Marshall in his final moments. In other words, the real murderer. And there's only one person who that could be. Damon Gant, the killer was you! I knew I should have gotten rid of him. That good-for-nothing scum! For 2 years, he's been snooping around the department, trying to get something on me. Crimes are being committed every day, yet he insisted on hounding me. Well, your crime wasn't exactly petty. He wanted to reinvestigate the case. He recruited Angel Starr, then convinced Bruce Goodman. Detective Goodman. Hey, here it is! I was right about this part! Yeah, that's right. If evidence is transferred, I'll hold on, that's not my... If evidence is transferred, I'll lose my only chance to find out the truth. Please, you gotta help me. God, Goodman turned him down, as he ought to. Still, Jake Marshall didn't know when to quit. He stole Goodman's ID card and tried to take the evidence. Goodman came to me that day. He wanted to file a lost item report. Oh, and he knew. I went with him to the evidence room. Then, all of a sudden, he decided to speak out. What are you talking about, Goodman? Can you please reopen the investigation, Chief? We can't transfer the evidence out. There are too many questions left unanswered. He opened his evidence locker, and as he was taking the evidence out, he said, "It's not too late. I'm going to hand all this over to Marshall." Well, to be honest, I was a bit taken aback by his words. I had a bad feeling when he came to see me, but never thought he'd bring up SL9. That's when I saw it. That accursed knife. I couldn't just pull it out. Doing so would have only led to more blood, making it near impossible to hide your crime. Even so, the blood was just pouring out. I didn't know who might stumble in, so I hurried to wipe it up. I was worrying so much about the floor, I didn't realize my fatal mistake. The bloody handprint on Detective Gumshoe's locker. I used to be known as the crime computer. But everyone has to start somewhere, I guess. I was too nervous. I had no business doing any of it. Then you put the body in my car. I'm sorry. I couldn't think of any other way to move the body. Don't be sorry here. You're going to jail, man. I broke your trunk, but what's the big deal? You make a lot more than us detectives ever will. Leaving the prosecution's car aside, how? How could you get Miss Sky involved in all of this? Well, she had as much to lose as I did if the truth came out. So you took the evidence from Detective Goodman's locker. I felt bad for having to do it. I also didn't have the time to pick and choose what to take. So, you left the jar fragments in the glove. Yeah. Looks like I was better off being an investigator of a crime than a committer. They all did their best to get in my way. Gotta hand it to them. They do their jobs well. Much to my dismay. Fake evidence doesn't hold up very well upon close examination. You must have known that. Tell me, Worthy. Why do you stand in court? Me? You despise criminals. I can feel it. You and me. We're the same. One day you'll understand. Oh, believe me, you will. You're just one man. You'll see what it really takes to bring them down once you try to go it alone. Set up to the investigation series with Edgeworth as the star. Well, looks like it's time to say goodbye. Oh, Aji. What? Looks like we'll have to cancel that lunch date. Sorry, old friend. I'm sorry too, Damon Gant. What if the judge is just a dick and just says, not guilty? You're like, he could do that theoretically. He wouldn't though. He's stupid, but he's not that stupid. I knew you as you used to be long ago. You were once a fine investigator and an example to others on the force. I'm sorry to learn that you're no longer that person. Those days are gone now, Aji. Thanks for all the memories, though. Don't worry. You'll be fine. Now you have Rido here. And Worthy. With these two around, you can't go wrong. In fact, I can hear them already. The melodious sounds of a new beginning. Aww. I made you. Yeah, there's a few examples of why they're different. Also, I agree with that, Ison. Charismatic villains are like the best villains. Villains that want to be like, I don't know, that just have charisma. They're more compelling. They're more fun to like dissect or to break down. There are two things I want you to understand. Yes? First, your sister never hurt anyone. Second, Damon Gant betrayed you from the beginning. You see, Miss Sky, you no longer have any reason to keep silent. You're right. When this trial is over, I'll tell everything. In my tell-all book, all that I've done these past 2 years. From the time I had Gant help me forge evidence up until today. So, It seems all the questions raised in this trial have been answered. I'm sorry, Miss Sky. I couldn't. Good luck down there, Dolly. I don't know what Dolly said to get her. I haven't basement to myself yet today. Wait, what do you mean? Adios, Dolly. No, Lana's not going to jail. The only crime in this universe, Professor, is murder. I'm sorry, Miss Sky. I couldn't get you out of all your trouble. Like that's a joke, but it's also not a joke, Professor. Like, for some reason, only murder is like it feels that way. My, what high standards you have for a rookie. I can see why Mia thought so highly of you. Who knows? A few years from now, you just might make it to the top. It's like a cute, and it just 100 critical damage. I owe you my thanks, Mr. Wright. Miss Sky. And to you too, Mr. Edgeworth. You suffered every bit as much as I have over these past few days. Believe me, I know how much of an ordeal it's been for you. It was nothing. Liar. I was worried the pressure might break you. And yet, you rose above it all and guided Mr. Wright to victory. You've done well, Mr. Edgeworth. Stop it! I only did my job. He doesn't take compliments well, which is why he hates his trophy, remember? In light of this case, it seems a good self-examining is in order for all of us. Miss Sky. Yes, Your Honor. You're innocent of murder. However, although the chief blackmailed you, the fact is you still acted as his accomplice. A trial will be scheduled for these crimes at a later date. Yes, I understand, Your Honor. Oh my God, consequences to actions. In my Ace Attorney? Is there something amusing about all of this? Why are you smiling? It's been a long time, Your Honor. A long time since I felt free of these heavy chains. Aww. Well, this trial has gone on far too long already. It's almost been 72 hours. Regarding the charge of the murder, this court finds the defendant, Miss Lana Sky, not guilty. Hit it! I forgot about the confetti that they do when you beat a trial. I wasn't ready for that one. Oh my God, what a trial, man. Screw it, we did it. We acquitted her for murder, not for everything else, but for murder. She's not acquitted. She is acquitted. Oh my God. That is all. This court is adjourned. No, Kiwi, no. February 25th, 5:03 p.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby number 2. At long last, it's finally over. Emma! Oh, the music just immediately cuts back in. Why the long face? I'm sorry your sister didn't get completely off the hook, but at least she wasn't convicted for a murder she didn't commit. No, that's not it. Just now, after the trial ended. I can see why Mia Fey thought so highly of you. I owe you my thanks, Mr. Wright. And to you too, Mr. Edgeworth. Oh, she didn't thank her? Is that what she's sad about? Oh my God, that's so adorable. That's why. Or she's like not sad, but she's like fangirling over how what's the word? How like coquettish, skittish Edgeworth was when he was getting complimented. It's one of those two things. You've done well. No, it's the fact that she didn't get complimented by her sister. You know, I did my best too. Oh, Emma. But Lana didn't say a single word to me. Hope I'm not interrupting anything, pals. Oh my god, I love you so much, Gumshoe. Gumshoe's here to save the day. Every single time with this man. Oh, guess I am. Yeah, I'll come back. No, you get back over here. The third time's the charm, baby. Rule of threes. Get over here, Gumshoe. What is it? You're doing this on purpose, aren't you? Making the detective run all around while on duty. And to top it off, you call me here. I see happier people at funerals. He's so great. Hey, lighten up, pals. I'm only kidding. Oh, are you here because of my sister again? Nope, not this time. I came today because of, you, pal. Is he gonna be like, you did such a good job, do you want to, like, start a detective company together? Dude, actually, that'd be me. He got fired from the police, actually. Hold on. That's right. I thought you liked to see someone. Or is he like, Lana, should you be doing this? She's still under arrest, you know. And also, you don't work for the Force anymore, right? I thought you got fired. Well, I won't tell if you won't. You know what? I won't tell if you won't. Emma, I owe you an apology. It's okay, sis. Don't worry about it. We did it, Harmonica. We solved the case. You missed so much peak, Harmonica. That day, 2 years ago. Dude, Professor, this is a peak outfit. And yes, I'm biased because she's wearing a red scarf, which is obviously similar but different than my blue scarf, but still. Like, military-ass outfits do kind of hit really hard. I understand why we have them. Was the first time in my life I ever panicked. It was all I could do to keep myself from screaming. All I could think about was keeping you from getting wrapped up in that mess. Sis! I asked Gant to help me cover up the truth. I thought I was doing it for your sake. But now, I realize I was wrong. I changed after that day. Oh yeah, she only added the tassels after she got, like, chief prosecutor, I guess, right? Because she doesn't have the tassels here, by the way. I had to. It was the only way I could make it through the past 2 years. I knew how much I was hurting you by distancing myself. But I couldn't bring myself to tell you what I did. I was scared. Scared that you'd look at me with those eyes of yours. Oh. I was scared of how you'd react if you knew. But sis, you were only doing it for me. No. Huh? I turned my back on you that day. In hiding what I believed to be the truth. I was deceiving you. Sis. Professor, I know you're not as new here, you're not as in on the Ace Windfall lore, but that is the worst opinion I've ever heard. I'm wearing a hat right now. That's, in fairness, that is, you know what? Actually, I take it back. That's not the worst opinion I've ever heard because, obviously, all the Sabihan wear hats, right? That's the exception to the rule, though. Not important right now. I'm such a fool. It took me all this time to realize it. Emma, I'm so sorry. But sis, you don't have to apologize. I'm happy now. You're happy? Of course. You know, sis, I always knew that one day you'd come back. Aww. Gonna wear a hat just to spite you? Haha. You fool. In stating my own opinion on hats, I made you verify your own opinion on hats and thus do what your heart desires and wear a hat right now, even if it is to spite me. Hahaha. Hats are looks multiple. It depends on the person. I don't know. I'm not a hat person outside of very, very specific circumstances. There are only like 4 hats that look good. Hat on, scarf off would kill me. Let's So you have two choices. You could either hat on, which doesn't work with the goggles, or, is this a hat? Meow. I always knew one day that you'd come back. And now you have. Oh, Emma. Emma. Aww. No one can change the past. The only thing that we can do is strive to make up for our mistakes. Why must we make up for our mistakes, you ask? Because, in so doing, we can find the way back to our rightful path. Forgive but don't forget, Service Crew. Forgive but don't forget. We all make mistakes in our life. No one is perfect in this world. And if you make a mistake, it's not the end of the world. You can always correct it. You can always find a way to get back on that rightful path, man. Oh. And it is from there that we can move on toward a brighter future. At least that's what I felt watching the two sisters make up. Mr. Wright, Mr. Gumshoe. Me? Thank you both for all that you've done. I'm sure we'll meet again someday. Isn't that right, Edgeworth? 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 Stop hiding and come over here. Oh, he's doing the thing again. You mess up at 28, it's over for you, old man, it's over. That's true, only up until you're like 25. If you're 26 and you make a mistake, that's on you, bud. See you in jail. Where was he hiding? I just came to say, congratulations. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Edgeworth. Right. Well, I'll be going now. Mr. Edgeworth, I hope you don't blame yourself for what happened. We were the ones who acted corruptly, not you. It's too late for me. No matter what anyone may say, I realize today that I can't correct my mistakes. No, he's 26 years. Hold on, no, he's only 24. He can still correct his mistakes. I realize today that I can't correct my mistakes. Mr. Edgeworth. Not only that, but I don't even trust myself anymore. Chief Gant was right. You despise criminals. I can feel it. You and me, we're the same. One day you'll understand. Oh, believe me, you will. You're just one man. You'll see what it really takes to bring them down once you try to go it alone. Dude, where's this going? That's a nice harmonic. I'm glad you're enjoying it. I do despise criminals. I plan to dedicate my entire life to fighting them. But in order to fight crime on my own, I need a weapon. Kiwi! I hope you learn to forgive yourself one day. It's such a good meme, though. It's such a good meme. It invokes frisson in my heart. Cause it's like, man, that's insane. There's something so wistful about that comic. It's scary, but I've known that to be true for quite some time now. But Edgeworth, who knows? Given enough time, I might have tried to pull something like Chief Gant did. That thought terrifies me. That's why I can't continue on as a prosecutor. Wait a minute, where are you going with this, buddy? Edgeworth, don't you understand? Damon Gant and your mentor, Manfred von Karma, were both the best of the best when it came to fighting crime. But they both made the same mistake. You said in order to fight crime my own, I need a weapon. No, I see what she's going for instead. That may be true, but think back to today's trial. You weren't alone. You were working together with Mr. Wright. And because of that partnership, you were able to present evidence that otherwise would have gone undiscovered. Isn't that right, Mr. Wright? Huh? Yeah. What is this, a pop quiz? Dude, this is so adorable. Come on, Mr. Wright. Show him what Lana's talking about. Evidence, huh? Something that neither Edgeworth nor I would have been able to find on our own. Wait! Oh my god, that's so adorable, actually! It's this! Because together, it made one full piece. That's the picture I drew. Our counterattack began with this. Oh my god, this is so adorable. You had one half of the evidence list, and I had the other. Apart, we wouldn't have been able to completely restore Emma's picture. Oh my god! That didn't just happen by chance, Mr. Edgeworth. It's time for me to go. Mr. Edgeworth! If you'll excuse me, there are still some loose ends that need wrapping up. Take care, Chief Prosecutor. What about me? Edgeworth! What will you do now? Well, whatever you do, just remember, you can let what happened kill the prosecutor in you, or you can let it help you grow. In the end, it's up to you. I know. It seems I owe you my thanks too, right? But what I face now is my problem. Edgeworth, I'll be waiting for you in court. Farewell. He's gonna become a Batman. I better get going too. Okay, but I'll be by to visit soon. It seems we both have a lot to learn and catching up to do. Oh my god! It's part of a series of books! It's not, there's evidence law and there's scientific investigation. Here, this is a little something for you. A scientific investigation? It's the first book I ever bought. Oh, study it well. Thanks, sis. I will. Oh, they're really milking the sprite. It does hit, not as hard the third time, but like it still hits. And so, another case came to a close. Oh, does Professor X actually do scientific investigation? That would explain so much more about the thought into this. As for the sisters, I have faith. Faith of their lives have only just begun. But we're not gonna see them again for like 2 more games, I think, right? Aww, though, aww. And as for me, I think it's time I started on a new journey of my own. Oh, this is really adorable, actually. Of course, Edgeworth being the last one, that tracks. A journey to rediscover myself. Well, don't go tricking off just yet, pal. Oh my god, I love you, Gumshoe. That's a terrifying question, Kiwi. It's really hard to answer. My gut says Maya, but my brain also says Emma is also decent. But my gut says Maya. She was the first, and we have such a better rapport. I would want to work with Emma a lot though, right? But like Maya is my Kohai. Emma is not my Kohai. Emma was my Kohai for this case, but Emma's like also going to be a fantastic investigator. She doesn't need to be with me. But like Maya can be with me and we can like be the biggest, like the best duo ever. Emma would probably be more useful, but at the same time, I don't think I can keep her on my payroll because I think she's too expensive for me. And I could definitely pay Maya cheaper. I don't know. Man, it's really messed up because I understand why a lot of people like Emma, because Emma is kind of just better Maya, or at least more relevant Maya. But like, I don't know, I like Purple a little bit, I guess, too. And like, I learned Maya first, and then they added Emma, and Emma is just a clone of Maya, but better. But it's like, would you take the clone that's better, or would you take the original? And I think I take the original in this case. How screwed the case in this game would have been if we had Maya and no luminal or fingerprint kits. Dude, we could have like contacted the dead people though. Well, don't go trucking off just yet, pal. Huh? What is it, detective? There's just a little matter to be resolved about the chief prosecutor. You see, she's supposed to be out of jail like this. But I thought you said it was okay. Yeah, well, maybe okay with me, but the folks at the prison are a different story. Huh? Basically, I had to bribe a guard in order to sneak her out for 30 minutes. Oh, is it the guard that we know that never talks? That guy is sick, actually. Believe me, it wasn't cheap either. Huh? Way to go, detective. I didn't know you had a wild side. Yeah, well, you see. Oh God, does he need to borrow $50? Mr. Wright here is the one who will be footing the bill. Uh-huh? What, you think I could afford it with my salary? You gotta be kidding me, pal. Uh-huh? Thanks, Mr. Wright. You're the best. Yeah, no, I think I would've liked Maya more. Why is it... I suddenly feel like I want to scream. Hey, I got an idea. Why don't we all go pay it off together? Yeah, that's a great idea. Come on, guys. Let's go.
Objection!
Wait, was that it? What? That's cute, but I feel like that's not where you wanted to go. Oh, hey, look at that. Okay, there might be more. I arranged for a friend of mine in Europe to take care of Emma. I hope she'll be pleased to study under a top coroner. As for me, this affair has pretty much ended my days as at the prosecutor's office. Still, I'll manage to find my way back to the field somehow. Then, I'll be able to investigate crimes together with Emma. Oh, that's adorable. See, because Emma is Lana's Maya. You know what I mean? I feel like there could have been a bigger punch to the very, very end there, but still. No, unfortunately, there's no there's none of that here, Ison. But I did learn about that. Like, you have to blow for the other ones as well. Yikes! I thought it was a goner there for a moment. In the end, though, they overlooked my unauthorized investigation to the chief's office. We penalize you anymore, it'd be worse than firing you. Yeah, that's what they said. Just goes to show, you can't shake me off that easy. Hey, he's back. Dude, though, yeah, if I wish that there was, like, you had to yell objection in this, but like, it'd be harder for a computer because a computer doesn't necessarily have a built-in microphone. I do, obviously. Though it's not a built-in microphone, you know what I mean, though. But, like, yeah, I was told about how, like, the DS had, like, a lot of, like, sound stuff in it as well, which is really cool. Meekins! My new mission is to guard the main entrance and take care of Billy. The cactus, can you believe it? I've been demoted to a security guard. My partner's keeping an eye on the entrance for me today. I'll show them, though. Someday, I'm gonna make detective. Yes, sir. Then I can be just like that Dick Gumshoe. I don't think that's the voice I had him at before, but I think my voice is dying a little bit. Meekins, though. That means we're gonna see, like, Coffee Queen and everyone else, too, because Meekins is, like, really low down there. I wonder if Coffee Queen and Jake are gonna be together, though. That'd be cool, actually. I want to see people together. Yelling objection would be funny. It would be funny. Wait, is dude, he gets his piece at the end. No! They killed. Put him back on. Who killed him? Who killed him? Who's going to jail for the murder of the Blue Badger? What is it? Can't see I'm having me a showdown with a steak lunch partner? Miss Star managed to sneak this into me. She's seen one of the guards. Well, cowboy, looks like you did it. You even gave Bambina back her smile. Can you make sure Billy and the gang get their water? Ah, I miss you, Marshall. Professor Layton versus Phoenix, right? That'd be a good one. That'd be a good one. I need to play just a Professor Layton one first, but still. Looks like we won't be seeing each other for a while. As a farewell gift, I put a new meal on the menu. The Right Way Lunch. The top layer tastes as bitter as defeat, but the bottom layer is as sweet as victory. Kids seem to dig the turnabout theme. It's a hot seller around exam time. Oh, that's adorable. Just be sure not to eat it backwards. Oh, it's the turnabout theme. Oh, that's so adorable. Good job, Brandon. Good job, Kaori. Like, actually, good job. I think the localization of this was very apparent, but very fun. I'll never forget what that young defense lawyer said. Let's see, what was his name again? Mr. Left. Anyway, he said he's been doing something or other for, how many years? Well, anyway, I've got another trial to go to, so I better be, huh? Oh no, I forgot my gavel. Sorry, I gotta go. His chair, wow. I saw him, like, shaking his head a lot, and I was wondering what was behind him. Oh, you have to emulate the Layton one? Maybe one day they'll port it. I don't know if I'd call the judge wholesome, Ison. He's got moments, but he's also kind of a jerk a lot. Maya! Nothing soothes the soul like fresh country air. Still, sometimes I do miss hearing you and your objection. Still, I can't go back until I'm a fully fledged spirit medium. Mystic Maya, afternoon training's about to begin. Coming. Well, see you around, Nick. Oh my god, Maya! Okay, after seeing that, yeah, Maya wins over Emma. I'm sorry. My heart fluttered when I saw her there, and I was like, there she is. There's my Kohai. It feels like Emma's too competent in some ways to be my Kohai, you know? She's got to go off on her own and become like a good detective, whereas like Maya, we can be incompetent, like in the fun parts. Mr. Edgeworth. Mr. Edgeworth, I brought you your tea. What's going on? May, you are correct. We can buy Maya some glasses. Play Ghost Trick instead. Ghost Trick Phantom Detective? Thanks for coming to see me off. I can't believe I'm going to Europe. Thank you, Mr. Wright. Thank you so much for everything. I'm a little sad, but I'll be all right. Whenever I want to see Lana, all I have to do is open this book. Oh, did she put a picture in there? Oh my god, the game is so adorable! She did! Oh my god! Did you see? It's gonna show us in full, but like... Alright, Emma Camp is kind of like punching back really hard with this image, I'm not gonna lie. Oh my god. Oh my god. Service crew? What a game! Oh my god! Oh, that was so adorable! This is what I was saying earlier, and like what Ison was kind of saying as well, where it's like, the game isn't perfect. There are times where you're gonna get really frustrated with like the options you have to choose, this, that, or the other thing, and you're gonna like burn them in your mind, right? Cameragordy, for instance. I'm never gonna forget Cameragordy, but it's fun. It's a good story, and I like the characters, which, again, to reference what we were talking about earlier in the stream, It's about characters. That's what we're here about at Ace Windfall channel. It's about stories with characters and seeing how they grow and adapt. They go through their arcs. They have their yeses and their nos. They have their little eccentricities about them. And that's what makes it good. And seeing good win in the end as well. It makes your Kokoro to go Doki Doki, man. And having like your big sweet little ending there, it warms the soul, man. Oh, that is awesome. Oh my god. Favorite case aside from recency bias, real Kiwi. The recency bias is strong. And also, Kiwi, you do have to keep in mind that like this case was longer than any other case in the game for some reason. Well, we know the reason why, but like it is longer than any other case in the game, so it has a lot that it can do with it. In ways that the other cases necessarily can't, because they were like taking up different parts of the game, etc., right? But still. Gonna be honest, my hot take is that they were the best on the DS, but it's really cool to be able to play them at all these days. Oh, you mean just like the ability to like do all the like puzzles and everything? Yeah. The mic and all that. Ison, there is I mentioned earlier Nonary games. 999 was a DS game as well. And I know like I bring this up every so often, but like the DS was such a insane flash in a pan console, right? Because like this game had so many things that it could do on DS that it couldn't do otherwise. 999, a big crux of the story relies on the dual screens of the DS. If anyone here knows The World Ends With You, I've never played it, but that's another game that I've been told that was made for the DS. The way everything in that game works relies on the dual screen technology of the DS, and it's such a like bespoke experience for it that when you try to port it to something else, it doesn't have the same full feeling that the original did. It's such an insane little thing. Real Injustice is Poly only having 4 sprites. We can make more, Mayu. We have the technology. Gallery contains spoilers. That's fine. Go to Scene Creator. Make it off the first one. We're going to the Where is no. How do I go to the go to somewhere else, not the defense bench? Oh wait, RT. Take that, hold it. Objection, take that, hold it. Objection, take that, hold it. Objection, take. Oh wait, I don't know those people yet. How do I go to, hold on. Default? Thinking? Test slam? No. Go to, well, I guess because we're on Phoenix. Hold on. Where's Polly at? Haha! Polly only has 1 set of sprites. We do this then, and we can.
Objection!
You can now object the parrot anytime you want.
Objection!
Okay, I'm done. Wait.
Objection!
There we go. That's better. Okay, I'm done with that. I'd like to cross-examine the parrot, please. Oh, Kiwi, you're asking me what my favorite trial was. It might be this one. Hold on, let's go to new game. Let's go to play the episode selection from the first game. So there was first Turnabout. That's a great tutorial, but in and of itself, it's not really a standalone trial. Turnabout Sisters is good, but I don't know. I think I like the introduction of Maya, but I think it relied too much on the death of Mia propelling the story along, and that's a fun one. That's a shock, and a lot of it is like Nick being like I've lost my mentor. What do I do? But it didn't like grab me that much outside of like just watching like the growth of Maya, our relationship like as Senpai Kohai, and then like seeing, you know, this is like introduction to like your goofy little villains, right? Turnabout Samurai is pretty, like everything from here on out is good. I think it's a pure ramp, honestly. Cause like this is infuriating. This is probably the most infuriating trial out of all 5 of them, which is saying a lot. because of what happened like here and here. Camera Gordy, for instance, and like a lot of stuff here. That bastard in the top right, by the way. But like, so much of this to me was things that I was wrong about, which is what made it like frustrating in some ways. But like, the reveal at the end of what happens with oh my god, with Vega, what's her name? Whatever her name is. The Spanish gypsy woman. Like, that's a good reveal. And like there are some bits and pieces that like can get out of this, but this also had like the bastard child and a lot of other things going on with it. This is good. This, like, the best part about this, by the way, is that this is when Edgeworth like has his reveal, right? This is when Edgeworth is like, hold on there, Phoenix, which is a top moment of the game. Cause like the best part about the game is Edgeworth's and Phoenix's cooperation as the game goes on. It's about characters, it's about arcs. And this is when Edgeworth is first like, hold on there, Phoenix. You know what you need to do here. Or it was more specific that like Edgeworth was like calling out his client. He's like, objection! And everyone's like, who objected? And it's Edgeworth objecting, right? Like that's a peak, like that's a peak scene. Dee Vasquez was her name. Turnabout Goodbyes is solid. I think the biggest part about this was it just giving you a lot more like Edgeworth stuff. Plus you get the Von Karma, but like, again, recency bias is 100% intact, but this is the longest. You get the most time to sit with it, and I like the ending a lot. And specifically, I think it's because, like, it's a sappy little thing, but you and Edgeworth put your pieces of evidence together to make one whole piece of evidence, and if that's not like the most beautiful metaphor imagery stuff I've seen in a while, I don't know what is, man. Out of this game, at the very least, it's probably the best one. The fact that then you present that at the end and be like, no, you're not alone, Edgeworth. We have to work together on this. That's like so peak. Plus, it's got Emma, which is just an offshoot of Maya, but it may or may not be better than Maya. The verdict's still out on that a little bit, honestly. Even though I think it's Maya, like, the Emma camp is there. Like, yeah. This was peak. This entire game was just good, better, best. Wow, I didn't think you could get better than best, right? And like, etc., etc. I cannot wait now for Ace Attorney, Phoenix Wright, Justice for All, and then Trials and Tribulations, because this one has Godot in it. He's the only other character I know in this series, honestly. Because he has the really cool theme that you play, and you put rainymood.com on behind it, and you just like you just sit and like you study or whatever. That's peak. All right, though, Service Crew. What a game! Thank you to anyone who recommended this over the years. Fantastic. Very much enjoyed this. I think what we'll do is, no matter what, we're not doing Ace Attorney next Sunday. We're gonna take a break for it. But then I think after that, Kiwi, there is a really strong chance we just jump into the second game. I want to take a small break for it, just to have like a breather week. But I think we are just jumping in Justice for All after this, honestly. I really enjoyed this. But at the very least, it's like back when we were playing Persona, right? We would like play Persona for like a month or two at a time, and then we'd take like a small break for like a week or two. And I think we'll do that with this, is like every time we beat a game, we'll take like a week break or a 2-week break just to like play a smaller game or something between it. But like, yeah, I want to see what happens now. Even though now we're gonna go back to the Game Boy games, because only the last trial of this was like new, right? And so now we're gonna be like going back before they had the peak writing of that last bit. Aviary Attorney. Is that like Hatoful Boyfriend, but for Ace Attorney? Oh, you've shown that to me before, actually. I don't know why I'm asking. You've shown that to me before. It's got a really nice like pencil aesthetic, right? Or like a black and white kind of like sketchbook-esque aesthetic. Okay. Have time to play it and forget most of it before you play. I feel like you can play it and remember it, Mayu. There's nothing wrong with remembering the things that I've played on stream, or the things that you've played when I'm playing them on stream. Plus, if you remember them, Mayu, you can help me out when I go, service crew, what do I do here? When I ollie oxen free myself. You should check it out. You should check it out, Mayu. Tap in a little bit and see if you feel it. Oh my god. Service crew, my voice is a little bit dying though, so let's wrap. Again, thank you guys for me out tonight. It was great. It was great. This is awesome. It was great. Damn, man. It's so adorable. I really, the biggest thing is, I really hope Maya comes back for the second game, but I have a fear that she doesn't come back for the second game. Because I know, it's not shown here, but, editor, can we pull up my thumbnail for this series? And I think the way I can do that easiest is by going to my own Twitter. Shoot. Let's go to Blue Sky, actually. Blue Sky is faster on my computer, typically. If we look at this image right here, evidence, we see that this is a zoomed in image, by the way. Hold on, can I open a new tab? Go here, perfect, okay. You can see that there's this character here, he's great. This one's even better, arguably. Phoenix, we know who Phoenix is. Edgeworth, our boy. Maya, fantastic. She is the attorney for the second game. Godot is for the third game, I know that. But like, I'm terrified about this child, if I'm gonna be honest with you. Because I'm scared that Maya will not be in the second game, she'll be in the second game, and Maya will finally come back in the third game. And I'm gonna be real, Maya, great. Emma, great. Pearl, as Ison reminded me her name was, I don't know, I'm scared about Pearl. I think she might get really annoying, dependingly. But I don't know anything here. Who's the guy right, Maya? He's the best guy, Kiwi. That's Red White right, oh, I know. That's the Ace Attorney right there, Kiwi. Cut your brake lines if you disrespect Pearls. It's Pearls plural, not Pearl singular? Well, I'll have to find out in 2 weeks' time, Ison. Like, if Pearls is really worthy of the respect here. Because, like, I don't know, I fear children. They could do anything. They could even kill me, honestly. Did you? I heard that a 14-year-old girl pushed a grown man into a suit of armor and killed him, actually. I heard that through the grapevine. I hope they catch her and put her in jail, man. Okay, I'm done with it. Oh my god. 14-year-old pushed a man into a suit of armor and killed him. Shh, shh. But don't tell anyone. That's a secret. Oh my god. Alright. Well, Surster, thank you guys for coming out tonight. You can mark off Let's Wrap multiple times off your bingo. I think I've said it multiple times at this point. But, dude, again, great game. Windfall, do you have trauma with children? Editor, can you put up the clip that I just posted to YouTube this week, actually? Kiwi, I don't know if you saw the YouTube clip for this week or not, but that's a great question to ask. The service crew, self-shilling time as well. Go to youtube.com/Ace Windfall channel. It's got videos that I've edited, which it's been a while since I've edited one. But more importantly, it's got shorts. Look at these shorts. You can look at all these shorts, including old shorts of old me. Look at that, old me. But like, yeah, this is the Kiwi. This is the short for this week. The baby one from Stanley Parable. This one is so funny. You can also go to my VOD channel as well. Oh, look at that. Yeah, go check it all out. It's sick. Way further in the game than I thought. 3 to 5 episodes. Nice, mate. Good job. So it's good though. That's it for us tonight. We'll be back next week, but not with Ace Attorney. But we should be back with Ace Attorney the following week if things go well, right? Just because, you know, take it easy for a week, take a break, flush the system for a second, be able to reminisce on this game for a hot second before we just jump right into the next one. But of course, next Sunday's not the only other stream we have. We're also streaming tomorrow. It's the first Monday of the month service crew, which of course means it's time for our monthly Zatsu, our monthly free chat. We're gonna be talking about, for me, it's gonna be talking about movies I've watched recently. I've watched both Glengarry Glen Ross and Us. talking about plans for our Project Zomboid multiplayer server that we hope to open up for like a month. It's a limited time thing. If that perks your ears up, make sure you come in tomorrow to learn more about that. It should be a little fun thing I want to do for like a month or so. And probably other things. I don't know. I have a list here, but I'm not gonna read them all off because it's making sure you guys come tomorrow instead. Haha. But outside of that, Tuesday, we're doing Avatar Legends fighting game, which is the new Avatar fighting game. You might have seen clips of it on the Twitter, on the Blue Sky, on your social medias or whatever. It's a pretty fun fighting game. I have not played more than like 5 hours of it though. I've definitely not tapped in as hard as I can. So that's why Tuesday is gonna be a lot of training mode and then playing against people who have also bought the game and want to like mash in a little bit. It should be fun. And last but not least, of course, on Thursday we have a co-working stream. We were planning for a co-working stream last Monday. I ended up not feeling super well, so we ended up canceling it last Monday. This is our rain check co-working stream. In order to get some work done, because Lord knows I need to get a little bit of work done. It's good to get work on projects done. And also, if you're not into co-working, you can just come out, hang out in the 10-minute interspersions and like watch an episode of anime between. People have done that before. That's actually kind of sick, TBH. Or read a book or something, I don't know. Did you watch Moon /45 years while I'm gone? No, I didn't, unfortunately, Kiwi. I need to get around to getting those ones as well. The reason I watched the two that I did was, one was mentioned a specific context that I got really interested in, and the other was free on HBO Max. That's the only reason I watched Us, was it was just free on HBO Max, and I was like, I'll watch it. I need to like go and get the impetus to actually like, you know, acquire the Moon one and 45 years. It's gotta be a roleplay Zomboid server thing. Ooh. See, there's a lot that goes into the Zomboid server, Harmonica, that like, yeah, I don't know how I want to do it, which is why I wanted to like have a talk with people about it and like expectations and such. Because theoretically, it'd be running for like I wouldn't run off my computer. I would be getting I would be purchasing a server for like a month period, which would be open 24/7 possibly. And that's the thing is like I don't know how we would like work this and everything. So like yeah, that's why like a big part of tomorrow is gonna be talking about that. So if you get the opportunity to come by, obviously if you don't. We'll put feelers in the Discord as well for if you have thoughts or opinions. You can put it in now, honestly, if you have like something you want to say, or if you have a thought now and you want me to see it before tomorrow's stream, we can like talk about it then. But yeah. So screw. With that though, we're gonna raid you into someone. Who are we raiding today, Sir Screw? Where are we dropping, boys? We got a few different options here. I feel like it's been longer since we've raided into them, so we're gonna check out Slushy playing Neon White, which is, according to some people, one of the best shooters in the last couple of years, or at the very least, the best indie shooter of like 2024. I feel like it's a 2024 game, but it could be a 2025 game. I've been told it was really, really good. See, and May even agrees that it's really, really good. Neon White's one of those games that when someone brings up Neon White, someone else in the room will go like, Neon White was so good, man, and they're probably right. 2022, older than I thought, man. Time flies when you're having fun. Yeah, Mayu. It is a single player shooter, which does give it a lot more interest to me, who is not good at multiplayer shooters, but like, single player shooters are interesting. Because like, I really like Metro. That's a really fun shooter genre game. And such. It's part VN as well. Oh, dude, my peanut butter, nice. Dolly, I'm sorry you had to thank you for the stream twice. I'm gonna come along tomorrow, but it depends. Friends be online. Yeah, I getcha. Harmonica, don't stress it. That's why I like mentioned like if you can't come tomorrow, put in like the Discord what your thoughts on like the server or Harmonica, since you would presumably be one of the people playing in it actively. Like if you have any thoughts on how it should be run or what you think about it, by all means, please put in like the suggestions part of the Discord or something. Ace Valorant stream? No, Kiwi. That's the exact opposite of like a Neon White. You will hopefully never see me playing like a Valorant, a Fortnite, an Apex Legends, anything like that, unless I'm like forced to at gunpoint by a collab partner or something. But like alone, that's awful. Why would I do that? Unless it was like for a bit. I could also do it for a bit. I have been known to do it for a bit, but like, no. So Screw, like I said, we're sending you over to Slushy, playing Neon White. To quote Mayu, it's so good. So you guys, I hope you guys enjoy. I hope you guys enjoy Slushy as well. Very cool guy. If you have not already checked him out, now's your chance, right? And hit it. And with that, Service Crew, I do nothing else. So, thank you guys for watching. I hope you enjoyed it, and I hope to see you guys next time. Peace out, everyone. Thank you, Asmo. And don't let the blue badger bite. And see you guys there in 3, 2, 1. Go say hi.